243. Seeing a pure martial artist break through the fourth state from the third state, Song Yulan suddenly felt that it was not a loss to live a few more years even if the current Jianghu was not pleasing. Song Yulan gently patted the old sword on his waist. The long sword in the scabbard was attracted by the vigorous qi on the other side of the waterfall and had a telepathic connection with the old man. Standing in the waterside pavilion, Song Yulan said sadly, "If Gao Feng were still alive, he might be standing here tonight." The second owner of Sword Water Mountain Villa, Song Gao Feng, who was the father of the young owner, Song Fengshan, was also a sword embryo with first-class aptitude in the world. Unfortunately, God was jealous of heroes and trapped by love, he went astray. This was also the biggest knot in Song Yulan's heart. To a large extent, that tragedy was caused by Song Yulan because Song Fengshan's mother was also a mountain spirit, a taboo existence that was not tolerated by the world. However, at that time, Song Yulan was so high-spirited that he did not care about the eyes of the world. With only one sword, he looked down on the court of Combe Water Country and thought that he was invincible in Jianghu, so he began to climb mountains alone to visit immortals. In the end, he saved a kind little girl who was a spirit of plants that turned into a human form. Song Yulan did not dislike her birth, but brought her back to the villa. She and the young Song Gao Feng fell in love with each other. Song Yulan still did not object to this. Finally, he calmly sat in the seat of honor and accepted the toast of the loving couple. If it ended there, it could be considered a good marriage. However, the world was unpredictable. The flower garden that the charming woman carefully cultivated was full of spiritual energy, and the flowers and plants were in spring all year round. No one knew when it would bloom. The people in the Wulin world spread false rumors that the flower garden at the back of the mountain of the villa became the miracle medicine that countless martial artists in Jianghu dreamed of. Eating one plant could increase one's power by more than 10 years. After that, if someone stole one or two plants, the kind-hearted woman would turn a blind eye and let the thief take them. The villa had also made it clear that the plants in the flower garden did not have the magical effect of increasing one's power. They could only slightly prolong one's life. As time passed, the masters and masters in Jianghu who coveted the flower garden gradually extinguished their filthy thoughts. However, one day, more than half of the flower garden was stolen. The thief was still not satisfied and trampled the rest of the flowers and plants, leaving a mess on the ground. The flower garden did not help the martial artists in Jianghu improve their cultivation, but it was an opportunity for Song Gaofeng's wife. After this catastrophe, the woman was heartbroken and skinny. Following the clues, Song Gaofeng found the culprit. It turned out to be a Jianghu woman who hated him because of love. Song Gaofeng did not hesitate to attack, but he was stopped by the woman's father. It should be known that the man was the chief of the Wulin Alliance in Jianghu at that time. He was a famous boxing grandmaster in several countries and was born as a border general. His official connections were deeply rooted and he was highly valued and trusted by His Majesty. The so-called chief of the Wulin Alliance was just a way for His Majesty to control Jianghu. No matter how hard Song Gaofeng fought, he was no match for that man. After returning to the Swordwater Villa, the woman and her father also came to apologize. The old man, the chief of the Wulin Alliance, as a leader in Jianghu who was of the same generation as Song Yufan, was willing to cut off one of his arms on the spot and stand outside the villa dripping with blood, saying that it was an atonement for his daughter. Even if Song Yufan's swordsmanship was better than that man's martial cultivation, what could he do? Cut off the man's arm again. Then cut off the head of the troublemaker with one strike. He could only give up. Song Gaofeng did not say a word. He did not even show his face. He just stayed by his wife's sickbed. After the father and daughter left, Song Yufan turned around sadly and told his son the result. Song Gaofeng closed the door and refused to see him. He only said 3 words, "Got it." In the end, Song Yufan learned that his son, Song Gaofeng, had joined the devil path and practiced a secret book of the devil path. The last time he went to Jianghu, he destroyed his face, changed his weapon, and left the sword at home. On the day that the boxing grandmaster resigned as the chief, Song Gaofeng sneaked into the mansion. Although he was seriously injured, he still succeeded in killing the enemy. When Song Gaofeng returned to the villa, he was already exhausted. In the end, he and his dying wife both closed their eyes and passed away. At that time, Song Yufan stood outside the door. His young grandson, Song Fengshan, silently stayed by his parents' bedside. He did not cry or say a word. In Jianghu, people not only had no choice but also had no choice. Song Yufan transferred his guilt to his grandson, Song Fengshan, especially when Song Fengshan insisted on marrying a charming woman. After that accident, Song Yufan was completely disheartened and regretted himself more and more. Therefore, even if Song Fengshan colluded with the other three evil spirits of the Combe country, Song Yufan was still unwilling to kill him. He would no longer control the stubborn Song Fengshan with his own Jianghu rules. Song Yufan was well aware of what Song Fengshan wanted to do. That night, Song Gaofeng killed the former chief of the Wulin alliance who had connections in the imperial court. However, the real culprit escaped. After that, the emperor did not want to fall out with the Swordwater Villa. Perhaps he also felt guilty, so he became the matchmaker himself. He made the poor woman who survived the disaster become the wife of a meritorious general in the Combe country. She became the highest-ranking madam of the country. Everyone knew that the old sage of sword Song Yufan followed the rules of Jianghu. Therefore, the emperor of the Combe country was not worried about the sage of sword of the Combe country. As for Song Yufan's grandson, he was very young at that time. Everyone thought that he must have a vague memory and was not destined to be a big problem. In this way, the Jianghu of the Combe country was peaceful and sunny for more than 20 years. The chief of the Wulin alliance was empty for more than 20 years. Until Song Fengshan opened the gate of the Swordwater Villa and entertained heroes from all over the country. The official chief ceremony would be held the next day. Song Yufan had long lost interest in Jianghu. However, he was not careless about everything. Why did he often travel alone in Jianghu for so many years? Was it because he wanted to relax? Out of sight, out of mind, of his grandson? Absolutely not. However, Song Yufan clearly knew that one day, a dark cloud would descend upon the city and directly attack the Swordwater Manor, the place where he had spent his entire life. His grandson, Song Fengshan, would step over the boundary and secretly become the target of public criticism under the seemingly splendid circumstances. Song Yufan had another knot in his heart. The first knot in his heart was that he felt guilty toward his son, Song Gaofeng. The second knot in his heart was that the Jianghu rules that he had followed were completely different from what his grandson had done. The sage of sword of the Combe country was hesitating whether he should draw his sword against the imperial court. Once he drew his sword, Song Yufan actually did not care whether he would challenge the emperor's dignity or not. However, it went against Song Yufan's conscience. Because deep down, the old man had never agreed with Song Fengshan's Jianghu. He could not tell anyone about all of this. Song Yufan's previous trip to Jianghu was originally to find a senior in Jianghu who was both a friend and a foe. The sage of sword of the colorful robes country, whose martial virtues and martial arts were as high as the clouds. Song Yufan not only wanted to learn from the sword but also wanted to untie this knot in his heart. Unfortunately, the old man who was so good at swordsmanship had died. As a result, Song Yufan could only turn back halfway, which resulted in that encounter at the ancient temple. The black-shirted old man was filled with mixed feelings. His thoughts were all over the place, such that he didn't notice that the teen who punched out and broke through didn't leave the waterfall for a long time. When Song Yufin sensed that something was wrong and was about to go check it out, he saw Chen Pingon slowly walk out of the waterfall. He jumped back and landed in the pavilion. His bloody hands were wrapped in cotton. Song Yufin put away those annoying thoughts and smiled. You have tasted the wine of the villa. Now that you are at Master Realm, how is it? Isn't it better? However, Chen Pingon's next words made the old man's eyes widen. It seems like I am just a little bit away from breaking through. Now it is like breaking through the waterfall with a punch. I am just one step away. Song Yuzai sized up the young man's restrained momentum. His fist intent was like a torrential waterfall, which was worthy of the evaluation of Qi Wuqian. The old man was stunned. You are clearly in the fourth state. I can even pat my chest and say that I have never seen a more solid and stable third state or the brand new fourth state than you. Chen Pingon, how can you still feel that you are one step away? Chen Pingon said helplessly, Senior Song, I am just a little bit away. I don't know the reason, but I know. But now that I know the general direction and have a path to take, I won't be like a headless fly running around. Before I reach Old Dragon City, I'll be able to endure it bit by bit. If I'm lucky, I might be able to break through by the time I reach your Brushwater Nation's immortal ferry. But my luck has always been bad. The chances of me breaking through by Old Dragon City are higher. Song Yufin put his hands behind his back and walked around the teen slowly before stopping. He said in amazement, there is always someone better than you. I have learned a lot today. Song Yufin laughed, let's go and drink. No matter what, even if you didn't break through completely, it is still something worth celebrating. Chen Pingon shook the wine gourd. There was still a lot of wine, so he nodded and smiled, okay. Song Yufin suddenly asked, there is a restaurant in the town outside the villa that serves hot pot. The ingredients are so good that the guests can eat their tongues off. The wine is also good. Do you want to try it? It is lunchtime now. I have a good relationship with the manager there, so I can give you a 20% discount. When Chen Pingon heard the 20% discount, he immediately said generously, then I will pay. Song Yufin laughed, oh. Let's make it clear in advance. A hot pot meal with good wine in the restaurant costs at least 5 or 6 taels of silver. Chen Pingon blinked and said without blushing, the town is a little far from the villa. Why don't we drink in the yard? Song Yufin gave him a thumbs up, you are really a hero who spends a lot of money. Chen Pingon suddenly laughed, let's go. Why don't we go? We are having hot pot for lunch. Song Yufin was stunned. He didn't give Chen Pingon a chance to regret. He laughed and said, follow me. Then he rushed out of the waterside pavilion, stepped on the branches of the trees, and rushed out of the villa. Chen Pingon had to give up the idea of calling Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, and followed him. When they passed the top of the waterside pavilion, Chen Pingon turned to look at the waterfall and smiled. On the stone wall behind the waterfall curtain, the teenager secretly carved 2 lines with his finger. From top to bottom, he wrote the name of a girl on one line, and Chen Pingon was here on the other line. The teenager hoped that the next time he came to the Swordwater Villa, the girl would be with him. Of course, Chen Pingon only dared to secretly think like this. In Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, as long as there was a wedding or funeral, the neighbors were willing to take the initiative to help. This was the same rule as adding soil to the grave. It was passed down from generation to generation, so there was no need to reason. Today, someone from Apricot Blossom Lane was getting married to a rich woman from Peach Blossom Lane. The family in Apricot Blossom Lane had a good reputation. Even an old woman like Granny Ma, who had a bad reputation, was close to this family. Therefore, there were nearly 20 tables of wine. As long as you gave a red packet, whether it was a piece of silver or a few copper coins, you could eat at the table and enjoy the happy atmosphere. At the table, there were a few unfamiliar faces. The leader was an old man from an old house in Clay Bottle Alley. He was dressed like a rich man and often wandered around the town. Over time, he became familiar with him. His surname was Chow, and the neighbors were used to calling him Old Chow. Old Chow was kind to everyone and greeted everyone with a smile. He didn't have the arrogance of a rich man and could chat with the people around him for a long time. Old Han, who was married to this family, often chatted with him. So today, he came to the wedding and gave a big red packet to give face. The old man, who had changed into new clothes, specially brought his son and daughter-in-law to toast. Old Chow brought 3 people with him. All of them had the surname Chow. The handsome young man, Chow Jun, also lived in the old house of the Chow family in Clay Bottle Alley. There was also a pair of grandfather and grandson who had rushed back to the town from other places. It was said that they were Old Chow's relatives in the capital. It seemed that they were doing well. They seemed to be scholars and had a bit of an official's aura. Of course, they could also be people in the capital. Old Chow was a lively person and often took the initiative to run around with a glass of wine to toast. The grandfather and grandson of the Chow family, who were from the capital, were obviously not used to this kind of noisy scene. They didn't move freely and sat where they were. Occasionally, they would pick up food with their chopsticks and drink a mouthful of medium-priced soju from the town's tavern. Chow Jun, on the other hand, was relatively more at ease. He stepped on the bench and drank by himself. He squinted at Old Chow and some old men calling each other brothers and smiled playfully. Although that old in-law's family in Peach Leaf Alley had declined, they were still much more well-off than those in Apricot Blossom Alley, so they were a little more dignified. The neighbors of Apricot Blossom Alley and Clay Bottle Alley also found this to be normal. Fortune Street's Peach Leaf Alley was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Regular people were still unable to climb up to them. If it weren't for the fact that Old Han's son had a promising future and was currently working in the Dragon Spring Commandery Manor, how could he have the fortune to marry a rich young lady from Peach Leaf Alley? Old Chow went to another table to fool around. Chow Jun drank a mouthful of strong wine and took a deep breath. He quickly picked up a piece of pork hoof meat with his chopsticks and turned to look at the grandfather and grandson. He asked with a smile in Dolly's official language, "What's wrong? You're not used to the food and drink. Why don't the 3 of us go somewhere else and have a good meal in a restaurant?" The old man in a plain green robe shook his head with a smile. "There's no need to be so particular. I'm just used to eating vegetarian food in the capital and am not used to eating meat at a wedding banquet. It's not that I'm looking down on the local customs here. Moreover, this Dragon Spring Commandery's Huaihuang County is the ancestral land of my Chow clan. As descendants, how can we forget our roots?" The handsome Chow Jun nodded and said with a smile, "It's our clan's misfortune to have such an unreliable ancestor." The old man did not dare to reply at all. Even if the old man was an important minister who supported the country in the Dolly dynasty, he still did not have the courage to criticize a clan's ancestor who was an 11th realm sword cultivator. The young man who was elegant and graceful and had a bearing completely different from Chow Jun's was called Chow Mao. He was the newly appointed supervisor of kills in Dragon Spring Commandery, an official directly under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights. He was handsome and had the reputation of being the Chow clan's jade tree in Dolly's officialdom. Back then, when he had received the Dolly Imperial tutor at the Huaihuang relay station, Chow Mao had been the only one on his horse. He reeked of alcohol as he staggered off his horse and entered the relay station. It was enough to show that this noble young master of the capital was different from the rest. When Chow Shi returned to his seat, even Chow Mao subconsciously sat up straight. The green-robed old man even sat upright. He put down his chopsticks and picked up the wine pot, taking the initiative to pour wine for his ancestor, Chao Shi, who was separated by countless generations. Chao Shi finished the wine in one go and put down the wine cup. Who knows, you might not stop until you reach the center of Aquarius continent. What do you think? Chao Jun said straightforwardly, just eat and wait for death. Dolly's #1 aristocratic family, Chao Mao, admired Chao Jun from the bottom of his heart. Although he looked to be around the same age as this sword cultivator, he was actually 60 years older than him. In this period of time, they often drank together. He knew that Chao Jun was frivolous and did not care about anything. It was something that came from his bones, and not something that he said. Chao Shi said sternly, "In 10 years, if you can't kill 1 or 2 10th realm old bastards, I will personally kill you." Chao Jun hugged the back of his head and laughed at Chao Mao. "After I die, remember to help me collect my body and bury it at the immortal tomb. I feel that the feng shui there is not bad. Being neighbors with many Buddhist bodhisattvas and Taoist heavenly officials will make my mood better. Because I don't have to listen to people nagging, my ears will be quiet, and no one will disturb my dreams." Chao Shi flew into a rage and said, "You little B*****. Do you know, in order to repair the sword Chi Lotus Pond in your lake, I had to pay a price." When Chao Jun laughed, his eyes squinted into slits, making him look like a sly fox. "How would I know? Why don't you tell me?" Chao Shi laughed coldly, "To have a descendant like you, it is also the misfortune of the family. No matter how much smoke rises from the ancestral tomb, it is useless. Scram, quickly go to the capital and find Song Zhangqiang, then go straight to the southern border. I don't want to see you again for the next 10 years. Chao Jun left as soon as he said that. He rose from the ground and laughed wantonly, riding the wind towards the north. Supervisor Chao Mao, who knew the rules of this world, was just about to remind him, but it was already too late. In the sword shop by the Dragon Whisker River to the south of the town, a military saint sneered, "Forgetful thing." Somewhere in the blue sky of Longquan County, the scene of water gushing out from the mouth of a spring appeared, and a long sword slowly rose up. "Ruan Cheng, are you not going to give me face?" Chao Shi's face was gloomy. He flicked his wrist, and the jade-green rope-like life-bound flying sword was the sword immortal Chao Shi's greatest reliance to be able to move unhindered in the south-swirling continent. It was a half-immortal weapon refined by an ancient deity into a sword. When Chao Shi's mind moved, the jade-green rope on his wrist did not reveal its true form, but it trembled slightly, and slivers of green water vapor flowed out, quickly sweeping towards the sky where Chao Jun's figure had disappeared. Ruan Cheng's sword from the mouth of the spring slashed towards the head of the sword immortal Chao Jun, who had broken the rules. It was so fast that it far exceeded the speed of Chao Jun riding the wind towards the north. If there were no accidents, Chao Jun would be beheaded before he could even leave the borders of the old Pearl Grotto heaven. Fortunately, between Ruan Cheng's flying sword and Chao Jun's figure, a surging river of water appeared out of thin air. The river cut off the sky, blocking the path of Ruan Cheng's flying sword. The sword cut through the river water that was only a few kilometers wide, and the jade-green river actually folded on both ends, pressing down on the flying sword that continued to sweep forward. The river slammed against the shore, constantly blocking the flying sword that was like a small boat. Even though the river water was endless, the flying sword controlled by the military saint of the Wind Snow Temple still cleaved through the river water, advancing courageously. Chao Jun's figure did not stop, but he turned around and unsheathed the long sword at his waist, perfectly striking the tip of Ruan Cheng's flying sword. Chao Jun's long sword was sent flying high into the air, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, his figure flew backwards at an even faster speed. The river water that was 100 miles long rolled into a ball, tightly wrapping around Ruan Cheng's flying sword. In the jade-green river water ball, Sword aura constantly shot out until the river water finally shattered and turned into raindrops all over the sky. However, before the raindrops fell to the ground, they condensed into wisps of jade-green sword aura again, leisurely returning to the small town of Mud Bottle Alley. Ruanchang's unscathed natal flying sword hovered in the sky, pausing for a moment. A small pool appeared under the long sword, and the flying sword slowly descended into the pool, disappearing into the air. The swordsman from the Hausa continent, who had previously suffered a punch from Ruanchang, successfully left the battlefield. Chao Jun laughed heartily. Good wind, with strength, send me to the sky. Thank you, Saint Juan and Old Ancestor, for sending me off together. In Mud Bottle Alley, the old pillar of the Chao family had mixed feelings. Although he was not a chi cultivator, there was no lack of experts on the mountain among the family's guests. However, he had only seen such earth-shattering fights with his own eyes. Chao Mao, the supervisor of kills of the Chao family in the capital, asked, Old Ancestor, what if this angered the saint here? Chao Shi sneered and said, I can't defeat the 12th realm Daoist heavenly lord of the North Continent, but do you think I can't defeat a new 11th realm Daoist from the Aquarius continent? Chao Jun can embarrass the Chao family, but I won't embarrass the chi cultivators of the Hausa continent. At this moment, the pillar of the Chao family and the supervisor of kills, Chao Mao, finally realized why this seemingly kind old ancestor in the small town could become the gatekeeper of the magnificent town building by the sea. A man stood at the other end of Mud Bottle Alley. Then let's try it out. Chao Shi grinned and said, Sure, you pick the place, I pick the time. The man from the sword shop who came to criticize without hesitation said, In the mountains in the west, there is a valley with a radius of 100 miles. It is deserted. Now, there is a formation restriction set up by Dolly. It is enough for you and me to determine the winner. Chao Shi nodded vigorously and said, Okay, we will fight 100 years later. Ruanchang was stunned for a moment. He spat on the ground and turned to leave. Chao Mao covered his face with his hands. The pillar of the Chao family did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chao Shi rolled his eyes and said, What? This is called a battle of wits, you know nothing. Chao Shi took the lead and walked into his old house. Just as the grandfather and grandson behind him were about to follow, the door slammed shut. Chao Mao and Dolly's grandfather looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had no choice but to leave Mud Bottle Alley and go to the inspection office to secretly discuss the next layout of the family. The storm in the north of the Aquarius continent was brewing, and the situation was favorable for the Dolly dynasty. Of course, the sooner they entered the battlefield, the more benefits they would gain. Moreover, the Chao family had a piece of great news today. Old ancestor Chao Shi would stay in the Aquarius continent for a while, and the genius swordsman Chao Jun would join the Dolly border army. Presumably, the emperor would be more or less grateful for this. In the next 100 years, the Chao family would be able to suppress their mortal enemy, the Yuan family. The old man's surname Chui, who was used to wearing coarse hemp clothes and walking barefoot in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, changed his temperament after the lotus flower-crowned Daoist Lu Qin visited him. He changed into a scholar's green cloth and made himself a bamboo cane to walk through the forest and a pair of climbing wooden clogs. He often went down the mountain to purchase ancient books and stationery. He decorated the second floor of the bamboo house like a study of a scholarly family, and whenever he was free, he would pick up his brush and paint. The little boy in green and the little girl in pink looked at each other and mistakenly thought that the old man had gone mad. Later on, the little girl in pink looked at the old man's calligraphy and often chatted with the old man. Only then did she realize that the old man was a true Confucian scholar. He was an expert in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He was even more knowledgeable about the orthodox Confucian studies. The little boy in green clothes was a heartless and cowardly person. All he wanted was for the old man to practice martial arts properly and become a big shot in this small world as soon as possible so that he could be at ease. Therefore, he often beat around the bush with the old man, telling him that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Lonquan County and that the old man should not lower his guard. He also earnestly told the old man about the treacherous Jianghu of Greatly, and that the old man still needed to rely on his top-notch cultivation base to intimidate the weak. Unfortunately, the old man was not willing to pay any attention to this fellow. At most, he would chat with the little girl in pink who was asking for advice. As for the so-called martial arts, it was as if he had just thrown it on the ground and never picked it up again. The little boy in green sighed helplessly, lamenting that it was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. He could only continue to cultivate diligently, trying his best to digest the 2 high-grade snake gall stones that had entered his stomach. Recently, Wei Pai, who had been very busy welcoming and sending off the new North Mountain god, would still come to the bamboo building from time to time to visit the little pond where a purple gold lotus seed had been thrown in. Other than the purple gold lotus seed that had been left in Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingan had listened to Wei Pai's suggestion back then. Since he was the owner of Luopa Mountain, he had left a piece of idol seal on the first floor of the bamboo building as an item to suppress the mountains and rivers. The seal was none other than the 11th chin that Qi Jingchen had carved. There was nothing special about it. It was just a beautiful vision that Qi Jingchen had given to Chen Pingan at that time. Above the 10th realm of martial arts was the martial god of the mortal world. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Qi cultivators at the peak of the world. The little girl in pink regarded this with extreme importance. It was almost more important than the book box that the young man Cui Dong had entrusted to her. 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and night, she would secretly take out the small seal that her master had taught her and use a silk handkerchief to carefully wipe it. No matter how the little boy in green cheated her, she would not allow him to have a share of it. Now, the little girl in pink from Huangting Country's Jilan building had already broken through the last threshold of the lower 5 realms with the help of the snake gall stone that Chen Pingan had given her. She had ascended to the first realm of the middle 5 realms, the cave realm. After that, it was the 7th Sea View realm, the 8th Dragon Gate realm, the 9th Golden Elixir realm, and the 10th Nascent Soul realm. It was still a long way to go and was out of reach. However, compared to the little boy in green who suddenly wanted to improve himself, the little girl in pink was more natural. Other than tidying up the bamboo building every day until it was spotless, she would flip through books and enjoy the scenery. Her state of mind was peaceful. Compared to the ferocious imperial river water snake and the demonic fire python of the library, she was more relaxed and casual. So now, it was the little boy in green who would despise her for being stupid and lazy, not knowing how to make progress. On this night, the little boy in green was meditating and cultivating at the edge of the cliff. The little girl in pink was sitting on a bamboo chair and eating melon seeds. The old man surnamed Shui went downstairs and moved a bamboo chair to sit beside the little girl. He said softly, "The 1,000-year-old Shui family, the top scholarly family in the Aquarius continent, was unable to give birth to a fire python with spiritual intelligence like you. From this, it can be seen that opportunities are hard to come by." The little girl in pink smiled obediently and asked, "Grandpa Chui, do you think my master has broken through the realm?" The old man gloated, "How can the strongest 3 realms of the martial way that I personally cultivated be so easy to break through? I reckon it's still early. Who knows, maybe when he reaches the southernmost old dragon city, Chen Pingan's realm will still be the same. He will stay at the bottleneck of the 3 realms and drink to drown his sorrows every day. Then, he will become a depressed alcoholic." The little girl in pink complained softly, "Half of my master's fish was taught by you, Grandpa Chui. If my master doesn't break through the realm, how can you be happy?" The old man laughed, "Oh you're not a martial artist. You don't know the weight of the strongest 3 realms in the world. When I killed Sun Shujian, who was at the peak of the 6th realm, with one punch, I only used the strength of the 5th realm. Why? It's because the foundation of a martial artist is different. If the foundation is bad, it's like a tall building that swings in the wind. If the foundation is good, it's like a famous mountain that stands tall on the earth. A little wind and rain is nothing, it's just a tickle. The little girl in pink said worriedly, "My grandpa has no one to take care of him. When he's outside, he has to do everything himself. Will it affect his practice?" The old man glanced at the back of the little boy in green and retracted his gaze. He looked at the worried little girl and sighed, "To be able to let the two of you stay together without fighting, Qin Pingan must have taught you well. I wonder if Qin Pingan will still be able to treat people with fairness when the family business expands in the future. Whether the rules of a small family are good or not and whether the family style of a rich family is upright are two different things." The little girl in pink raised her head and said innocently, "If that day really comes, Grandpa Chui, will you help my master?" The old man stroked the little fire python's head. "There are some family matters that outsiders can't help with." The old man stood up slowly and pointed into the distance. "Think about it. If that day really comes and Qin Pingan establishes a sect, there will be you, the little water snake, and the black snake from Chituan Mountain who has golden lines under its belly and 4 dragon claws. There will be so many mountains. In the future, every mountain will have an expert overseeing it. For example, the one who acknowledged Qin Pingan as his teacher, and the children who call Qin Pingan their junior uncle. Then, all of you will become immortal mansions in the eyes of the world. There will be sect elders who will want to recruit disciples. Qin Pingan has gathered 10, 100, or even thousands of people under him. Once there is a conflict within his own family, Qin Pingan will have both his palms in the back of his hands. It won't be a matter that can be resolved with a punch or a sword. How should he deal with it? The girl in the pink dress had read the history books of various countries in Jilan Tower. She knew how tricky this problem was. She didn't even have the mood to eat melon seeds. Old man Chui smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need to be too worried. There's one good thing about Qin Pingan. Perhaps not many people will notice it." The girl in the pink dress waited for a long time but the old man didn't continue. She couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Chui, my master already has so many good points. Is there anything good that I don't know about?" The old man laughed heartily. "There's one good thing about this little girl of yours. She's a bootlicker, especially towards your master. She's able to silently moisten things with the spring wind and rain." The girl in the pink dress blushed. She thought to herself that she wasn't bootlickering. Her master was just that good. The old man returned to his bamboo chair and no longer kept her in suspense. He smiled and said, "Qin Pingan is very easy to talk to. Everyone close to him will take this as a matter of course. However, one day, Qin Pingan will become very difficult to talk to regarding certain matters. In fact, he might even become the most difficult person to talk to. When that happens, strange things will happen. Everyone will feel guilty and afraid. They definitely won't be the first to refute anything." The girl in the pink dress quickly clasped her hands together and murmured, "I don't want my master to be angry." The old man sighed. After he had killed someone outside the bamboo house, he had aggressively asked Qin Pingan, "Do you want to practice boxing with me or learn how to be a person with me?" This was the old man's heartfelt words. In fact, he was also an arrogant old man who admitted that he wouldn't be able to convince Qin Pingan on the matter of being a person. However, if that wasn't the case, why would the old man be willing to take Qin Pingan as his successor for his boxing skills? If he wanted to take in a disciple, he had to take in someone who had a chance of surpassing him in the future. One was enough. Otherwise, so what if he took in a bunch of level 9 or level 10 disciples? Wouldn't they still be a few ants under the big picture? The girl in the pink dress suddenly asked timidly, if one day, Grandpa Chui, you did something wrong and my master got angry, would you be afraid? The old man knocked the little girl's head and stood up to leave. He said angrily, little girl, you really don't know how to chat. The little boy in green who had been eavesdropping by the cliff turned around with a smirk and gave the girl in the pink dress a thumbs up. The girl in the pink dress started munching on sunflower seeds happily. She thought to herself, I'm not the one who's awesome. It's my master who's awesome. Old man Yang of the Yang family's shop had been guarding that small backyard year after year. For countless years, generation after generation of descendants of the Yang family, other than the head of the Yang family who had taken over the Yang family and some hidden figures who were lucky enough to become Qi refinement warriors, knew about that shocking secret and carefully guarded that secret for the old man. The rest of the descendants of the Yang family, regardless of whether it was the descendants of the Yang family who died of old age or the shop assistants who went in and out of the medicine shop, generation after generation, they only knew that the Yang family had such an old senior who was of the same age as their elders in the Yang family's shop. That was all. They only knew that the old man did not step out of the house all year round. He had a strange temperament and was not easy to deal with. However, he was very good at treating illnesses and saving lives. Old Yang was still smoking in the backyard today. However, there was a new book published by Dolly Bookstore in his hand. It was from the School of Novels, which was once one of the top 10 schools in the world. However, as time passed, just like the School of Mo, one of the 4 prominent schools of learning, it was no longer a prominent school. The School of Novels had also become one of the most common schools of thought. Most of them wrote some unorthodox unofficial histories of the officials, as well as erotic literature that the common people loved. Of course, they also criticized current affairs. A large part of the reputations of many emperors and kings in history were actually ruined by the words of the School of Novels. For example, some capable officials who spent their lives on political reform ended up being the most familiar thing to the later generations, not the good ways to govern the country, but things like having 10 women in a night and not being happy without a woman. Another example was that some of the great gentlemen and sages of the Confucian school, who had made great contributions, established virtue, and established the 3 immortal immortals, would actually sleep at night in a nunnery. In the end, they only became a shameless old man, and the great etiquette and principles contained in these people's moral essays all became empty talk and jokes. Therefore, there was once a sage of the Confucian school who had to say angrily, the School of Novels is the #1 school of ruining the country and the people. However, the sage of rights, who set and controlled the rules of the world, still treated them with the greatest tolerance, just like how he treated the demon clan. Therefore, old Yang, who was reading the novel at this moment, didn't like the fight between the 3rd and 4th schools in the Central Plains. At most, old Yang was willing to give a thumbs up and say, good, to the 4th school of philosophy. As for the 3rd, he was the scholarly sage who ranked 3rd in the Confucian temple even though he was conferred as a secondary sage. Old Yang didn't like him at all. He thought that sanctimonious was the most appropriate way to describe this person. The novel in Old Yang's hand was bought by the shop assistant from the bookstore street in Longquan County City. It was filled with the experiences of many heroes in the Jianghu who became famous. When they were in a desperate situation, they would always say some heroic words that made their hearts ache. They were all about how they resented the heavens for not opening their eyes. Every time old Yang read these, he seemed to be quite happy. However, in the end, he closed the book and said cheerfully, "You young people, just let the heavens go." After laughing, the old man kept the book and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Then, he shook out a small object that looked like a small temple from his sleeve and threw it on the ground. After thinking for a while, he knocked the ground beside his feet with the bamboo pipe and said softly, "Song Qin, come out." Green smoke rolled out from the entrance of the small temple on the ground. Soon, it condensed into the appearance of an old man. When he saw old Yang, he bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Divine Lord." Old Yang turned a deaf ear to him and only ordered, "You are allowed to leave this territory. Within the Aquarius continent, your realm is still the same as before. You are the guardian of Chao Jun, a disciple of the Chao clan in Mud Bottle Alley. As long as Chao Jun repairs the Heart Lake Sword Pool, your branch of the Song clan will definitely rise in this general trend and enjoy the glory of the mortal world for at least 100 years. After that, your family's descendants will have no one to blame but themselves." The old man was only in the shape of a ghost, but there was still green smoke that condensed into a long sword hanging on his waist. The sword chi was gone, but the sword wool was abundant. Obviously, the old man must have been a swordsman when he was alive. After hearing old Yang's promise, the old man showed joy on his face. He bowed again and said, "Thank you, Divine Lord, for your grace." Old Yang then waved his sleeve. Immediately, golden talismans covered the body of the old man with green smoke. It was a protective talisman that ensured that the old man with the otherworldly item could walk freely in the world. The latter's spirit was stabilized, his aura skyrocketed, and his sword will flourished. If not for the smoke that old Yang breathed out to cover him, he would probably be furious and alert all the Qi cultivators in the Longquan County. Old Yang said, "Go. Chao Jun has already gone to the capital of Dali. You can tell him directly about this matter. Song Qing, if you dare to break the rules, not only will your soul be scattered on the spot, I will also guarantee that your branch of the Song clan will be completely eradicated. I will cut off your bloodline and there will be no trace of your branch of the Song clan for thousands of years to come." The old man clasped his fist and said solemnly, "I won't dare to offend you, Divine Lord." Old Yang sneered and said, "It's useless to say more. I will see what you do." The old man received the order and disappeared in a flash. After the otherworldly item in the small temple disappeared, old Yang raised his head and looked at the vast and heavy sky. He was speechless for a long time. In the end, he said helplessly, "God is watching over us. Whatever we do, God is watching. If that's really the case, why do we have to do this?" On the second floor of a restaurant in a small town outside the Swordwater Villa, an old man and a young man sat opposite each other by the window. They were eating hot pot. The table was filled with dishes. Spring bamboo shoots, yellow throats, lamb meat, goose intestines, duck blood. Of course, there were also 2 pots of good wine and a plate of fresh spicy sauce that he had made himself. It was bright red and could make people who didn't eat spicy food feel numb. In fact, Chen Pingan didn't eat spicy food that much. However, he couldn't stand Senior Song's persuasion. He said that the restaurant had more than 7 kinds of homemade spicy sauces and that it would be a pity if one of them was missing. Therefore, Chen Pingan forced himself to add a spoonful of each dish. Since Song Yusher never showed his real identity in the villa or the town, the chubby restaurant manager didn't know who the sword sage was. He didn't even know who the old master of the Swordwater Villa was. He only knew that Brother Song was an expert in food and wouldn't let his hot pot and good wine go to waste. Therefore, when he saw the old man come with his friends, he was very happy. He personally led them to the second floor and picked a good seat. From the beginning to the end, he didn't need the waiter to serve the dishes and wine. The manager did everything himself. Chen Pingan was sweating profusely and his face was flushed. However, he couldn't beat the delicious food in front of him. Besides, he was paying the bill this time. If he didn't eat as much as possible, Chen Pingan would feel uncomfortable. Song Yusher looked at the young man who was eating freely. When he couldn't stand the spicy food, he would even drink a mouthful of wine stupidly. It was really spicy. However, he was unwilling to put down his chopsticks. He stared at the food in the hot pot that was about to be eaten. Song Yushir was in a good mood. Compared to the past, when he came here alone, the old man ate much faster. Song Yushir picked up a cup of wine and stopped calling himself old man. He suddenly said, "Chen Pingan, actually, according to the old rules, I shouldn't appear in the waterside pavilion. When a martial artist breaks through the realm, it's the same as when a chi cultivator goes into seclusion on the mountain. The most taboo is to be seen by outsiders. Therefore, I punish myself with a cup of wine." The old man drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Chen Pingan quickly picked up the wine cup and swallowed the food in his mouth. The old man put the old iron sword that his grandson was unwilling to take over on the stone table in the courtyard. He then walked to the door alone. During this time, the old man looked at the main room of the small courtyard. However, he didn't say anything. Song Fengshan asked with a hoarse voice, "Grandpa, where are you going?" The old man strode forward and smiled. "Grandpa's sword has been left in the pool under the waterfall for so many years. I'm going to retrieve it." Song Fengshan stood there motionlessly until the old man's figure was far away. The door in the courtyard slowly opened and a young woman walked out. "Aren't you going to stop Grandpa?" Song Fengshan wiped away his tears and reached out to gently press the sword on the table. He smiled confidently and said, "Since we already have a plan, everything is under our control. Don't you want to see a man with a sword standing in front of the army and preventing the army from advancing? Anyway, as your grandson, I want to see it. I've been secretly thinking about it for so many years." The young woman was baffled. How did old ancestor think it through? Following which, the woman became somewhat worried. In the future, the old ancestor might not like what we do in the villa. Song Fengshan snorted, "At most, I'll let Grandpa stab me a few more times. When the time comes, I'll take out my father's sword. Let's see if old master is willing to be ruthless." The young woman joked, "Oh, you haven't called me Grandpa for over 20 years. Today, the sun has risen from the west. Calling me Grandpa is so smooth." Song Fengshan turned and stared at her. The young woman smiled sweetly. She was actually a Dali death soldier. One day, when the Dali army stepped on the central territory of the Aquarius continent, she would be able to openly hang up the peace plate that the Dali imperial court had issued to the people on the mountain. Song Fengshan was well aware of this point. On the second day, the General Assembly to elect the new martial arts alliance leader was held at the Swordwater Villa. On the road from the Swordwater Villa to the Swordwater Villa, the cavalry galloped. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky. In the army, there was a general in bright heavy armor, riding a tall horse. The man had a smile on his face as he looked into the distance. It could be said that he was very proud of his achievements. After he flattened that Bulsh *T Swordwater Villa, he would be the undisputed #1 person in the Shu Shui nation with the greatest military exploits. The great general suddenly squinted his eyes. In front of the army, a black-robed old man who was hailed as the sword saint of the Swordwater country took out his sword from the waterfall and stood in front of the army. But behind the old man, there was a young man carrying a sword with a wine gourd hanging on his waist. Before punching the thousands of soldiers and horses, the young man took out the sword-strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. 8 Pap 244, 10,000 Words Chapter. The sword hanging on Song Yufan's waist was taken from the waterfall yesterday. It was a divine weapon that even the chi cultivators in the mountains had to avoid. It was named Diran. In fact, the place where Song Yufan first saw this sword was in the deep pool under the waterfall. It was at the foot of the waterfall where Chen Pingan practiced the sword furnace stance under the waterfall. There was a hidden mechanism in the boulder. That year, Song Yufan got this sword by chance. His swordsmanship and the famous sword complemented each other. That was how he became the future sword sage of Combe country. After the death of his son, Song Gaofeng, Song Yufan changed his sword and hid the Iran sword with a special bamboo scabbard in the boulder again. Song Yufan rummaged through the ancient books and finally found a secret record. It was said that this sword was once made by a martial god from another continent and was lost in the Aquarius continent. It was unknown where it went. There was a record of a sharpening light splitting 5 mountains, sword chi cutting blasphemy. At this time, Song Yufan hung the yellow long sword in the scabbard. He looked at the imperial army that suddenly slowed down. The old man in black was worthy of the name of the sword. He stood upright without fear. There were nearly 10,000 people in the rebellion suppression army of the Combe country. 3,000 of them were the direct subordinates of General Chu Hao. They were all born in the frontier battlefield and were the first-class elite soldiers of the Combe country. In addition, there were 4,000 to 5,000 local elites drawn from the garrisons in various places. There were also more than 1,000 old constables dispatched by the provincial government and Jianghu heroes who were bought over with a lot of money. Of course, there was also a group of Jianghu masters gathered by General Chu Hao himself. Almost all of them were the rich dowry of the woman that the emperor had married personally. Although the old father-in-law died in the Jianghu vendetta, he had been the chief of Jianghu for almost 20 years before that. He also had the imperial court as his backer and secretly cultivated many shady Jianghu subordinates. Later, they all became the retainers of his son-in-law Chu Hao. Although so many years had passed, the woman who slept with Chu Hao still hated the Swordwater Villa and had a knot in her heart. Chu Hao was very clear about this. He agreed but would not act rashly. Before the emperor said anything, he would use the identity of the general's residence to provoke a martial Dao master whose swordsmanship was the best in Combe country. Therefore, the woman had a lot of complaints. Fortunately, the Swordwater Villa's courting death and the emperor was enraged. Chu Hao took advantage of the opportunity to ask for help. To be honest, if a wife had a knot in her heart, it would be hard to untie it. Chu Hao, as a famous figure who had been at the border for many years, also had a knot in his heart. You, a woman, clearly knew that Song Gaofeng was already married. The two of them loved each other and even had a sword saint as a father. Why should he divorce his wife and marry you just because you were the daughter of the Wulian Alliance head? Then in a fit of anger, you found someone to destroy the flower bed. If it were Chu Hao, he would have mobilized the army under him and killed until blood flowed like a river. But then again, Chu Hao was not the pitiful Song Gaofeng who suffered an unexpected calamity. Since they were already husband and wife, he had obtained the emperor's trust and married this beautiful woman. He also had more than 10 top experts of Jianghu under his command. He had killed 3 birds with 1 stone and made such a profitable deal. The ambitious and ruthless Chu Hao did not think much of this knot in his heart. In addition, the old chief of Jianghu had been killed by Song Gaofeng, who had destroyed his face, on the day he washed his hands in a golden basin. This made the woman much more restrained these years. For the most part, she was content to take care of her husband and children. In the capital of Jianghu, she had formed good relations with other titled madams. This had increased Chu Hao's prestige and made his official career much smoother. Chu Hao felt that he had to thank Song Gaofeng for teaching her a lesson. Otherwise, he would have been the one to suffer. Before leaving the capital this time, his wife had secretly followed him. Now, she was secretly living in the provincial capital. She suggested that after they flattened Jianghu Manor, the old sword Saint Song Yufan did not have to die. He could escape, but the evil spawn Song Fengshan, who was said to look like his mother, had to be burned to ashes. When the time came, she would personally take Song Fengshan's ashes and smash it on the tombs of that adulterous couple. She wanted them to personally see the end of the Song family's bloodline. the mouth of a green snake and the stinger of a wasp. Both were good, but a woman's heart was the most vicious. As expected of Chu Hao's legal wife. This was a good thing. Chu Hao collected his thoughts. He held the reins of his horse with one hand and blocked the sunlight with the other. He continued to leisurely gaze at the road. The official road here was wide, and the two sides of the road were flat. Not only was it suitable for infantry to form a formation, but it was also not too difficult for cavalry to charge. That old man Song, who was used to tyrannical behavior in the Jianghu, was truly a reckless man who did not know the difference between life and death. He did not know how to lead an army to war and still dared to play the hero. It was time for him to be burned to ashes along with Jianghu Manor. Chu Hao looked at the old man from the Jianghu that he had heard of even in the distant capital. The corner of his mouth twitched. He put down his arm and rubbed the golden paper knife that the emperor had bestowed him. He smiled and said, "It's a pity for this heroic spirit. That's good too. In the future, when people talk about this matter, they will only say that I, Chu Hao, killed a sword saint in front of a formation." On the battlefield, there was a saying that one could fight against 10,000 people. Unfortunately, those were just words of flattery. There were indeed fierce generals that could not be underestimated. They had astonishing physical strength and were good at personally breaking through enemy lines. If they had a divine steed as a mount, they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. However, fighting against 10,000 people, that did not exist. Chu Hao was a veteran of hundreds of battles. He was definitely not someone who would lie down and enjoy life. He had never seen such a godly person. Song Yufan stood in place. "If I really run away, I'll be so fast that even I can't help but give you a thumbs up." Although it sounded like a joke, the old man turned around and looked at the young man carefully. It didn't seem like a joke at all. The old man was relieved. Heroically, he reached out and pressed the hilt of the upright sword. "Good. Then I'll wait for you to treat me to a hot pot." Chen Pingan suddenly asked softly, "Can I bring my own wine to eat hot pot in a restaurant?" Although he had the sword-strengthening gourd, the flying sword, and the mind talisman, he was still as stingy as before. The old man laughed and said, "It's not about being generous. It's very generous." Song Yufan rushed forward and pulled out his long sword from the bamboo scabbard. Sword chi lingered between heaven and earth. He laughed loudly. "Let me go first. Just bring up the rear for me." On one side, there were only 2 people. On the other side, there were 10,000 soldiers. However, the latter faced the old and young Jianghu people as if they were facing a formidable enemy. When the war drum sounded, some young soldiers from the local garrison swallowed subconsciously. Because the sword chi was close. When facing 2 Jianghu boorish people, it was enough to exhaust them. There was no need to pay attention to the arrangement of troops on the battlefield. It was nothing more than the cavalry in the vanguard charging, and then appropriately pulling the front line and supporting from the left and right to cover the path of the sword saint from the Combe country. Then, the infantrymen at the rear would set up the formation. With the swords and shields in the front, the spears pierced out and formed layers of iron walls. In addition to the standard infantry crossbows of the Combe country, there were also dozens of divine bows taken from the imperial treasury. They were meticulously made by the craftsmen of the Mahist school and had always been relied on by military generals. The tip of the arrow was engraved with cloud pattern talisman, the shaft was made of fine iron, and the arrow feather was made of golden eagle feathers. Each arrow was tough and heavy. Therefore, ordinary divine archers couldn't control it. Only soldiers with good martial arts attainments could pull the bowstring to the fullest. It was very powerful, and its speed, range, and accuracy were far better than ordinary strong bows. In the end, there were close to 20 lackeys of the Jianghu gathered around Great General Chu Hao. It was extremely difficult for Song Yulao to open the formation alone and kill his way to Chu Hao. However, Chu Hao knew that he had victory in his grasp. The 3,000 elite cavalry under his command didn't fear the title of Sword Saint and dared to charge head-on. However, it didn't mean that the rest of his troops were fearless of death. Chu Hao had been on the battlefield for a long time, and he was well aware of this. Therefore, he sent someone to pass a message to the local garrison generals. For every soldier that died in the war, the imperial court would give a jaw-dropping 100 taels of silver as compensation. The family of the soldier that died in the war would be exempted from military service for 10 years. However, those who dared to back out would be executed immediately. Moreover, they would be punished according to the law of the border army, and their families would be exiled thousands of miles away. With the rewards and punishments, the entire army could only fight to the death. Great General Chu Hao rode his horse and stood under the mighty banner that swayed in the wind. He was very satisfied. With the army at the border, the boorish people of the Jianghu were just mantises trying to stop a chariot. The emperor had privately promised him that he could take half of the property of the Jianghu manor as a reward for the Chu clan's army. The remaining half would be handed over to the national treasury. However, Chu Hao's ability to lead troops was outstanding here. Except for a few who fainted, most of the riders floated to the ground or rolled up. They pulled out their sabers and directly charged at Song Yulao. The title of the Sword Saint of the Combe country, the so-called number one person in the Jianghu, was not enough to scare these elite warriors who had been soaked in blood and laid in piles of bones. In the western region of the Aquarius continent, there were dozens of countries around the colorful dress country. Among them, the colorful dress country had the most troops and was the most powerful country on the table. This was especially so for their number of cavalry troops. As for their actual combat strength, whether it was the ancient Yu country that produced heavy armored infantry, the Songshi country that was proficient in archery and horse riding, or the Combe country with valiant folk customs, they were all qualified to laugh at the colorful dress country's border army. It was not easy for a powerful general with the surname Ma to emerge, but he was pushed aside by the big boss at the border to retire in Yanji County. Such a big piece of greasy meat was enough for the three countries bordering the colorful dress country to have a full meal. Chu Hao personally led troops to intimidate the Jianghu not only because of his wife's personal grudge, but also because he wanted to fight for the position of the commander-in-chief of the punitive expedition against the colorful dress country. He wanted to gain more prestige for himself. Otherwise, even if His Majesty was more inclined to Chu Hao, it would inevitably attract criticism from some meritorious seniors and the influential members of the imperial family. The Sword Saint's head that he delivered was not lighter than the weight of a sword water manor. Chu Hao, who was under the heavy protection of the formation, couldn't help but laugh. The heavens are helping me. Song Yuburn, kill, just kill. When you are an arrow at the end of its flight, let's see how you can still show off. I, Chu Hao, will soon have hundreds of thousands of border troops and lead them to the north. When I get the first merit of destroying the colorful dress country, there might be a place for me in the Aquarius Continent's Decennial Lakeview Academy General Evaluation. That Dolly Song Jiangqiang in the north is just relying on his status as a relative of the imperial family. When it comes to commanding troops on the battlefield, a northern barbarian who drinks raw meat and drinks blood is nothing. Chu Hao clenched the paper cutter that was bestowed by the imperial family. His smile grew wider and he couldn't help but repeat, the heavens are helping me. On the road, Song Yuburn, who was facing the opposing cavalry, was already less than 50 steps away from the cavalry formation after successfully blocking 2 waves of arrows. With his forward speed, the cavalry had already given up on shooting and charged toward the black-clothed old man in a familiar charging posture. Song Yuburn's mind moved slightly. He rushed forward and moved a few steps to the side, dodging an extremely swift and insidious arrow. The momentum was far greater than the cavalry's previous volley of arrows. After that, the old man changed his position 3 times and perfectly dodged the special arrows. He shook his 2 fingers and controlled the long sword in the air to charge forward. He laughed and said, "Cut the horses and open the formation." Those saber-wielding cavalrymen who fell from the horses wanted to fight to the death, but their sabers missed the target. They only felt that an illusory smoke brushed past them, and the black-clothed old man was no longer in front of them. The sword swept forward like a flying sword, like a flood dragon swimming in the river. Several war horses had their legs chopped off in the blink of an eye. The extremely resilient long spear was like a bowstring, and with a muffled bang, Chen Pingan was thrown 7 or 8 meters into the air. His hand still held the end of the long spear, not abandoning it. The young man with a sword on his back, with a face full of determination, looked like an immortal flying through the wind and landed in the empty space in front of the foot formation behind the cavalry formation. The young man's sleeves fluttered, and after his feet landed, he didn't stop. He took a step back and raised his arm, throwing the horse spear high into the air with all his strength. Then, he made a gesture of patting the wine pot at his waist and jumped up, his figure instantly disappearing. It was as if an immortal had used the magical ability to shrink 1,000 li. Then, they saw the young man step on the long spear in an inconceivable manner, 1 foot in front and 1 foot behind, like the legendary sword immortal flying the sword, full of a carefree and relaxed feeling that was difficult for martial artists on the battlefield to understand. If the enemy camp wasn't mentioned, perhaps there would be people who couldn't help but cheer. Then, a scene that made people stomp their feet and curse occurred. That young man in the formation, not only did he fly forward on the long spear, he even picked up the wine gourd and raised his head to drink a mouthful of wine. Everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred, but in the depths of their hearts, weren't they also a little fascinated? The tragedy of the battlefield, the heroism of the Jianghu. Originally, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Just like how the sword saint from the Shu Shui nation broke the formation, especially when his sword energy cut through the foot formation, how tragic and bloody was it. However, this young man with a sword on his back didn't kill a single person as he moved forward. He just followed the old man in black to break the formation without saying a word. They were both breaking the formation, but they were both so elegant. Because the long spear swept forward too quickly and this action was too unbelievable, the foot archers in the square formation were somewhat confused. However, under the orders of the leading general, they specifically ordered the strongest elite soldiers in the army to intercept and kill this person with their strong bows. Of course, there was no need to mention the experts on the battlefield who were qualified to wield the Mahis divine bow. They had already drawn their bows like a full moon, and the treasures of the military school shot out one after another. Strange phenomena appeared everywhere, and there were even more shocking surprises that appeared. From the red wine gourd on the waist of the young man with a sword on his back, 2 dazzling fireflies suddenly flew out, 1 white and 1 dark green. Under the long spear, they shattered the arrows one by one. Chen Pingan, who still had his hand behind him and held the hilt of the wooden sword, leaped forward and shouted, "Senior Song, don't worry about it." In the face of a great enemy, the brawny man's double axes were about to chop down, and Green Bamboo's sword immortal was eyeing him covetously. Song Yu smiled knowingly and actually took a breath. Green Bamboo's sword immortal, who was standing on the horse's back, struck with his sword. Chen Pingan, who was in the air, mumbled something that no one could hear. Then, he fell into a state of emptiness that he had never experienced before. He forgot about everything, and his sword heart was clear. There was once an ancient temple scholar wood sword that easily split open the pink-robed great demon's golden light formation. Since I'm not strong enough, I'll use the sword today like I'm learning boxing. 1 punch at a time, I'll take it slow. There will be a day when I can throw out 1,000,000 punches. First, I'll take the meaning, not the form. I'll just throw out the sword. If there is a mountain, it will split the mountain, if there is a river, it will break the river. The 18 holts of sword chi in his body was no longer restrained. Like a flood breaking through a dam, it rushed through the deserted chi residences that had long been regarded as useless by modern sword cultivators. Chen Pingan suddenly pulled out the scholar wood sword in an instant. With a dazzling sword chi that he couldn't see, he slashed at the 2-foot-tall golden-armored strongman. Along with the giant halberd, the golden-armored strongman was slashed apart. Chen Pingan, who had landed on both feet, raised his head. A huge crack appeared on the golden-armored strongman's body. Silver light burst out, and the golden armor shattered. It fell to the ground in front of him and then shattered with a loud bang. Golden light and silver radiance filled the sky. Chen Pingan, who was sweating and kneeling, was dazed for a moment. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He straightened his back and gripped the scholar wood sword in his hand. In the Jianghu, I have a sword. The young man had never felt so hearty before. He wanted to vent the pent-up frustrations in his heart so much. In the midst of the army of 10,000, he held the scholar tree's sword that had been completed in one strike. He shouted loudly, "Great Li's Chen Pingan is here." Green Bamboo Sword Fairy, who had been standing on the back of his warhorse all this time, sighed. He glanced reluctantly at the bamboo scabbard at Song Yubern's waist. This Pine Stream Sword Fairy, whose reputation in the Jianghu was even greater than Song Fingshan's, leaned back and pushed off with the tip of his foot. In an instant, he flew backwards. He turned around in the air and stepped on the heads of the soldiers behind the banner. Just like that, he drifted far away. After completely leaving the Shu Shui army, the young sword fairy put away the piece of bamboo hanging at his waist and slowly walked towards the provincial capital. Looking back at the banner, he said regretfully, "If I want to seize that green immortal mountain bamboo scabbard again, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. If this Song Yubern can survive this time, he should be able to live for at least 20 or 30 years, right?" Green Bamboo Sword Fairy's desertion immediately caused the morale of the Shu Shui army to fall into chaos. Chu Hao's eyes were somewhat puzzled. He turned his head and looked at the formations of the various garrisons. It was only slightly better than blowing up the camp. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be in such a mess. Although these 4 garrisons of the Shu Shui army were far inferior to his own troops, 2 of them were elite infantry headquarters. They had been nurtured by border battles for many years and were far from being in such a sorry state. When Chu Hao saw the commander of one of the garrisons, not only did he not stop the terrible situation that was on the verge of collapse, he instead sat high on his horse with his arms crossed over his chest as if he was an outsider. Chu Hao's face immediately turned ashen. He was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to urge his horse to gallop over and hack him into mincemeat. Chu Hao's expression changed greatly. He raised his butt and looked into the distance. He didn't know when, but the solid formation of the garrisons had become an obstacle to the rescue of the Chu clan's elite cavalry. It had already isolated him and dozens of his personal retainers from the 3,000 elite cavalry. Song Yubern was facing the strong man with the axe and the talisman invited by the old man in the brocade robe by himself. He still had the strength to spare and was observing Chu Hao's every move. Chen Pingan gradually discovered the strangeness of the development of the situation. The ferocious attack of the formation gradually decreased. Except for the group of Jianghu masters who had gathered to attack him, the arrows and spears in the army became sparser and sparser. In the end, they simply watched the fire burning across the river. Moreover, there were constantly generals who looked like commandants riding their horses in the gaps of the formation, constantly telling something to some of their subordinate Dekarches and elite soldiers. Song Yubern cut a brass strongman in half at the waist with his sword. The talisman who had been beaten back to his original form turned into ashes in the air. Then, he slashed 2 huge axes with his sword. A long string of dazzling sparks exploded and shot out in all directions. The hot sparks from the axes shattered the armors of the soldiers in the distance. When they hit the armors of the soldiers in the distance, they even made a slight sound of metal and stone. It could be seen how shocking the cultivation of the #1 martial artist of the Combe country on the battlefield was. After forcing back the military cultivator of the imperial court of the Combe country, Song Yubern pointed the tip of his sword at Chu Hao and said with a smile, "I've come a long way to welcome you. I only invite General Chu Hao to the villa as a guest. As for the rest of you, if you want to fight to the death, then fight to the death. Standing under my sword, you are responsible for your own life and death." Under the big banner, there was a loud bang. It turned out that Chen Pingan had unknowingly moved the battlefield with more than 10 Jianghu experts to a place less than 50 steps away from the big banner. Then, he entrusted his back to the 2 flying swords of Qi and Shiwu and secretly used a mind talisman. He directly passed the small battlefield of Song Yubern and the 2 Qi cultivators and appeared 10 steps away from the horse of General Chu Hao, who was wearing the sweet dew armor. With a big stride, he stomped heavily on the ground. Then, he tilted his body upward and punched the head of the handsome horse with his right fist. The tall horse's head was smashed and its legs were broken. Chu Hao, who was second to none in the military talent of the Combe country and was only at the 3rd realm of martial arts, immediately fell forward. In the end, he happened to be punched in the chest by Chen Pingan's left fist. Although the anima energy contained in the sweet dew armor condensed at the area where Chen Pingan's fist hit almost at the same time, Chu Hao was still smashed into the sky by the punch. He fell heavily on the ground 30 feet away, stirring up a cloud of dust on the official road. Chen Pingan continued to run forward. A squire of the Chu clan's elite cavalry rode forward angrily. The squire, who was skilled in horsemanship, tightened the reins and drove the horse to raise its 2 hooves high, stomping heavily on the head of the young sword immortal. Chen Pingan accelerated and dashed forward. He bent his back and appeared at the belly of the horse. Then, he straightened his back in an instant and slammed his shoulder into the horse, causing it to fly backward with its hooves in the air. Chen Pingan went straight forward, exerting strength in his legs. It was exactly the same as the scene of the young eagle crossing the stream in his hometown. Chu Hao, who had just struggled to get up, was punched in the head. The sweet dew armor of the military school emitted a dazzling spiritual light. Chu Hao fell backward dizzily again. His eyes rolled and he completely fainted. Chen Pingan had also come to the side of this guy who vowed to be one of the top 10 generals of the continent. He squatted down and stretched out his hand to grab Chu Hao's neck. Then, he stood up and lifted the neck of the Combe country's great general, who was suspended in the air, to the height of his shoulder. He shook it and turned to smile at Song Yusha. "Senior Song, I have caught him." The situation was already over. The 2 Qi refinement warriors of the royal family exchanged glances and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Song Yusha was not aggressive. He kept his Iran sword and put it back into the bamboo sheath. He cupped his fists and said to the 2 top Qi refinement warriors of the Combe country, "Sorry for the offense. Please pass a message to His Majesty. No matter how the imperial court deals with it in the future, the Swordwater Villa and I will take it on." Then, the old man dashed forward. Sword auras fell like rain. The dozens of retainers and elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan who were desperately charging towards Chen Pingan were all chopped off. The old man landed beside Chen Pingan. "Let's go. As long as we leave the battle formation and return to the villa, we will be safe. The soldiers of the imperial court are disunited. They are no longer a threat for the time being." The entire Combe country's infantry fell into silence. The elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan who were blocked outside the infantry formation in the distance probably realized that something was amiss at Dawu's side. After communicating with the infantry formation to no avail, they began to charge towards the formation under the lead of a cavalry general. The infantry formation in front, which did not dare to fight against the elite cavalrymen with swords and spears, and did not dare to disperse without permission, slowly dispersed to the sides, trying to make a path for the cavalry to gallop. Chen Pingan said in a low voice, "I can still use the mind talisman one more time." Song Yusha laughed. "Then I will cover your rear this time. Remember not to turn around and cut through the formation. Retreat to the right side and we will return via the mountain path. Otherwise, the 3,000 elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan will be a little difficult to deal with." Chen Pingan nodded. He took a deep breath and grabbed Chu Hao's neck, activating the mind talisman. Only now did everyone know why the young sword immortal was able to disappear on the spot several times. The young man's figure disappeared without a trace, but Great General Chu Hao's figure was almost floating horizontally, like a woman's long sleeves dragging in the air. When the young sword immortal finally revealed himself, he began to display the graceful bearing of a celestial being who rode the wind. But for some reason, the young man with the sword on his back staggered at the beginning, and only after that did he seem to be walking on flat ground. Song Yusha dashed forward and followed Chen Pingan away from the battlefield. After several ups and downs, he and Chen Pingan soon turned into two black dots and finally entered the mountain forest on both sides of the official road. Once they entered the mountain forest, the outcome was already decided. Song Yusha thought of Chen Pingan's stagger and asked worriedly, "Did you suffer from internal injuries?" Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head. "There is a little ancestor who is throwing a tantrum with me. I'm fine." The first time he rode the wind above the army, he actually stepped on Chu Yi and 15. The second time, Chu Yi was unhappy and purposely let Chen Pingan step on empty air. Then, it returned to the blade-strengthening gourd to sleep. Fortunately, 15's flying speed was extremely fast and could keep up with Chen Pingan's pace. Song Yusha sighed. Legend has it that there is a martial arts master who successfully reached the martial god realm in the north. Not only can he hover in the void at will, but he can also ride the wind and fly, just like a sword immortal riding a sword. Remembering what Zhu He said at Chess Block Mountain, Chen Pingan nodded and blurted out, "That is the 8th realm of martial arts, called the Ascendant Realm. Because it can ride the wind, it is also called the Distance Travel Realm. It is very cool." Song Yusha was confused. Isn't the realm above the 6th realm called the Martial God Realm? Chen Pingan was also confused. He shook his head and said, "I heard that is not the case. The realm above the 6th realm does start to focus on spirit refinement, but it doesn't seem to be qualified to be called Martial God. I only know that the 7th realm of the Golden Body realm is qualified to be called Master. The 8th realm is the Ascendant realm, the 9th realm is the Peak realm, and then there is the 10th realm. Now, there is one in Dali, Song Jianqiang. He is the uncle of the guy next door to me in Mud Bottle Alley. I have seen Song Jianqiang once in the alley. He is very powerful and looks like a master." The sword saint of Combe Country felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Chen Pingan saw the expression on the senior's face and quickly swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. For example, the barefoot old man who taught him the fist art and the 3rd realm of martial arts was a 10th realm martial artist. Moreover, the old man with the surname Chui was the first 10th realm master in the Aquarius continent after hundreds of years. Song Yufan quickly understood and smiled, "You are just a frog at the bottom of the well. No worries, no worries. As long as there is a great scene above the 6th realm of martial arts, then it is a great thing. Otherwise, if all the beautiful scenes in the world are seen by the gods on the mountain, then wouldn't us martial artists have no face at all?" It shouldn't be like this. Chen Pingan, who was still holding Chu Hao in one hand, nodded his head. He thought that if old Song could go to his hometown, he would definitely have the same taste as that fellow in the bamboo house. In the end, there were still some people who wouldn't sit at the same table and drink just because of the difference in martial arts realms. This old Song beside him was really amazing in Chen Pingan's eyes. So no matter where this old man went or who he met, he would be respected. After Chu Hao's true chi was used up, the dew armor turned back into a silver ingot and fell to the ground. Chen Pingan picked it up with the tip of his foot and put it into his bag. Then he used a bit of strength and shook his wrist, causing that General Chu, who had woken up but didn't dare to open his eyes, to faint again. Song Yufan smiled knowingly. To encounter such a young sword immortal from greatly, it could be said that Chu Hao was blessed. Chen Pingan asked, "What's next?" Song Yufan sighed. No matter how eager the 3,000 elite cavalry are to save their master, they won't be stupid enough to attack the Sword Water Manor. My grandson Fengshan is obviously behind this imperial army. They are already in a mess and won't assist the Chu clan's elite cavalry to attack. They will only retreat to the provincial capital and wait for the changes. Song Yufan's face was a bit gloomy, but the sudden death of the sword immortal of the Cai Kingdom, the appearance of a demon in Yanji County, and our Sword Water Manor. I think the academy will make a move. Chen Pingan asked, "Academy? Is it the Lakeview Academy, one of the 72 Confucian academies?" Song Yufan sighed, "Yes. For thousands of years, the Aquarius continent has been peaceful on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The academy is the credit of all the imperial courts. However, I never thought that this time, the Sword Water Manor might stand opposite the Lakeview Academy. Once the teachers of the academy appear, the manor will probably be like this imperial army. The people's hearts will be scattered, and the manor's century-old reputation will be destroyed overnight." Chen Pingan had some impression of the Lakeview Academy. First, it was as famous as the former Cliff Academy founded by Mr. Qi. Second, it was the disturbance of the wedding dress ghost. On the way back from the Great Sui Kingdom to the Huangting Kingdom, the young Cui Dong mentioned some incredible inside stories that were related to the scholars of the Lakeview Academy. The last one was the first gentleman of the Lakeview Academy, Cui Minghuang, who once represented the Confucian school of the Aquarius continent to enter the Lizhu cave heaven. But why did Senior Song, who dared to take the head of a general in the army, have such complicated emotions when he mentioned the academy? Song Yufan mocked himself, facing the academy. "I don't have the courage to fight to the death. I'm so worried." Chen Pingan didn't quite understand. Song Yufan seemed to see through the young man's mind. With his hands behind his back, he slowed down in the forest and looked at the sparse sunlight shining through the leaves like grains of gold on the ground. After a moment of silence, the old man finally said helplessly, "Don't you know that the words of the teachers of the academy are the greatest truth in the world? I once saw with my own eyes a sage from Lakeview Academy. At such a young age, he was able to make the sword god of colorful robes nation come out to welcome him from afar and ask for advice on morality and knowledge. The young sage was wearing a high hat and broad belt, sitting upright and still. Sitting opposite the sword god who was like a child, that lofty bearing was really another kind of invincible." Song Yufan smiled. "So, 100 or 1,000 Song Yufans can't compare to the words of the academy's teacher. You are wrong and you should be punished." Chen Pingan asked a question. "What if the teachers of the academy don't make sense? What if the gentleman and sage also make mistakes?" Song Yufan smiled and said, "There will be the teachings of the sage." Chen Pingan was deep in thought. He grabbed a general by the neck. The latter's feet were dragged on the ground in the forest, making rustling sounds. 246. It was common sense that one needed to rest after a battle. Since the army of the imperial court was no longer a threat and Song Fengshan was guarding the manor, Song Yufan wasn't in a hurry to return. He was waiting for Chu Hao to wake up so that he could ask him some questions. As long as a martial artist didn't harm his body, soul, and vitality, he could recover to his peak after a period of rest. The duration differed from person to person. Song Yufan originally thought that the martial god realm was Chen Pingan's so-called golden body, ascension, and mountain peak realms. It was said that the transformation of the old and new true qi could be completed in an instant. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see the truth, so there were no flaws. Green bamboo sword deity wouldn't appear when he was waiting on the battlefield. Therefore, there was a domineering saying in the underworld of the Aquarius continent, martial gods are at the peak before they die in battle. However, Song Yufan only heard about it from rumors and Chen Pingan only knew about the realms. As for the martial path mountain peak, the three realms of spirit refinement were still shrouded in fog. Song Yufan saw that Chen Pingan didn't look too good and felt that it was abnormal. Logically speaking, after a martial artist left the battlefield, his aura should be stable. However, Chen Pingan showed signs of fatigue and stopped walking. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Did you suffer an internal injury?" Chen Pingan first checked on Chu Hao. Chu Hao's breathing was slow and steady and there didn't seem to be any signs of him waking up. However, Chen Pingan didn't say anything. It was as if he had followed Lu Xianyang around the mountains when he was young and caught a snake. He only needed to shake the snake's body to loosen its tendons and scatter its bones. Then, he shook his wrist and completely knocked out the general of the Comb River Nation. Chu Hao, who thought that he had concealed himself well, cried out in grief. His vision turned black and he lost consciousness. With such a *T sword immortal who didn't care about the rules of the pugilistic world, he was really at his wit's end this time. Chen Pingan then explained to Song Yushao, "Because I am not a sword cultivator from the mountain, it takes me a lot of effort to control the two flying swords. Although they can kill enemies on their own after leaving the blade-strengthening gourd, I still need to divide some of my spirit into the flying swords, like their scabbards. Otherwise, they would not stay outside the Qi Palace or the blade-strengthening gourd for too long. Also, I have used the mind talisman a bit too much, and the 2 breaths were a bit rushed. I feel a bit uncomfortable now, but it doesn't matter. As long as there are no major battles in the near future, I can make up for it by breathing in and out." Song Yufan felt relieved as he walked in the forest. The shade of the trees and the sunlight complemented each other. The old man felt relaxed and happy. It was not only because the knot in his heart had been untied, but also because he had met a young friend whom he could entrust his life to. His hope for Jianghu had been rekindled. Even if people's hearts were no longer what they used to be, Jianghu still existed. The old man suddenly laughed. "Chen Pingan, although you have a blade-strengthening gourd and don't need to spend a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to repair the flaws of your natal flying swords, that's another matter." Chu Hao actually invited the green bamboo sword immortal from Songshi country to help him. "This time, without your help, I would definitely have died under the siege of the army. Therefore, when I return to the villa, I will take all the light snow money as a reward. It's not a lot, less than 2,000 pieces after so many years." Feng Shan went to the Immortal's Ferry to buy Tsang water and used half of it, so I can only give you 800 to 900 pieces of light snow money. Speaking of this, the old man was a bit embarrassed and mocked himself. "I never thought that the life of sword sage Song Yushao from Brushing Water Country was worth less than 1,000 pieces of light snow money." Chen Pingan thought for a moment and nodded. "Senior Song, I only need 300 to 400 pieces of light snow money. You don't have to give me all of it. Song Fengshan will definitely need it in the future." Although in the square-inch item of the flying sword 15, there was a pile of light snow money that the green-clothed child had used to buy the ordinary snake gall stone, as well as 8 pieces of even more precious light snow money, so it wasn't a small amount. However, under Wei Pai's recommendation, Chen Pingan had seen with his own eyes the scene of Oxhorn Mountain's Chui Zhai. He was worried that when he arrived at the Immortals Ferry, he would miss out on the mountain item that he liked. As for Senior Song and the Swordwater Villa, Chen Pingan believed in the old man's words. The green hills did not change, and the green waters flowed forever. Chen Pingan's choice to accept the money, but not all of it, was beyond Song Yushao's expectations. The old man couldn't help but laugh. "You're so polite, you're not polite at all. Shao, do you not know what the older generation of Jianghu people would say? Would they pat their chest and say, 'Between brothers, talking about money hurts feelings. If you treat me as a brother, don't talk about this anymore. Otherwise, we won't be brothers anymore.'" Chen Pingan shook his head. "It's even more uncomfortable to owe people money. At least, I'm like this." Song Yushao had a deep understanding of this and nodded. "That's true." The old man finally added, "That's how it should be." In the mountain forest, the mountain breeze blew, the green leaves swayed, and the tree's shade was cool and refreshing. Because of Chen Pingan's physical condition, Song Yushao couldn't walk fast. However, since there was no trouble in his heart, the old man took it as he enjoyed the scenery along the way. Song Yushao only reminded Chen Pingan that the next time Chu Hao woke up, he wouldn't knock him out. He had something to ask. Chen Pingan didn't have anything to say. After determining Chu Hao's martial arts cultivation, the cautious Chen Pingan also felt relieved. He didn't want to carry Chu Hao on his back in the mountains, but he couldn't carry Chu Hao by his neck. After thinking about it, Chen Pingan simply dragged one of Chu Hao's legs, like a mountain king patrolling his territory, and used a broom to sweep the dead branches and leaves in his courtyard. Green Bamboo Sword Deity wasn't afraid of being chased by Song Yushao and the young man. He followed the official road back to the provincial capital leisurely. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the forest by the road in the distance. "The owner of Maimei Tower and I will wait for good news. If you guys had come late, I can't guarantee that the vengeful owner of Maimei Tower will not take revenge on you, Su Lang. I, Lin Gushin, will definitely seek justice from you and the royal family of Songshi country." Su Lang extended a hand and gestured for Lin Gushin to go first. The venerable swordsman swept away. Su Lang also turned and swept towards the official road. But halfway through, Su Lang suddenly stopped. He saw an innocent and charming girl, dressed in a light yellow-pink dress, standing in the middle of the road without a speck of dust on her body. Su Lang slowly walked forward. The young girl fished out a secret letter from her sleeve. There was a vermilion seal on top of the letter to prevent the sender from opening it privately. The young girl said with a smile, "Song Fengshan wanted me to give it to you. He said you'll know once you open the letter. That guy also said that if you agree, you have to nod your head in front of me." "Alright," Song Fengshan promised that in the next 60 years of the pugilistic world, you, Su Lang, will steadily occupy half of the world as a sword immortal. Su Lang pondered for a moment, then fished out 2 gloves sewn from snow-white silk from his sleeve. After putting them on, he beckoned with his hand. "Throw it over." The young girl was one of the 4 evils of the brushing water country, the nanny of the ancient temple. She left the Swordwater Manor this time to not only keep an eye on Song Yufan, but more importantly to find an opportunity to personally deliver this secret letter to Su Lang. This renowned green bamboo sword immortal was actually a relative of the royal family of the Songshi country. However, due to his impure bloodline, he had long lost the opportunity to inherit the throne. Su Lang carefully removed the seal. After opening the letter, he quickly skimmed through the contents of the letter. the corner of his mouth hooked up. Then, with a shake of his wrist, he shattered the letter. Taking off the gloves and putting them back into his sleeve, Su Lang nodded. "Miss, you can go report to Song Fengshan. Since the Swordwater Manor is so sincere, Su Lang will return the favor. Miss, tell Song Fengshan that there will soon be some good news related to the old sword saint. As for the letter, I hope Song Fengshan will keep his word." Immediately, the young girl felt light. She placed her hands behind her back and intertwined her fingers. She smiled sweetly. Although Song Fengshan doesn't understand romance, he's still very steady when doing things. We devils who've lived for hundreds of years still need to be experienced. So, Su Lang, you can rest assured. In the future, you'll be the ruler of more than 10 countries. It's better to sit on the dragon throne than to sit on the dragon throne. Su Lang smiled. Then I'll take advantage of your auspicious words. Great Sword Immortal Su, if you lack someone to sleep with in the future, just let me know. I'll be at your beck and call. The young girl threw a coquettish glance at the handsome man and let out a string of bell-like laughter. Her figure fluttered and dissipated. Then, she turned into a billowing green smoke and rose from the ground. Soon, she disappeared in the air. Su Lang continued to move forward alone. However, he began to weigh the pros and cons. Was it to rush for quick success and get the benefits in his pocket early? Or was it to join forces with Song Fengshan and let him push him to the high position of the ruler of Jianghu? Su Lang suddenly laughed involuntarily. There was a suggestion in the secret letter that was really interesting. Song Fengshan promised that there would be a mighty Jianghu campaign between them every 10 years. The two of them would engage in a battle of the pinnacle. When the time came, Song Fengshan would inherit the title of Sword Sage of Swordwater Manor. As a sword sage, he would engage in a so-called battle of life and death with Su Lang, who had the title of Sword Immortal. In the letter, Song Fengshan had even chosen 3 locations for the battle. The first was when Song Fengshan challenged Su Lang. The location was chosen at the peak of the main hall of the Songshi Kingdom's imperial palace. Su Lang won. The second was chosen at the peak of the waterfall of the Swordwater Manor. Song Fengshan won by a slight margin. The third was arranged at the burial mound of Yanji County in the Cai Kingdom. Su Lang won. Su Lang felt that it was rather interesting. Therefore, he decided to take the heads of the revered sword sage of the ancient Yu Kingdom and the head of the Maoyao sect as a form of reciprocity. Su Lang quickly saw the figures of the Combwater Kingdom's imperial army. His mind was still filled with Song Fengshan's interlocking plans. He muttered, "Jianghu can be played like this." In the end, this sword immortal of the Songshi Kingdom did not head straight for the army. Instead, he turned abruptly and rushed towards the forest alone. It was still 3 against 2. However, this 3 was Song Yushan, Chen Pingan, and Su Lang. They would deal with Lin Guxin and the head of the Maoyao sect together. After Su Lang entered the mountain path in the forest, he deliberately slowed down his pace. He smiled and said, "The Jianghu is dangerous." In the provincial capital, there was an inconspicuous and secluded residence. Esteemed guests from the capital were staying here. Although the residence could not be said to be extravagant, it was unusually clean inside. There were various decorations and it was filled with the simple elegance of a scholarly family. Furthermore, the location was quiet and noisy. Clearly, a great deal of thought had been put into it. There was a woman who lived like a prince standing in the courtyard. Although she was not young, she maintained herself well and still retained her charm. If one did not look closely at the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she seemed like a young woman in her 30s. At this moment, she was bending over and tossing food into a large vat to feed the fish. There were a dozen or so goldfish with exquisite bodies raised inside. There were also numerous lush green water lotuses. The two colors of gold and green complemented each other beautifully. Other than this woman with a luxurious bearing from the capital, there was only a sturdy maidservant with a saber in the courtyard. There was no one else. However, there were mysteries hidden in the alleys and streets around the residence. Not only were there elite guards, there were also several martial arts experts hidden in the marketplace. There were some capable old bailiffs in the provincial governor's residence who had long arrived here to secretly guard the place. From this, it could be seen that this guest from the capital must have a great background. However, under the heavy protection, the maidservant with a saber in her hand who was even more burly than a man collapsed to the ground without any warning. Behind the maidservant, a handsome young master holding a folding fan appeared. He fanned himself with a cool breeze, causing the hair on his temples to flutter slightly. He smiled at the woman who was still bending over to feed him. The plump woman's figure was fully displayed. She was charming and gentle. The young master only felt that this scene at this moment was too beautiful to behold. It was not a wasted trip. The woman stood up, turned her head, and silently looked at the young man. The young man smiled and said, "Madam, we have met before in the capital." The woman's expression was calm as she mocked, "When did the children of the Han family of Shaozhong Mountain have the guts to arm wrestle with a great general?" After the young master put away his folding fan, he covered his face with both hands and slowly wiped it down. In the end, a face that the woman was extremely familiar with was revealed. The young man laughed in a voice that the woman was also extremely familiar with. "What about now?" "My good madam." Before the woman screamed in shock, Han Yuanshan, a child of the Han family of Shaozhong Mountain, stretched out a finger and gently shushed her. "Madam, don't worry. I, Han Yuanshan, only like to steal hearts. I have never stolen or snatched a woman's body. However, I believe that one day, Madam will be willing to recommend herself to sleep with me." At this moment, Han Yuanshan, who was using the face of Chu Hao, pointed at the fish tank. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Helping each other in difficult times, the joy of fish and water." In the Yinji county of the beautiful clothes country, there was an old Confucian scholar with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. He stood on the city wall with a serious expression. In the imperial study of the beautiful clothes country's capital, there was also an old Confucian scholar with his hands behind his back. He also had a jade pendant hanging from his waist. The old man stood by the window without saying a word. The emperor of the beautiful clothes country stood beside him in trepidation. He did not even dare to sit down. In the ancient Yu country, there was still a green-robed Confucian scholar in his 30s. He still had the same jade pendant hanging from his waist. He sat in a coarse carriage that he had hired and then looked down on the young coachman along the way. When he was still 20 miles away from the ancient Yu country, he was dumbfounded. With his good eyesight, he saw that there were thousands of elite cavalry and a large group of high officials standing there. There seemed to be a man wearing a yellow robe standing by the side of the road with his hands behind his back. It seemed like he was waiting for someone. It was rumored that every time these indescribably noble teachers left the academy to carry out orders, they would hang the jade pendant given by the sage of the academy on their waists. It could record what they had seen and cultivated along the way to show that their words and deeds were open and aboveboard. The style of the jade pendant was the simplest and most elegant peace token in the world. However, different sages and gentlemen had different characters engraved on the side. However, without exception, there was a deep meaning. It often contained the expectations and advice of the sage of the academy. Song Fengshan was extremely rude and had no intention of answering. The young woman naturally had to smooth things over. She stood up and bowed to the sage of the academy. She smiled and said, "If Han Yuanshan is really like this, the sword water manner will act impartially and righteously." We will do our best to help the Academy capture this person. Zhou Ju looked at the woman and said in a low voice, "If the bridge of longevity had not been broken early, you would not be able to stand here and boast shamelessly. Otherwise, your end would not be any better than Han Yuanshan. People of the Diabolism are stirring up trouble in Jianghu. There are chivalrous people who will get rid of the Diabolism. However, if you dare to invade the mountains and rivers of a country, the Academy will not let you off easily." Song Fengshan sat up straight and stared at Zhou Ju. "You better be polite when talking to my wife. Fengshan." The young woman turned her head and called out softly. Song Fengshan saw her anxious eyes and sighed in his heart. He leaned back on the chair and did not speak anymore. At this time, Do Yang, the self-proclaimed hierarch of the Diabolism, took a sip of wine and slammed the cup on the table. He sneered. The young sage turned to look at the Qi refinement warrior and said, "After I finish the business of the Academy, I will take off the jade pendant on my waist. I hope that you, Do Yang, can still smile at that time." Do Yang squinted at the teacher of the Academy, who should be less than 30 years old, and said, "Others are scared to death of the reputation of Lakeview Academy. I am also scared. However, because I know the rules of your academy, I am not afraid of you. I know clearly what the threshold of a Confucian sage is, what the bottleneck is, and how big the gap is between a gentleman and a sage. Therefore you, Zhou Ju, don't use words to intimidate me. To put it bluntly, if you take off the jade pendant, I will still be afraid of your academy and will not dare to fight with you. However, if you, Zhou Ju, have the ability to take off the Confucian robe and headband and act like a man of Jianghu, then I, Do Yang, will not beat the shit out of you. I will take your surname." Do Yang's words were domineering and satisfying. "I will go find him. You can continue." The sage of the academy turned around and walked towards the door. Coincidentally, an old man and a young man were returning to the Swordwater Manor. They walked side by side towards the main hall, as if they had gone through a series of dangerous battles. Their bodies were stained with blood. Neither of them stopped or made a sound. They just passed by each other when they crossed the threshold. The young sage kept staring at the youth with the sword on his back. The latter felt strange and looked back at him. Their gazes met. Even though the youth had already entered the main hall and no longer looked at him, the young sage who had once been a gentleman of Lakeview Academy still kept turning his head to look at the youth. 247. Zhou Ju, the sage of the academy, walked out of the hall, followed by the sword sage of the Brishui country. Their departure slightly made up for the momentum of the villa. After all, the Lakeview Academy was far away. It didn't matter if a sage left, not to mention that he didn't denounce the villa, which meant that the villa's 100 years of operation wouldn't be affected. Moreover, Song Yufan was still in Jianghu of the Brishui country. Even if he didn't use his sword and wasn't in the villa, as long as he was traveling in some corner of Jianghu, Song Fengshan's position as the chief of Wulin would be stable. But in an instant, Song Yufan suddenly turned his head and took a few steps forward. Intentionally or unintentionally, he first blocked Chen Pingan behind him, and then strode straight over the threshold. The old man straightened his clothes, bent down, and cupped his hands in front of his chest toward Zhou Ju. At this time, the people in the hall were shocked to find that the sky outside the gate rippled, and a 30-foot-tall old man in a Confucian robe appeared. His figure was ethereal and filled with divine qi. The sage had come to the villa in person. Brilliant, majestic, and profound. Before Song Yufan noticed the mystery, Zhou Ju quickly withdrew his sight from the young man with a sword on his back. He shook his sleeves and removed the magic inhibition on the Academy's safety jade token, revealing his true appearance. The jade token engraved with the words "Anger Control" was quietly placed on his waist again. When Song Yufan saluted in Jianghu, almost at the same time, he bowed and said, "Greetings, sir." The old man was like a tall statue worshipped in the imperial temple. He looked down at his disciple Zhou Ju without showing any joy or anger. He said slowly, "I'll let someone else handle the matter of Han Yuanshan from the Brishui country practicing diabolism. You should return to the academy immediately." Zhou Ju sighed, straightened up, and said helplessly, "Sir, can't we talk about it?" The sage of the academy said bluntly, "No." Zhou Ju said with a sad face, "It's tough." The sage looked at the old sword sage of the Brishui country on the other side of the threshold. He cupped his hands in front of his back and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mr. Song, you're about to break through the realm. It's said that every time you travel in Jianghu, you visit Confucian temples everywhere to offer incense. If you have time, you can come to our academy to cultivate for a while after you break through the realm to stabilize your Jinshan realm." Song Yulan was more and more convinced. He did not remove the gesture of cupping his fists. "Thank you for your grace, sage." Although he didn't know what kind of grand magic the mountain elder of Lakeview Academy had used, he was able to come to Shu Shui country from the academy so quickly. The mountains and rivers that were thousands of miles away seemed to be just a few steps away from the saint of the academy. The scholarly sage, who was in charge of the Lakeview Academy, smiled. Because he was tall and big at the moment, hovering in the air, he could see all the people of Jianghu in the Combe country at the threshold. The elegant old man took a deep look at the young man with a sword on his back behind Song Yuzuan. His complicated and deep eyes flashed away. It seemed that there was appreciation, recognition, regret, and some nostalgia. In the end, the old man did not say anything. He withdrew his gaze and reminded Zhou Ju again, "Don't deliberately delay the journey. Return to the academy quickly." Zhou Ju's eyes lit up. "Is it about the north?" The sage of the academy turned a deaf ear to his disciple's unintentional disclosure of the divine secret. He did not want to say anything in front of the academy. He just smiled at the Jianghu guests in the hall. The Great Way leads to the same destination. In the hall of the villa, Chen Pingan did not stay for too long, because after Song Yubern said a few words, he quickly left. The old man's words stirred up great waves in everyone's hearts. The tens of thousands of imperial soldiers who came to besiege the villa have retreated. The young maid, one of the 4 evil spirits of Shu Shui country, actually returned to the villa with the 2 of them, but she did not dare to face the sage of the academy, so she hid in the dark. Fortunately, the sage and the sage did not make a fuss about it, which made her very happy that she had survived a disaster. After confirming that the 2 of the academy had left the villa, she entered the hall and sat down to talk with Song Fengshan telepathically. However, the girl was a qi cultivator, and her magic was related to the Heart Lake, while Song Fengshan's was a warrior, and his magic was condensed into lines. One needed to be in the 5th realm of qi cultivator, while the other needed to be in the 4th realm of martial arts. Song Fengshan's wife began to maneuver to appease the heroes. Song Fengshan, who had not said a word, looked relieved. Apart from feeling relieved, Song Fengshan's feelings were somewhat complicated. His grandfather, Song Yubern, had really blocked the army with his sword alone, and had even chiseled the formation and captured the general, Chu Hao, which saved Song Fengshan a lot of planning. Not only that, his grandfather and the hidden young sword whiz, Su Lang, who had been persuaded by his secret letter, had joined hands to kill the sword whiz of Guyu Kingdom, Lin Guxin, and the owner of Maneo Liang Tower, who had set up an ambush. Lin Guxin's head was cut off by Su Lang, and the green pearl became the best evidence of Su Lang's sword whiz killing the sword whiz. Unfortunately, the assassin of Manao Liang Tower had escaped with injuries due to his secret skill, which might be a variable. Song Fengshan smiled secretly to the girl. According to the agreement, after everything is done, I will help you become a mountain god of the Shu Shui country, and you will be able to have a golden body and enjoy incense. However, I will say the ugly words first. After becoming a golden body god, if you want your realm to skyrocket and lie down to enjoy life, you still have to act according to my plan. In the next few decades, you have to go against your nature and do good deeds to win the hearts of the people. If you break the contract, you will not be able to change your tyranny. You will ruin my plans for a small profit. When that time comes, we can only meet on the battlefield. The girl smiled charmingly in her heart. Young Heights Lord's plan is flawless. I do not dare to make trouble for myself. Song Fengshan said seriously, I will have to trouble you to make a trip to the prefecture capital and inform Han Yuanshan that the situation has changed. After the Lakeview Academy is done, there will be people who will find trouble with him. As for whether he will still use the identity of Chu Hao to enter the center of the Shu Shui country's imperial court, it will be up to him to decide. The girl sighed and stood up. She was ready to go to the prefecture capital to inform her lover Han Yuanshan, in and out of bed, I have a hard life. Oh, by the way, remember to ask the young man named Shin Pingan for a jia pill that he took from Chu Hao. No matter if young Heights Lord bought it with money or exchanged it with favors, you must keep it. In the future, if my Yuanshan insists on seeking riches in danger and pretending to be Chu Hao, this Ganla Jia pill will be the key. Song Fengshan replied, I have my own plans. The girl knew that this person was ruthless and cold-blooded, so she did not say anything more and left the hall. The old man and the girl walked to the courtyard that the villa had arranged for Chen Pingan. Previously, on the way back from the mountains, the head of the Mianliang Tower had been lying in ambush for a long time and ambushed Chen Pingan. Then, the sword Venerable Lin Guxin had arrived and entangled Song Yufan. If Chen Pingan and Song Yufan were at their peak, there would be no doubt about the outcome. They would definitely crush the two assassins from the Guyu kingdom. However, Chen Pingan's will of the spirit was severely damaged. He was not as skilled in controlling the Chu Yi and Chu Yufan as he was in the army's formation. As a result, he was evenly matched with the head of the Mianliang Tower. Song Yufan had a slight upper hand, but Lin Guxin's momentum was at its peak. He could not free himself to help Chen Pingan kill the elusive top assassin. After that, the green bamboo sword fairy and the young female nanny appeared one after another. Both sides seemed to have an ally as reinforcements. Logically speaking, Lin Guxin's side had a higher chance of winning. Su Lang and Lin Guxin joined hands to attack Song Yufan. The young female nanny and Chen Pingan faced off against the head of the Mianliang Tower. After that, the situation changed drastically. Su Lang chopped off Lin Guxin's head. The head of the Mianliang Tower saw that the situation was not good and fled again. Chen Pingan tried his best to control the Chu Yi flying sword 15 and pierced through his abdomen. However, the assassin still managed to escape the battlefield successfully. The young female nanny seemed to have used all her strength. With her demonic cultivation, she was able to turn the world upside down. However, the truth was not necessarily so. After all, the life and death of a foreigner had nothing to do with the overall situation of the Combwater nation. Moreover, he had accidentally died in the deep mountains and forests. Maybe it would be better for her. When they reached the courtyard, the bearded man and the young Taoist priest were not in the villa today. They had been persuaded by Chen Pingan to go to the small town early. They said that they would leave today and go to the immortal ferry at the border. Chen Pingan did not hide anything. He told his two friends the reason for the matter. Zhang Shanfeng insisted on following, but was stopped by Su Yuanxia and dragged to the small town. After sitting down at the stone table, Song Yusha said softly, "General Chu Hao is most likely dead." Chen Pingan did not comment on this. Just like at the waterside pavilion, the woman with the saber pointed the tip of the scabbard at him. It was like a Jianghu person walking in the Jianghu. Then, Chu Hao leading the army to the Sword Water Villa was like a general on the battlefield. Chen Pingan took out the deity armor pill from his sleeve and handed it to the old man. When the young female nanny asked for this item, Chen Pingan was unwilling to take it out. Song Yusha waved his hand and said, "Chu Hao was captured by you. Of course, this armor pill is yours." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Senior, you should take it." (248) Today, the first chapter is 7,000 words. Now, the second chapter is 11,000 words. I made up for yesterday's leave. For the 700 miles before arriving at the Swordwater Villa, Chen Pingan had a lot on his mind, so the three of them were a little depressed. This trip to the Immortal Ferry at the border was completely different. Moreover, because they had talked about a lot of things and revealed a lot of secrets, the relationship between the three of them became more solid. One time, when they slept on the mountain peak, Su Yuanxia talked about it while drinking. Zhang Shanfeng also rarely talked about his family and sect. He took the wine gourd from Chen Pingan and drank a lot for the first time. Especially when he talked about his master, the fire dragon immortal, he scolded him. However, although he was merciless, the young Taoist's face was full of nostalgia. The peachwood sword was placed horizontally on his knees. When he talked about something, he had to drink to hide the tears in his eyes. During this time, the young Taoist sneezed several times. The bearded man joked, "What's wrong? Your master is a continent away. How can he hear your complaints? Is he an external Taoist master of Longhu Mountain?" Zhang Shanfeng said resentfully. "What heavenly master?" The old man had never been to the central divine continent in his life. Every day, he talked about going to Mount Longhu to pay respects to the ancestral court. However, his waist was sore today, his legs were sore tomorrow, or he would sleep soundly. Every time he slept, he would sleep for 10 days to half a month. The longest time he slept was when it snowed for 2 months. The old man stood on the edge of the cliff and slept in the snow for 2 whole months. He only woke up when the snow completely melted. Before that, the disciples had already prepared a trip to Mount Longhu with their master, but it was all for naught. In short, the old man did not have the slightest sincerity. His senior and junior brothers complained and tried to persuade him again and again, but the old man turned a deaf ear to them. They could say whatever they wanted, but the old man just ignored them. Chen Pingan also took the initiative to talk about Mr. Qi. After all, Mr. Qi appeared in the ancient temple of Shu Shui country that night and met with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng. However, he only mentioned the Lizhu cave in his hometown. He said that he was born and raised there and that Mr. Qi had taught in the school there for many years. It wasn't that Chen Pingan didn't want to talk about it. If he really did, with the help of alcohol, he could talk to his 2 friends about Mr. Qi all night. However, he did not dare to talk too much. During the short journey back with the young Cui Dong, the shameless disciple complained that Chen Pingan was silent. He was always showing off and talking about many things on the mountain top, such as the interesting plans of the sages in different continents. Even though the young Cui Dong deliberately only in bits and pieces, the real inside story, the real story was hidden. However, Chen Pingan already knew the importance of importance. Chen Pingan also talked about the process of his waterfall construction and the improvement of his realm. Su Yuanxia was a martial artist and was amazed. Even though she had expected it, she still gave Chen Pingan a thumbs up and said that he had a bright future and would definitely become a great guru in the god refinement realm. Seeing Zhang Shanfeng's blank face, Su Yuanxia gave an example. She said that Chen Pingan's current realm, if placed on the mountain, was about to break through the bottleneck of the lower 5 realms, and could step into the 6th realm, the cave-dwelling realm, at any time. Only then did Zhang Shanfeng come to a realization. Then the young Taoist wailed, saying that the results of his diligent cultivation every day had been taken away by a dog. The two of them had heard Chen Pingan talk about the disturbance at the Sword-Water Manor and knew the attitude of the court toward the manor. Su Yuanxia couldn't help but sigh emotionally. To be willing to meet the 3 of us at this moment and even take out 3 clearance seals, this governor can be considered righteous. His friendship with the old sword Saint Song must be excellent. Chen Pingan nodded and said, someone who can be friends with the old senior Song can't be bad. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng looked at each other and smiled. The latter clicked his tongue and said, Chen Pingan, these words of yours are quite knowledgeable. You even know how to brag about yourself in a roundabout way. Chen Pingan added, someone who can be friends with the old senior Song can't be bad. Su Yuanxia gave him a thumbs up. These words are honest and chewy. Zhang Shanfeng put his arm around Chen Pingan's shoulder and praised, your words are so smooth and impeccable. The 3 of them laughed as they left the pass from the south gate and continued to head south. Each of them had the same clearance seal hanging at their waists. After about 100 miles, they would enter the forbidden area under the jurisdiction of the immortal fairy. On the way to a small mountain, the 3 of them stopped to rest. Chen Pingan started a fire to cook. During this time, there were people in the dark who looked at them from afar. After seeing the clearance seals at their waists, they no longer paid attention to them and left quietly. The 3 of them ate and didn't drink any alcohol. They were about to enter the ferry where the Qi cultivators gathered on the mountain. It was better to be careful. This time, Su Yuanxia was more to send off Chen Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng. However, it would be better if there was a ferry to the Qingyuan country in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. As for the shops at the ferry that sold treasures and heavy weapons, Su Yuanxia was a pure martial artist. Now that she had another divine weapon, she was completely uninterested. Other than wanting to buy an offensive sword, Zhang Shanfeng also wanted to buy some rare talisman that was similar to the divine travel talisman. He also wanted to find someone to appraise the price of the pair of Azure Immortal Mountains divine sky bamboo chopsticks. The young Taoist would definitely not sell the white bowl that condensed spiritual energy into sweet dew, as well as the ancient Yu country's armor pill that Chen Pingan gave him at a cost. He wouldn't even take out these 2 treasures to prevent others from coveting them and causing more trouble. He definitely wouldn't touch any of the items that Chen Pingan brought out from the Luopa mountain. He would keep the superior snake gall stone that he Xiaoliang returned to him on the Kuan ship. After Lizhu Grotto Heaven fell, the snake gall stones in the Dragon Whisker River and Tiefu River had all become ordinary stones. It was said that the snake gall stone was a special product of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. This meant that every time one was used, there would be one less in the world. Chen Pingan already knew that this was a rare commodity worth hoarding. The later he sold it, the more he would profit. He had to hide the golden body script given by Yanji County's city god, Xinwen. He also had to keep the golden body fragment and the silver body fragment that he obtained twice. Xinwen valued the Taoist master seal that was engraved with the words City God of Cai Country's Tuoji County's seal of protection. He even said that only the virtuous can wield the divine weapon. It was said that this seal needed to be combined with the 5 Thunders spell to unleash its mighty power. Chen Pingan immediately thought of Zhang Shanfeng, who was an external Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, and Lin Shui, who was currently studying at Cliff Academy but was practicing the Cloud Gem book. However, after careful consideration, Chen Pingan felt that it was inappropriate to give it to one of them. He felt that even if he were to give it away, he should leave it for later. First, he had to wait until Chen Pingan understood what a virtuous person was. Then, he would have to wait until Zhang Shanfeng or Lin Shui could be considered virtuous. If it was in the past, Chen Pingan would have given it away without a second thought. But now, he would not. As for the piece of ebony that was struck by lightning and still had some vitality left, the large white bowl with the diagram of the 5 great mountains, and the talisman that hid the withered bone amorous ghost, Chen Pingan would take them out and ask for their prices. As for whether they would be sold as pawns, he would see when the time came. He believed that the fairy shop would not force him to sell them. The Swordwater Villa had close to 2,000 pieces of snow money. Adding the snow money and snow money from the little boy in green, it would add up to a total of 4,000 pieces of snow money. When Chen Pingan thought of this, he was somewhat happy. However, he thought of another matter and could not be happy. Wei Pai and the old man surnamed Shui had once said something similar. Before Chen Pingan entered the inverted hanging mountain, he must first reach the 4 realms of the martial way. Because only then would he be able to gain a firm foothold on the Great Wall. Using the most abundant formless sword intent in the world to temper his body and strengthen his spirit, it would definitely be of great benefit to any pure martial artist of the Qi refining 3 realms. According to the old man, if he did not even reach the 4 realms, he might as well not go to the Great Wall and embarrass himself. Even if he could walk up, he might not be able to climb down. He could only stay below the Great Wall of Sword Qi and deliver the sword to that girl. After that, he, Chen Pingan, could only stare helplessly and obediently return to the Luopa mountain to be the Mountain King. Chen Pingan wanted to stay there for a while longer. Very quickly, a group of people passed by on the path below the mountain. There were 7 or 8 people, old and young, all dressed differently. None of them looked like ordinary people. The 3 people on the hillside only glanced at them and did not look anymore. When outside, be careful of Taoist priests and monks. Wade through mountains and rivers, avoid young women. This was an unwritten rule on the mountain. If you met a fellow Taoist who you did not know the depth of, don't look at them for no reason. Who knows if you will meet someone with a bad temper. Those people also glanced at the 3 of them and did not look at them anymore. Although they had not reached the ferry, how long could they walk for dozens of miles? Parting was imminent. He almost cursed the previous owner of the chopsticks for wasting God's gift. The old man stretched out his hand and stroked the 3 words, "Green Immortal Mountain," on the chopsticks. He could only comfort himself softly, but if it was made into a divine cloud bamboo whip, the customer could directly go to the 3rd floor. How would I have the chance to see this object? The Green Immortal Mountain of the Bamboo Sea Cave. In such a big cave, there is only one mountain goddess, and that is Madame Zhu of the Green Immortal Mountain. You must know that the founder of the School of Novels once described this legendary Madame Mountain Goddess in such a way: beautiful appearance, likes to go barefoot, and has extremely green hair. With just a few words, he outlined the elegant demeanor of a peerless goddess. The old man was completely immersed in his own reverie. Although the woman leading the way in Qingfu Fang was a little embarrassed, she was very happy in her heart. She was going to earn a big commission today. Fortunately, those sluts on the 3rd floor who were best at putting on airs wouldn't be able to earn the money. The women on the 3rd floor looked more like fairies than the other. They looked cold, but they were actually full of schemes. Whoever had the money would be the most handsome man in the world. Regardless of age, they were all vixens who liked to seduce men. After the deal was done, they were even willing to shamelessly give their bodies to the customers and lead them to the private courtyard at the back. They were so shameless. Shameless. Alas, she did not know when she would be able to work on the third floor. When had she ever been bad at serving people in bed? Even for female customers, she also had her own unique methods. She was confident that she could serve them comfortably. Zhang Shanfeng had to interrupt the old man's thoughts. Old mister, I just want to know how much this pair of chopsticks is worth. The old man quickly came back to his senses and looked at the woman with a smile. Cui-ying, do I still have one more share in Qingfu Fang this year? The young woman was a little surprised, but soon smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Hong, you do have one more chance to keep the treasure in your pocket. But according to the old rules, you have to show it to the second owner on the top floor first before you can keep it for yourself. The old man laughed heartily, of course. Then the old man said to the young Taoist seriously, if this pair of chopsticks is said to be beneficial to cultivation, it is really not much. But if it is placed in the secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain, it will definitely be a treasure that the high officials and dignitaries will fight for. Because every time the chopsticks pick up food, it will be tainted with some spiritual energy. Therefore, it can strengthen the body and prolong the life. Brother, do you think that the Dali cavalry will definitely go south? Therefore, the ancient Yu kingdom might not be able to protect its territory. I don't think so. With Lakeview Academy overseeing the central region of the Aquarius continent, I believe that the Song clan will not go south. Even if that day really comes, there are so many dynasties and vassal states in the middle. If they attack them one by one, how many years will it take for the Dali to go south without stopping? Since the old man had exposed it, Su Yuanxia did not hide it anymore. She smiled and said, even with Lakeview Academy's obstruction, I still feel that it will not take long for the Dali to go south. The old man smiled and did not say anything. He did not want to argue with others on this matter. Qingfu Workshop was only doing business, and Harmony made money. Su Yuanxia smiled at Chen Pingan and said, safe in the bag. Chen Pingan looked at the bearded man. The latter's gaze was firm. Chen Pingan nodded and took out a white bowl without hesitation. He placed it on the table and said, Sir, do you still want to buy it? The old man laughed heartily and said, I will not cheat anyone. I will buy it without any mistake. If Qingfu Workshop makes a loss in this transaction, just take it that I have bad taste. If you want to deduct my money, so be it. They exchanged the money and the goods. Chen Pingan received 150 pieces of little snow money. As Su Yuanxia said, it was safe in the bag. After that, Chen Pingan took out the ebony and the talisman with the voluptuous ghost attached to it. The old man appraised them one by one and was full of praises for the ebony. He promised that he was willing to pay 300 pieces of little snow money. He said that the Qi refinement warriors of the School of Agriculture and the medical school would be interested in this item. However, he was only willing to pay 50 pieces of the talisman, which was made of good material. Chen Pingan thought about it and only sold the ebony and took back the talisman. Chen Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng had nothing to sell. It was time to spend money like water. The old man sent the guests to the door with a smile. He did not forget to say to Su Yuanxia, come again in the future if you have the chance. Let's take a look at the situation in Guyu country. Whoever loses will treat to a drink. How about that? Su Yuanxia smiled and said, sure. Actually, no matter who wins or loses, it is not a loss to be able to drink with old Mr. Hong. The old man laughed out loud. Just because of this sentence, I will treat you to a drink next time. Su Yuanxia cupped her fists and bade farewell. When she heard that Zhang Shanfeng wanted to buy a Daoist talisman sword that could slay demons, the young lady brought the three of them directly to the fourth floor. She chose a big room with a wooden sign that said, Cold Light. There were people from Qingfu Workshop guarding the door. After the lady greeted the person, she gently pushed the door open. Rows of sword racks were next to each other. The room was filled with sword aura and there were all kinds of swords. Zhang Shanfeng had just stepped over the door when he suddenly said that he did not want to look anymore. This made the young lady feel disappointed. However, Chen Pingan said, "Ignore him. Let's look at the swords." Zhang Shanfeng did not want to enter the room no matter what, so the bearded man dragged him in. The young lady introduced more than a dozen magic swords of different prices. In the end, although Zhang Shanfeng was dejected, he could not help glancing at one of the ancient bronze swords. The scabbard had long been lost, and the word Zhenwu was engraved. Because there were many scars on the sword, even if the sword was made of excellent materials, Qingfu Workshop only offered 400 pieces of snow coins. Chen Pingan bought it without hesitation. When he took out the money, Chen Pingan hesitated. The young lady smiled and considerately took the initiative to leave the room. When she returned to the cold light room, Chen Pingan had already piled the 400 pieces of snow coins on a sword rack. After checking and confirming, she put the ancient sword Zhenwu into a scabbard that had already been prepared and handed it to Chen Pingan. Walking out of the cold light sword house together, the young lady led the three of them not out of the main entrance of Qingfu Workshop, but from a second-floor air bridge to a high-rise building in the backyard. Then they walked out from there and left Qingfu Workshop through a side door in the backyard. After the young lady told the three of them the route of the ferry, some rules and prices, she waved goodbye to the three of them. When she turned around, the guard of Qingfu Workshop had already closed the side door. With her back to the door, she secretly clenched her fists. Her face was full of joy, but she quickly recovered her calm face and quickly walked back to the main building of Qingfu Workshop. Her face was full of sadness, and she sighed and complained to her companions about the poverty of the three guests. Qingfu Workshop was less than 2 miles away from the ferry. There was a ferry to Yunsong country. Although it was still a long distance away from Qingwan country, it was naturally much faster than Su Yuanxia's walking. Moreover, after getting off the ferry in Yunsong country, one could immediately board the ferry to Qingwan country. Therefore, Su Yuanxia would take this ferry to leave Shu Shui country. The ferry that Chen Pingan needed belonged to an old route that had existed for thousands of years. It had a long history. Although it wouldn't go directly to the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent, it would still greatly shorten the long journey by hundreds of thousands of miles. When they approached the ferry, Chen Pingan, who was holding the Zhenwu sword, and the young Taoist priest almost stopped at the same time. The young Taoist priest lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Su Yuanxia sighed and said to Chen Pingan with a smile, "At that time, Taoist Chongmiao of Yanji region inadvertently mentioned that in the southeastern part of the Aquarius continent, which is near the Qingwan country that I want to go to, there will be a huge water and land Taoist ceremony held half a year later. At that time, countless Taoist immortals will gather and there will be a few famous Taoist immortal masters of the Aquarius continent." Of course, Zhang Shanfeng wanted to go and take a look, but he didn't know how to tell you. He always felt that if he changed the itinerary at the last minute, it would be too disloyal and unfair to you. Now that you bought this sword, this guy felt even more ashamed to say goodbye to you. After all, he said that he would accompany you all the way to Old Dragon City. I reckon that this guy now has the heart to die. (249) I recommend 2 places. One is the Jianlai Circle on the Zongheng app, and the other is Jianlai's Baidu Tieba. Deities often appear there, and many of the analysis posts are very good. The ferry that Chen Pingan took was not at the same place as the ferry to Yunsong country. After paying 10 snowflakes, taking a wooden plaque and returning the talisman seal from the governor's office, Chen Pingan followed dozens of people to the ferry. The location was actually the entrance to an underground karst cave. The cave was 50 to 60 feet wide, and it was covered with cliff carvings of immortals from past dynasties, such as Fish Scale Fairyland, Longevity of the Sun and Moon in a Jar, and Yalin Cave. Most of the strokes were forceful. After entering the cave, it suddenly opened up, and the light was bright. The group walked down the stairs, and after the time it took to burn a stick of incense, they entered a huge cave hall. On the east and west walls, there were lifelike paintings of flying in the sky. The women's faces could be clearly seen, and their bodies were plump, but they did not give off the feeling of being bloated. On the shore of the ferry, there was a 3-story ship. The stern of the ship had carvings of dragon heads and dragon tails. Other than its huge size, which was almost comparable to a dynasty's Great Lake warship, its style was no different from a secular ferry. Other than Chen Pingan's group, there were already more than 300 people gathered there. There were all kinds of shops at the ferry, and most of them were exquisite. They did not hang plaques or couplets, and only hung signs outside their doors. They sold paintings, pastries, and fruits, as well as some local specialties around Chaoswi country. For example, there were small lichens and cockfighting cups from Tsai country, pine needle paintings from Songshi country, and elm leaf carvings and root carvings from ancient Yu country. Chen Pingan had paid 10 snowflakes to rent a single room on the second floor. Actually, the first floor only cost 3 snowflakes, which was 3,000 taels of silver. Although it was a celestial ferry and the journey was long, this price was still very shocking compared to the expenses of a secular dynasty. Fortunately, Chen Pingan was someone who had ridden on the Kuan boat before, so he was not surprised. He also sold the 5 Sacred Mountains real-shaped bowl and the Thunderbolt ebony at Qingfu Square, earning an additional 450 pieces of snow coins. His profit was not bad. Plus, Chen Pingan needed to practice his boxing and walking stance every day, so he had to fork out more money. It was not easy to save. There was a fairy chi cultivator sitting on a wooden armchair on a small stone platform by the shore. He held a teacup that was covered with partridge spots, and he drank countless mouthfuls. But the tea was still not empty. He reminded everyone in a clear voice that the ferry would depart south in an hour. Before boarding the ferry, they could buy some cheap and good local products to bring back to their hometowns. Then, he emphasized the lichens of the colorful clothes kingdom and the potted plants of the mountain orchid kingdom, exaggerating and flattering them. He even mentioned the signboards of the 2 shops. Indeed, many ferry customers were tempted and went to the 2 shops to spend a lot of money. This made the shopkeepers of the other shops either roll their eyes or envy. Money could make the world go round. They did not have the money to build connections, so they could only do this. Chen Pingan stood silently in the crowd. He suddenly thought of Lu Gaohua, the son of the governor of Yanji County, and the tree spirit scholar of the ancient Yu kingdom. He also thought of the cockfighting cups that they had brought with them. He heard that the prices were several times higher elsewhere, so he also went to buy a pair of cockfighting cups. 1 snowflake for 2. He put the boxwood box that contained the porcelain cups into his bag, and then went to buy some fresh fruits with real money, carrying a big bag of them in his hands. In the sea of people, the youth wore straw sandals and carried a sword case on his back. He also carried a bag of fruits. Although there were many people and people were only 2 or 3 steps away from each other, compared to the hustle and bustle of the county market, this immortal ferry was much quieter. Most of the people gathered together and whispered to each other. Few people spoke loudly. Some children who could not control their lively nature were also held back by the hands of their family elders, who firmly forbade them from running around. After all, this was the legendary gathering place of immortals. The chi cultivators on the mountain who went out would not engrave the name of their sect on their foreheads, let alone reveal their true state of cultivation. There were a total of 10 realms in the 5 lower realms. There were only so many realms. They were dead, but humans were alive. Saints were similar in nature, but their habits were different. The road to Tao was long, and they could easily cultivate for decades or even centuries. Who knew what kind of temperament a Qi cultivator would have in the end? If one did everything without any scruples and only relied on a pair of fists and cultivation to do whatever he wanted, he would definitely be trampled on by others one day. However, he was fortunate to be born in an immortal mansion that had the word sect in it, such as the Divine Grandeur sect, the Wind Snow Temple of the Jinwu Mountain, and especially the Lakeview Academy that shocked the Aquarius continent. Even if he was not a direct disciple, he was still qualified to run amok in a continent. Unknowingly, it was like hanging a peace sign. Otherwise, he would have a teacher in the Golden Elixir realm or the Nascent Soul realm who taught him. This was also a powerful protective talisman. The grudges on the mountain could be the result of a few lifetimes of ordinary people. Therefore, it was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. The Wind Thunder Garden and the Xingyang Mountain were the best examples. What happened to the once high and mighty fairy Su Jia now? Her world's first-class blade-strengthening gourd was taken back to the sect. Her sword heart and cultivation were both shattered. It was said that there was no news of her at all. How many young Qi cultivators who adored her were still grieving? Chen Pingan was silent. He just took off the wine pot and drank, waiting for the ferry to depart to the south. This trip was 200,000 miles south. At the ferry landing, there would be other immortal ferries that would go straight to the old dragon city. From there, they would cross the continent to the inverted mountain and enter the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, there was no chance for him to travel the Jianghu with his friends. Even if he wanted to drink, he could only drink alone. The ferry was about to set sail. The guests began to board the ferry one after another. Chen Pingan found his own room on the second floor. Compared to the heaven room on the Kuan boat that he boarded at the ferry landing of Wudong Mountain, it was very cramped and narrow. There was only a bed and a small balcony that could only allow 2 people to stand outside. Chen Pingan put down the bag of fruits that cost more than 10 taels of silver. He took off the sword case and the bag and sat on the clean and comfortable bed. For some reason, he thought of the wooden bed in his ancestral house at the Mud Bottle Alley. Chen Pingan leaned back and lay down. The poor were afraid of winter while the rich were afraid of summer. However, it seemed that the rich also had many ways to avoid summer heat, not to mention the Qi cultivators on the mountain who had great magical powers. Chen Pingan sat up and rolled up his sleeves and trousers. His wrists and ankles revealed the vague appearance of a talisman. His vital qi flowed slowly as if there was an invisible burden. It did not look very eye-catching. Moreover, there was no record of it in the true elixir works that Li Shixing gave him. This was the work of Old Yang. It was called the 8 Tales of Vital Qi Talisman. The old man did not explain it in detail. He only said that it could help pure martial artists to use their vital qi to refine their body when they were sleeping. Moreover, as long as Chen Pingan reached the qi cultivator realm, the 4 talisman would automatically disappear. If he could not break through the bottleneck, Chen Pingan would go to the old dragon city at the southernmost tip of the Aquarius continent. He would go to a dusty medicine shop to find Jing Dafeng and ask the former gatekeeper of the small town to help him remove the shackles. Chen Pingan rolled up his sleeves and trousers and walked to the balcony of the ferry. According to the local records of the Combe country, the formation of this underground waterway was when the last real dragon in the world was chased by the immortals. It dived into the ground and opened it up with its huge body. Finally, it drilled out of the ground at the entrance of the Combe country and rode the wind to the north of Dali. After the final battle, there was the small cave of Dali Pearl. Therefore, this waterway was also commonly known as the Dragon Road. There was a waterway on both sides of the waterway so that the ferries from the north and south could travel between them. In the middle, there was an endless fence. Every 10 miles, there would be a fluorescent lantern hanging on the stone wall, illuminating the nearby waterway. But at night, the lantern would be extinguished so that the passengers could rest and sleep without being affected by the light. There were some noises next door on both sides. It seemed that there were many people living there. The restrictions on the second floor of the ferry were relatively lax. At most, 5 people could live there. There were no beds to lie on, so they could sleep on the floor. After all, it was not a small expense to spend 10 pieces of snow. It was not easy for a chi refinement warrior to cultivate, especially for an itinerant cultivator who had no roots in the mountains. Earning money, especially big money, was extremely risky. If there were no shortcuts and connections, it was no exaggeration to say that one's head was tied to one's belt with one's hard-earned money. It was only human nature that one wished to break every piece of snow into 8 pieces. Chen Pinggan's room faced the waterway on the other side of the waterway. The ferry began to move forward. He found that there were already many people holding fishing rods near the railing on the first floor. There was no bait on the hooks, just empty hooks. However, the fishing hooks flashed with fluorescent light and were directly thrown into the underground river. They were actually dragging fishing. From time to time, there were really stupid palm-sized fish being hooked. They were pulled onto the deck and thrown into the fish basket. But if they caught a snow-white, finger-long silver shrimp, the fishermen would be very happy. It turned out that this thing had a great origin. It was a unique thing in this underground river. In Khom country, it was simply called river dragon. In the south, it was nicknamed silver. This thing could absorb water essence and reiki. Young shrimp were half an inch long. After more than 10 years, it could grow to the length of a finger. After 100 years, it could only grow to the length of 2 fingers. It was like the jade armor of a general, but it was exquisite and clear. Such a 100-year-old river dragon was full of reiki and extremely delicious. It could be sold at the sky-high price of half a piece of snow in the south. If the passengers on the first floor could catch 6 big, silver, it would be a wasted trip. They could make a lot of money and kill time. Why not? However, it was easy to catch a 1-finger-long river dragon, but it still depended on fate and luck to catch a 2-finger-long river dragon. The river at the Khom country's ferry port had been excavated for thousands of years. It was rumored that someone had once caught a 3-foot-long river dragon. Its golden shrimp tentacles shocked everyone. In the end, it was sold to the old Dragon City lord. Unfortunately, no one knew how much the rich immortal of the half-continent offered. Chen Pinggan had liked fishing since he was young. It was rare that he did not think about anything. He leaned on the railing and stared at the fishermen for a long time. He thought that there should be fishing rods on the ship, but he did not know if it was expensive. If 1 or 2 pieces of snow could be bought with money, then he could go to the railing to try his luck. Back in the house, Chen Pinggan ate fresh fruits that did not have any reiki. He began to think about the matter of practicing martial arts. The journey of 200,000 miles took 2 months. During this time, they stopped at the Immortals ferry ports and restocked. In total, it took about 4 to 5 days. The speed of this ferry was much slower than that of the Kuin ship. This was normal. The Kuin ship was the cross-continent ferry of the North Continent. It was far from comparable to this ferry. Chen Pinggan did a rough calculation. If he did not eat and sleep, he would have 4 to 6 hours a day. He would try to practice martial arts for 9 to 20 hours a day. Coupled with the fact that his punches had changed from slow to fast, which was a huge advantage, he could practice the 6-step stance 3,600 times a day. In 2 months, 60 days, he could practice the martial arts for about 200,000 times. Although he admitted that the Daoist lord of the Jiulu continent was very powerful and that even the Daoist lord of the Baoping continent, Qi Zhen, might not have a chance of winning, he still disapproved of the Lord of Heaven's domineering way of doing things. The other elder was very worried. He said that although the crash of the Kuan boat was indeed caused by the soaring sword aura and the destruction of the Kuan boat, why would the central dynasty of the Baoping continent, which was full of sword cultivators, want to destroy a fairy from the North continent? What good would it do? At that time, the only power that could gather so much sword aura could only be the imperial court of the great dynasty. However, the emperor had already personally gone to the divine grandeur sect and swore that there was no such thing. After that, accompanied by Qi Zhen, he personally met with the Daoist lord of the Jiulu continent, Xie Shi. The latter only said that the cultivators of the Jiulu continent would investigate the truth. When he was near the entrance of the cave, Chen Pingan suddenly stopped and then sped up. He cupped his fists towards the two elders and asked, "Immortal masters, may I ask, what happened to the passengers on the Kuan boat?" One of the elders turned a deaf ear to this. He did not even look at the young man with a northern accent and carried a sword on his back and continued walking. The elder with the seal stopped and said patiently, "Almost none of the passengers of the lower 5 realms survived. Even many Qi refinement warriors of the upper 5 realms died." At that time, countless sword auras surged from the top of a mountain into the sky. It was no different from an all-out attack by a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms. Think about it, how powerful was that? The elder looked at the young man's slightly changed expression. He sighed and continued walking. Chen Pingan stood in the same place. His shoulder was bumped a few times by the bustling crowd, but he did not notice. When he finally came to his senses, he realized that almost everyone had walked out of the cave and went to the supreme liquid pool to enjoy the scenery. Chen Pingan slowly walked to the entrance of the cave. The sun was shining brightly outside. Further away, he could see a large mountain with a gentle slope. The sky was filled with gorgeous flowers and grass that were in full bloom. After killing Lady Snake Scorpion in Yanji County, Chen Pingan actually obtained a treasure. However, he did not take it out to sell at Qingfu Square in Shui country. It was a brush washer. There were 16 words at the bottom of the brush washer. Spring flower and autumn moon, spring wind and autumn tree, spring mountain and autumn stone, spring water and autumn frost. The words were small and flowed slowly like tadpoles. Chen Pingan liked the word spring, and there were a pair of sisters and maidservants on the Kuan boat. Their names matched those words. At that time, Chen Pingan felt that it was a pity that there was only spring water and no autumn fruit. Otherwise, if they were fated to meet again in the future, for example, when they rode the Kuan boat at Mount Diao at the ferry of Wudong Mountain again, he would definitely take out the brush washer and show it to them so that they would know that there were such interesting coincidences in the world. Chen Pingan stood at the entrance of the cave. There was no sorrow on his face. He was just in a daze as he looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Finally, Chen Pingan turned and walked towards the ferry. Behind him, beautiful flowers bloomed. The young man did not look. When he reached the ferry, he returned to his room on the second floor. He closed the door and continued to practice. Another month passed slowly. In 2 days, he would have to disembark from the ferry. Late at night, Chen Pingan had unknowingly practiced the fist stance 200,000 times. He changed into a clean set of clothes and opened the wooden door of the balcony barefooted. It was rare for the ferry to be so quiet. Chen Pingan saw that there was no one around and lightly jumped onto the railing. Finally, he sat on the railing and looked at the flowing river next door. He drank without thinking about anything. As he drank, he finally realized that there was no more wine in the wine pot. In the sword-nourishing gourd, there were dozens of pounds of wine brewed by the Swordwater Manor. Before he boarded the ferry, he only let the bearded man and the young Taoist drink some. Because he had been very restrained in drinking for the past 2 months, he had been drinking until now. Chen Pingan shook the wine gourd with all his strength. There was really no more wine left. However, he did not want to give up. He raised the wine pot high and stretched his neck. Even if there were only a few drops left, it was fine. Not a single drop was left. There was really no more wine left. Therefore, on a 4-story ferry coming from the river next door, a guest who lived in a wing room on the top floor was also sitting on the railing of the balcony. She stared blankly at the youth who was shaking the sword-nourishing gourd with all his strength and wanted to drink. Finally, she put down her arms and hugged the good-looking sword-nourishing gourd with her chin on the mouth of the gourd. She thought that the youth would not have drunk so much that he became stupid. She became playful. She raised the emerald wine pot in one hand and put the other hand to her mouth. She shouted, "Here, here, little drunkard, I have wine here. Take it if you want to drink." Chen Pingan maintained his original position and glanced over when he heard the voice. A young girl wearing a dark green robe, seeing that he did not move, simply threw the wine pot in her hand. The wine pot flew in a beautiful arc and landed 20 feet in front of Chen Pingan's eyes. It flew back to her hand with a whoosh. The young girl was overjoyed and laughed to herself. The two fairies brushed past each other. Chen Pingan was expressionless. There was no ripple in his heart. He just thought that she would not be a fool, right? He put the sword-nourishing gourd back on the balcony and closed the wooden door. Chen Pingan continued to practice boxing. If the wine was gone, he could buy more. If the person was gone, Chen Pingan did not know. Therefore, this was the first time that Chen Pingan stopped practicing boxing and went to the restaurant in the middle of the night to buy wine. The restaurant had already closed and the door was closed. He had to go back to the house and continue practicing boxing. During the 2-month journey, the fishermen only caught a few 2-finger-long river dragons in the end. There were no adventures. The ferry went on and off. When many rich chi cultivators finally got off the boat, the poor squires had to carry a lot of parcels of various sizes. They had to be extremely careful when they walked so as not to break them. Most of the parcels were precious. Some of the extravagant items were probably not cheaper than human lives. This ferry was vast and it was still a lively scene with many shops. It was just that the goods that the shops were selling had changed to the local specialties of the nearby countries. Chen Pingan had nothing to do, so he went to the shops one by one. He actually discovered many strange spirits. Most of them were lively and cute plant spirits. There were also little people who looked like children, white-haired old men and women, as well as young girls. They had different figures and faces. But the biggest spirit was only a finger tall. They were either locked in a green bamboo cage or standing on an inkstone. There was also a spinning lady with wings who was working hard behind a pocket-sized spinning wheel. There were all kinds of interesting things. Chen Pingan made use of some customers to bargain with the shopkeepers. He learned that these strange little guys were similar to the ancient cypress potted plant of old Mr. Hong in Qingfu Square and the little boy in green who stood on top of it and said, "Good luck and fortune," in unison. The price was determined by the degree of rarity. The cheap ones only cost 1 piece of snow. The expensive ones cost 34 pieces of snow. Chen Pingan finally came to a conclusion. It seemed that the further south one went, the more common these kinds of spirits were. Chen Pingan visited all the shops and stalls, but he did not buy anything. This time, it was not that Chen Pingan was stingy. He thought that after delivering the sword, it would not be too late to buy it on the way back to Dolly after returning from the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Walking out of the karst cave, Chen Pingon felt that he could see the light again. He found that the entrance of the cave was still covered with cliff carvings of famous people. Compared to the ferry of Shu Shui country at the end of the north, the carvings were even denser. It was as if they were fighting for position. Some of the cliff carvings seemed to be sulking with their neighbors. Chen Pingon looked at them one by one at the entrance of the cave. Of course, they were all good characters. Each had its own charm. But in his heart, he felt that they were not as good as the young man Cui Dong's. Outside the ferry was a valley. The road was flat and wide. The shops on both sides of the road were more luxurious than the shops on the shore of the ferry. People came and went on the street. It was a peaceful and prosperous time. Even the dog lying on the side of the road showed a sense of leisure. The first thing that came into view was a 3-story building on the left. The eaves were high, and there was intrigue. The plaque with golden words, "E New Ferry," was hanging. Chen Pingon was now familiar with the place. He knew that this was the place to pay for the ferry to Old Dragon City. After entering, he inquired at the counter and learned that the earliest ferry to Old Dragon City would arrive at noon today. The price of the first-class cabin was 20 shui coins, and the medium-class cabin was 10 shui coins. Chen Pingon asked about the price of the last-class cabin. The man explained with a fake smile that the Yangji Hall ferry to Old Dragon City was 10 shui coins for the medium-class cabin. There was no such thing as the last-class cabin. Around the lobby of the building, there were slightly sarcastic eyes and smiles. Chen Pingon did not feel shameful. He took out 20 shui coins and bought a boarding jade pendant. The pendant was engraved with Yangji Hall and 11 of the first-class cabin. Chen Pingon looked at the 11 and remembered the seal left in the bamboo building of Luopa Mountain. He felt that it was a good sign and very auspicious. Chen Pingon walked out of the door with a smile. After calculating the time, he began to shop. He planned to buy 2 sets of clothes. He did not need shoes. He was used to wearing straw sandals for so many years. Moreover, there were 2 pairs of brand new shoes in the Fengsuan item. Although the shops on the street were much more stylish, the things they sold were almost the same as the shops on the shore of the Dragon Road ferry. It was the same kind of flowers and plants, but the price was cheaper. Chen Pingon looked at these little guys who were very festive. He never got tired of looking at them. It was just that he looked at them and did not pay. He was a little disliked. Chen Pingon walked and stopped in each shop. Then, he found a particularly rich shop. Chen Pingon stood outside the door and was a little stunned. It turned out that there was a screen placed at the door that was as tall as a person. On it, there was a woman with a long sword on her back and a purple gold gourd hanging on her waist. She stood on the cliff and looked at the sea of clouds. Her dress swayed and she floated in the air. It should be similar to the landscape painting on the Kuan ship, which was made by the magic on the mountain. Several people were pointing in front of the screen. Their words were full of schadenfreude. They talked about the hundreds of years of feud between the Wind Thunder Garden and Jingyang Mountain. They talked about how the fairy Su was very graceful and otherworldly in her early years. The only time she wore clothes that were not from her sect was when she fought side by side with the founder of this shop to kill demons. That was why she made an exception and wore this dress for the first time. More than 10 years ago, this style of dress could be said to be popular all over the Aquarius continent. Whether it was the female cultivators on the mountain or the daughters of rich families, there were hundreds and thousands of people who flocked to it like ducks. A young woman sneered and said, "Now, this shop is still unwilling to remove this screen. It is a big joke." I wonder if Su Jia will be so ashamed that she will dig a hole and hide in it after seeing it with her own eyes. A black-faced young Qi refinement warrior held back for a long time. Finally, he angrily spoke up for the fairy he had admired for a long time. No matter how much Fairy Su's realm has fallen, she is still a real fairy who is not stained by the mud. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. If Fairy Su is really standing here, do you dare to fart? A middle-aged man said with a cheeky smile. Before Su Jia's state of mind was completely shattered by Yellow River, the last disciple of Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden, I can even lick the bottom of this fairy's shoes. He leaned against the window sill and left the bed to the sword cultivator in the Wind Thunder Garden. Lu Baqiao propped his hands on the bed. You don't know how hard it was for me to chase you all the way here. When I received your letter from the goddess fairy in the Wind Thunder Garden, I immediately rushed to the fairy. Chen Pingan asked, You didn't kill anyone, right? Lu Baqiao rolled his eyes. Kill who? When that guy heard that I was Lu Baqiao, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to me. I didn't even have the chance to slap him a few times on the way here, so I could only go to the shop next door and buy that screen. I kept it in my star sphere and then asked around. It wasn't easy to confirm that you were on this Yangji Hall ferry, so here I am. Chen Pingan was puzzled. Why are you looking for me? Lu Baqiao asked in return, Must I have something to ask of you? Chen Pingan nodded. Otherwise? Can you chase me so far if you have nothing to do? Lu Baqiao said resentfully, You're really boring. You haven't changed at all since you were in Liju Grotto Heaven. Chen Pingan thought for a while and decided not to ask about Jingyang Mountain Su Jia. He guessed that Lu Baqiao had been watching the 3 bloody battles on Martial Mountain. He must be feeling terrible. Chen Pingan did not want to rub salt into his wound. He originally wanted to ask if Lu Baqiao had successfully obtained the talisman sword in Dali's capital. However, after thinking about it, it was not appropriate to ask about the secret of the Great Tao. In the end, Chen Pingan could only ask the most boring question. Are you really fine? Lu Baqiao said helplessly, I'm really fine. When I returned to Liju Grotto Heaven, I didn't see you. I heard that you went to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. After that, our Wind Thunder Garden. Anyway, I haven't been idle for a moment. Don't think that I have nothing to do all day. In fact, I just came out of seclusion some time ago. After stabilizing my realm, I was bored out of my wits. I just happened to receive your flying sword message and thought that we should meet up and seal our brotherhood. Chen Pingan could not stand Lu Baqiao's enthusiasm, so he did not respond. Lu Baqiao's eyes were full of resentment. He pointed at Chen Pingan with his orchid fingers and said shyly in a woman's voice, How can you be so heartless? Back then, under the moonlight and flowers in your hometown, we traveled together. Chen Pingan tiptoed and sat on the windowsill. He crossed his arms and looked expressionless. It was as if he was saying, You can only disgust yourself and disgust me, Chen Pingan. I want to see who can last until the end. Lu Baqiao was the first to admit defeat and sighed, I knew that even after visiting you, you would still be like this. Chen Pingan, do you know, all the sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent, who is not shocked by my, Lu Baqiao's talent, and does not see me as a candidate for the upper 5 realms? Chen Pingan smiled. I also just found out. At the relay station, after they heard that I wrote a letter to you, they immediately became more polite. There were even people who sent me to the gate and asked me if I needed to help lead the way. They were very enthusiastic, as if I was some big shot. This is the first time, Looking at the happy smile on Chen Pingan's face, Lu Baqiao was stunned. What was there to be happy about? Because of Lu Baqiao's fame, it allowed Chen Pingan to bask in the limelight. When Chen Pingan gave Lu Baqiao a thumbs up, the sword cultivator of Wind and Thunder Garden, whose talent was so good that even Li Tuanjing had to look at him in a new light, finally understood the reason. When his friend was powerful, he, Chen Pingan, would be happy. In truth, the reason was simple. It was just that the world was too complicated, and there were too many smart people. Especially when they interacted with the people in the mountains, they would not be able to understand the simplest things. Even though he had almost broken through 2 realms, Lu Baqiao was not happy. Thus, he followed the young man sitting on the windowsill and laughed happily. Lu Baqiao could not help but ask himself, if your friend is better than you, much better than you, to the point that you are unable to catch up in your lifetime, would you feel uncomfortable? Lu Baqiao was very satisfied with the answer. Thus, he felt that he and Chen Pingan would definitely be friends and brothers. Lu Baqiao did not continue to stay. In fact, after he had broken through, he had been forced to take up a position in the sect by the new garden master, Huang He. There were still a lot of things that he needed to take care of. Although the so-called taking care of things was for the old men who were good at these things to take care of. Lu Baqiao stood up and asked with a smile, do you lack money when you go out? I have a few dozen small coins on me. Can I lend them to you? A few dozen small coins, he said it like it was a few dozen taels of silver. What a rich man. Chen Pingan jumped down from the windowsill and shook his head, no need. Lu Baqiao said seriously, then I'll go back first. Remember, the next time you return to Pearl Grotto Heaven, you must come to Wind and Thunder Garden to find me. Otherwise, Lu Baqiao twirled his fingers again, will definitely be heartbroken by a heartless man like you. Chen Pingan said seriously, if you talk like this again, I won't go to Wind and Thunder Garden even if you beat me to death. Lu Baqiao laughed heartily, although there was still a trace of indescribable haggardness between his eyebrows. He bid farewell and left. When he reached the door, he remembered something and turned his head. I have a very good friend in Old Dragon City. He's trustworthy. If you have any problems and it's too late to send a flying sword message to Wind and Thunder Garden, then you can rest assured and look for him. His name is Sun Jiashu, and he's the 2nd richest guy in Old Dragon City. I once mentioned you to him in a letter, so as long as you tell him your name, he'll definitely meet you. Moreover, this guy will definitely get along with you. Chen Pingan said straightforwardly, okay. Don't send me off. You're too polite and make us seem distant. We'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future. Lu Baqiao walked out of the house and saw that the guy really didn't send him off. He couldn't help but laugh and scold him. After closing the door, he didn't immediately leave on his flying sword. At the other end of the corridor stood the old Qi refinement warrior who was in charge of this ferry. Lu Baqiao trotted over and chatted with the old man for a while before flying into the sea of clouds and returning north on his flying sword. The day before arriving at Old Dragon City, they encountered an extremely rare scene of flying fish leaping into the sea and flying in the sky. Millions of flying fish with colorful wings swam back and forth in the sea of clouds majestically. The Yangji Hall's ferry specially hovered in the air for this, informing the passengers that it would stay for an hour so that everyone could enjoy the beautiful scenery. They also explained that the reason for this spectacular scene was because this southern sea flying fish called Rainbow Phoenix was celebrating a certain flying fish in a big clan that had successfully grown a pair of veritable rainbow phoenix wings. It was a rare occurrence in 100 years. However, the Yangji Hall also reminded everyone not to try to find and capture that special flying fish. Once they angered the school of flying fish, the ferry would definitely be in trouble. Unless there were immortals of the Jindan and Yuanying realms escorting them, they could only wait for death. At the same time, the Yangji Hall also comforted everyone. The rainbow phoenix flying fish were gentle and not afraid of people. Once they left the sea and flew into the sky, they were more willing to be close to people. Therefore, it was very likely that the fairy would be surrounded by flying fish. There was no need to worry. Even if they took the opportunity to catch a few flying fish for breeding, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just take it as a small benefit that the Yangji Hall gave to the distinguished guests. Even Chen Pingon walked out of the room and came to the stern of the ferry. Looking at the free rainbow phoenix flying fish under the sunlight, they were colorful and beautiful. Chen Pingon took off his wine gourd and leaned on the railing to drink wine. As expected, the school of rainbow phoenix flying fish slowly approached the ferry. They all slowed down their speed at the same time. There were some mischievous and curious flying fish that left by themselves and came to the side of the ferry guests. If someone extended their hand out, they would mostly escape, but there were some that would stick close to the hand and even stay on the palm. Chen Pingon had actually heard of them before. According to legend, the colorful robe nation's largest immortal, the spirit rhinoceros sept, had a magical treasure called the colorful robe. It was woven from the feathers of the colorful swan and flying fish. Wearing it would make one invulnerable to all spells. The most amazing thing was that the person wearing the colorful robe could even make all the flying swords of the middle 5 realm sword cultivators retreat when they got close. Chen Pingon also followed the crowd and extended his hand out of the railing. But not a single flying fish was willing to go near. They could only awkwardly stop. Other than drowning their sorrows in wine, what else could they do? The ferry once again headed south. When it finally landed, it stopped at the old Dragon City ferry. Unknowingly, Chen Pingon had also arrived at the southernmost point of the Aquarius continent from the northernmost point. Along the way, he carried his sword. 251. In the past few thousand years in eastern Bottle continent, there was a flowing emperor in the north, and a strong Fu family in the south. The Fu family of Old Dragon City was very rich, but how rich? Just the treasures that were slightly inferior to immortal weapons, there were 3 of them, and they were all bought with money, and passed down from generation to generation, until it reached the hands of the current family head, Fu Li. It was said that the Fu family had just returned from the Central Plains, and now they had another half-immortal weapon. Not more than 3 times. The Fu family did not care about that. There were many interesting people in the Fu family. For example, they did not write a family tree, and their descendants were named casually. The status of the women in the Fu family was very high, and in history, the number of female heroes who were city lords could not be counted with 2 hands. The children of the Fu family could read, buy, and collect books, and all the private libraries had the largest number of rare books in the Aquarius continent. But even the branches of the Fu family that left Old Dragon City did not participate in the imperial examinations, and did not become generals or ministers for any emperor, and only cared about lying in the mountains of gold and silver, eating and waiting for death. The generations of family heads did not have any prejudice against them, and raised them. Therefore, the rich Fu family had produced many outstanding disciples who were the best at chess, calligraphy, and painting, and were skilled in the zither. There were also descendants of the Fu family who wrote the most classic recipes and published travel books about mountains and rivers that were popular in the continent. They had bought countless mountains in the vast territory of the north, but they were empty and did not build immortal residences, leaving them abandoned. There were too many weird people in the Fu family. But the Fu family had a rule that could not be changed. Only the strongest person in the family could wear the ancestral dragon robe. The Yangji Hall's ferry dock was more than 300 miles away from Old Dragon City. It was not a secluded place with beautiful scenery. Almost 100 different kinds of ferries were docked there. It was noisy and crowded. There were non-living ferries made by the Mahist craftsmen and also living ferries similar to the Kuan boat. They were grotesque and variegated. Chen Pingon saw too much for his eyes to take in as the ferry descended. Before the ferry docked, Chen Pingon heard a saying, that a mortal living in the city would not be able to finish touring Old Dragon City in their lifetime. When Chen Pingon was on the ferry, he tried to see the entire Old Dragon City, but found out that it was covered by a sea of clouds, and was regretful. Due to Lu Baqiao's appearance, the old man from the Mutton Fat Hall who was in charge of the ferry took the initiative to come to Chen Pingon's side and explain to him. It turned out that the rolling sea of clouds was one of the Old Dragon City's half-immortal weapons. If one looked up at the sky from the city, they would not see a single cloud. The old man also told Chen Pingon a shocking legend. It was said that 800 years ago, there were close to 1,000 evil cultivators who came to Old Dragon City. Among them, there were 2 Earth Immortals and as many as 10 top Qi cultivators of the Golden Core and Nascent Soul Realm. In order to occupy Old Dragon City, they secretly worked together for nearly 100 years, and everything was ready. When the army arrived, it happened to be the critical moment when the old city lord passed away and the new family lord was not born yet. The 12 branches of the Fu family in Old Dragon City were already fighting among themselves, and their vitality was greatly damaged. He did not take the statues and saints enshrined in the Confucian temple seriously. However, the old man had never heard that there was a ferry at the ferry port of Old Dragon City. The old man did not even know the exact location of the inverted mountain. He only heard that it was close to the South Saw continent. Therefore, after getting off the ferry, Chen Pingon was like a headless fly. He could only take one step at a time. He had to obediently walk the 300 miles and enter Old Dragon City first. Along the way, Chen Pingon asked around. After confirming that the general direction was correct, Chen Pingon discovered that there was no one walking in the middle of the main road. Instead, there were many carriages coming and going like the wind. Some of the carriages exuded a dazzling aura. The fine horses pulling the carriages were each more handsome and peculiar than the other. Some people rode on ferocious tigers, long snakes, and big turtle red-crowned cranes. Although everyone was a Qi refinement warrior, the streets were orderly. Old Yang, Old Man Chui, and Wei Pai had all suggested to take the ferry to the inverted mountain after attaining the 4 realms of martial arts. Therefore, Chen Pingon did not insist on rushing. However, when Chen Pingon landed in Old Dragon City, he did not know why he wanted to rush to the inverted mountain as soon as possible. He did not care about the 4 realms of martial arts anymore. Chen Pingon had already traveled from the north to the south of the Aquarius continent. He had traveled for millions of miles. Chen Pingon had never been so eager before. Therefore, he went to a place that looked like a relay station. Chen Pingon was very generous for once. He spent 10 snow coins to hire a carriage. There were 2 snow-white horses pulling the carriage. The coachman was not a young man but a beautiful young lady. She had a natural candid aura and was not shy at all. After Chen Pingon boarded the carriage, she casually suggested that the employer should sit beside her. She would introduce the famous shops on both sides of the street to the guests during the journey. She would introduce the delicious food and priceless antiques and paintings. She grew up at the ferry outside Old Dragon City and was very familiar with it. She was sure that Chen Pingon's choice to take her carriage this time was not a wasted trip. The carriage slowly passed through the crowd. After entering the central area of the street, the young lady suddenly spurred the horse to speed up. Together with the other carriages, they quickly drove towards the west gate of Old Dragon City. Chen Pingon sat behind the young lady who was skillfully driving the carriage. He ate dry biscuits and did not dare to drink. This was because before he got off the boat, he had already put the sword-cultivating gourd into the cotton bag on his back. Wei Pai had warned him that the 10 realms of earth immortals and sages above Jindan and Yuanying could still see through his camouflage and recognize the sword-cultivating gourd. The young lady was very cheerful and outgoing. She talked endlessly to Chin Pingan about the history of the shops and tall buildings. She also introduced the great immortals who lived in the shops and what they had said and done. Chin Pingan had walked through the Jianghu under the mountain where the big monsters of the 5 realms lived. It was not until today that he found a place that was similar to his hometown. It seemed that the immortals of the 5 realms were finally not that valuable. Chin Pingan asked the young lady if she had heard of the dusty medicine shop in the city. The young lady shook her head and said that she did not know much about the situation in Old Dragon City. Because Old Dragon City was too big, and it was separated from the inner city and Fu City. Every time they passed through the city gate, they would have to pay a high fee. As long as they were not from the city, even if they were Jindan or Yuanying immortals, there was no exception. Therefore, she had only been to the outer city of Old Dragon City a few times. Every time she went there, the money that she had saved up would definitely be used up. However, if it was the Fu family and the other disciples of the 5 great families, not only would they not have to pay to pass through the city, they could also ride the wind in the inner and outer city. Of course, if they had the ability to buy an old dragon flipping cloud pendant from the Fu family, they could also ride the wind freely. Other than the Fu family city, which was the most central part of Old Dragon City, they could also ride the wind freely. The young lady driving the carriage asked Chin Pingan if he could guess how much an old dragon flipping cloud pendant would cost. Chin Pingan tried to guess the price as high as the sky. He said that 1,000 pieces of snow would cost him money. It would cost 1,000,000 taels of silver. The young lady laughed heartily and turned to Chin Pingan and stretched out her hand, 5,000. Chin Pingan was afraid that something would happen to the carriage. He did not care about the shock in his heart and quickly said, "Young lady, drive carefully." The young girl snorted and turned around, her back facing Chin Pingan. However, the young girl raised her chin high and proudly said, "Young master, I really don't want to boast. Even if I let go of the reins and close my eyes, the carriage can still run steadily all the way to the western gate. However, in order to prevent the guests from worrying, I pretended to drive seriously." Chin Pingan said softly, "Don't pretend." The young lady laughed out loud, "All right, I'll be serious for young master." Chin Pingan looked at the young lady's back and could not help but laugh. Then he turned his head to look at the bustling scene on the side of the street. A cool breeze brushed his face. It was very strange. All the way to the south, there was often wind and sun. However, Chin Pingan's skin was a bit fairer. He was no longer the black coal kiln worker. The young lady seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She knew that the young man was looking at the street. She secretly turned her head and then quickly turned her head again. It was just a glance. She secretly looked at the side of the young man's face. The young man was not handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. The young lady suddenly laughed out loud, "Young master, you look very good." Chin Pingan was probably infected by the young lady's cheerful mood. He joked, "If I let you look at me a few more times, can you charge me less for a piece of snow?" Chin Pingan's change must be caused by Alliance, Su Yuanxia, and Lu Baqiao. These fellows were the main culprits. The young lady laughed, "That won't do. From the shop to the city gate, it's a round trip of about 600 miles. I have to make 10 trips to earn a piece of snow." Chin Pingan asked curiously, "You are often scolded as a money grubber." Sun Jiashu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gently shook his head and said, "Lu Baqiao said that both of us like to be poor and generous." "What and what?" Lu Baqiao's words were inexplicable. "Let's not talk about being generous or not. Sun Jiashu was poor." Sun Jiashu suddenly said, "I have an unorthodox skill. I can see the money that a person passed by but didn't take it. Then, he stopped and turned to look at Chin Pingon. The things you gave out are worth more than the entire old Dragon City. Chin Pingon was stunned. In the inner city of Old Dragon City, in a secluded alley, there was a newly opened pharmacy. It was only the size of a palm, but the shopkeeper's man actually hired 7 or 8 beautiful women and pretty girls. Without exception, they all had a pair of long legs. The man had nothing to do all day and never worried about the pharmacy's business. He was busy flirting with the women and saying some lewd things that he claimed to be romantic. The women looked shy on the surface, but when they turned their heads, they rolled their eyes. Today, the man carried a small stool and sat at the entrance of the alley. He was eating melon seeds and looking at the women passing by on the street. The man's eyes lit up. He thought that the flowers at home were indeed not as fragrant as the flowers in the wild. Then today, another woman walked in front of the man. She was dressed very gorgeously. As for her appearance and figure, the man had already thrown away the melon seeds, picked up the stool and ran away. Therefore, although there are many Shang family in the 9 great continents, they are definitely not the mainstream of any dynasty. These were the inside stories of the 100 schools of thought. Chin Pingon could only listen to them. He did not dare to make any judgments or jump to conclusions. When they arrived at the Sun family's ancestral house, there were no beautiful maids or pretty maids. There were only a dozen old men and women who looked after the house. Sun Jiashu treated Chin Pingon to a meal. It was not dragon liver or phoenix marrow, but it was not a simple meal. It was all seasonal vegetables, fish, shrimp, chicken, and duck from the vicinity of the house. It was very appetizing. The only main dish should be a soup made with a few seafood ingredients. Chin Pingon was used to eating freshwater seafood and was not used to it. Sun Jiashu did not persuade him to eat more. Anyway, Chin Pingon could eat whatever he liked. After the meal, the two of them took a walk by the river outside the house. Chin Pingon asked, "Young Master Sun, do you know a place called Dusty Medicine Shop in Old Dragon City?" Sun Jiashu thought for a while and said, "I have not heard of it before, but I can help you find it soon." Chin Pingon thanked him. Sun Jiashu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Chin Pingon did not need to be so polite. He bent down to pick up a flat stone and threw it sideways. It floated all the way to the opposite side of the river. On the opposite side of the river was a field of rapeseed flowers. It spread all the way out, and everything in sight was golden yellow. Chin Pingon had already placed the bag in his room. He put the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist again. Of course, he still carried the sword case on his back. He took off the ginger pot and drank a mouthful of wine. The river water flowed slowly, like a peaceful old man. Sun Jiashu stopped and said, "I have roughly calculated. There are only 3 ferries left to go to the inverted hanging mountain. The other 3 have not returned. One is our Sun clan's mountain sea turtle, the other is the Fu clan's treasure-swallowing whale, and the last one is the Fan clan's Osmanthus Island. From a safe point of view, I suggest you take the treasure-swallowing whale. Because in these 10 years, the weather on the cross-continent route to the inverted hanging mountain is bad. The mountain sea turtle is not as good as the treasure-swallowing whale, and even worse than the Osmanthus Island. After all, no matter how good the mountain sea turtle's temper is, it is still a living creature with flesh and blood. The crash of the Kuan boat in the middle of the Aquarius continent is an example. As for the treasure-swallowing whale, it can swim in the deep sea, and it is the safest. That route is a route that the Fu clan has been familiar with for many years. They know how to avoid the big monsters in the water. If you want to save money and be comfortable, then take my mountain sea turtle. If you stay on it, I dare not say you will enjoy life, but you will not have to worry about food and clothing. You will not have to worry about anything. Chen Pingon hesitated for a long time and said, either the mountain sea turtle or the osmanthus island. I will definitely not take the treasure-swallowing whale. Sun Jiashu was surprised and asked, why? Chen Pingon was a little embarrassed. In my hometown, Lizhu Grotto Heaven, I almost killed the old dragon city's young master, Fu Nanhua. How would I dare to take his ferry? Sun Jiashu could not help but put his hand on Chen Pingon's shoulder and patted heavily. Chen Pingon, I have seen many heroes, but there are not many who are as bold as you. Chen Pingon sighed. Because from Sun Jiashu's tone, he knew that Fu Nanhua was not someone to be trifled with. Sun Jiashu held back for a long time and could not help but laugh. Although there is more than one old dragon city's young master, and there are many other descendants of the Fu clan who have the chance to inherit the ancestral dragon robe, everyone knows that Fu Nanhua is the most favored by the city lord, Fu Jiang. One of the ancestors of the Fu clan who has a half-immortal weapon is Fu Nanhua's teacher. It is just that he has been in seclusion for the past few years, and it is rumored that he is trying to break through to the 5 realms. Therefore, Fu Nanhua is the most likely to become the next city lord. Chen Pingon, you are really something. If this news is spread out, I guarantee that within a month, your name will immediately shake half the continent. Chen Pingon said helplessly, this kind of reputation, I don't want it. Sun Jiashu laughed even more happily, although I have interacted with Fu Nanhua many times, and we are not even simple fair-weather friends, but of course, Fu Nanhua cannot be compared to Liu Baqiao. When I heard the truth today, I wanted to laugh. It seems like I am too unkind. So Chen Pingon, you should take it easy too. To be friends with people like me, don't be too close to me. You must interact more. In the end, Chen Pingon said, actually, I am not very familiar with Liu Baqiao. We have only met twice. Sun Jiashu was a little sullen. Then in the letter, Liu Baqiao said that you have gone through fire and water 100 times, what is going on? In the letter, he praised you to the point that you are one of a kind, and even said that if I do not personally welcome you, he will break off all relations with me, and then spread my nickname to the entire Aquarius continent. Chen Pingon probed, his nickname is Sun Tzu. Sun Jiashu raised his hand to support his forehead, and laughed bitterly, you can guess that. Chen Pingon laughed, although we have only met twice, but I know Liu Baqiao's temper, he is the most unreasonable. Sun Jiashu sighed, my relationship with Fu Nanhua is nothing more than a result of old age. But you and Liu Baqiao are like old friends at first sight. The coachman appeared in the distance. Sun Jiashu turned back to take a look, and said to Chen Pingon, I have to go to the Sun residence in the inner city to meet a guest, I have an appointment. About the dusty medicine shop, at the latest before the sky turns dark, someone will inform you. And since you have a death grudge with Fu Nanhua, then in the near future, if you want to go out, you must inform me first, and I will arrange the itinerary. This way, the Fu family's treasure-swallowing whale can be ruled out. You can sit on my mountain sea turtle and head to the inverted hanging mountain. You will depart in 20 days. During this period of time, you can stay at my ancestral home. Whatever you want, as long as old Longqing has it, I can deliver it to you. Don't feel embarrassed. Before you open your mouth, you can keep telling yourself that grandson is very, very rich. As friends, we should share blessings and hardships together. For example, if you can cut down the bridge in our village with one strike, I can be your disciple right now. Chen Pingon couldn't help laughing. With his swordsmanship, he still wanted to be his disciple. Chen Pingon didn't know that the Sun family's ancestral house was a famous paradise in the old dragon city. Although most of the people who lived here were ordinary villagers with simple temperament, there were also many masters who helped the Sun family to keep an eye on the feng shui of this ancestral house so that it would not be destroyed by outsiders. It was just that the difference between the top and bottom of the mountain seemed to be like heaven and earth. In fact, there were some situations that the immortals didn't know. In addition to the two elders of the Sun family's ancestral house, there was also a woodcutter who lived in seclusion on the mountain and an old man who had many children and grandchildren here. They were all real great cultivators. There were 3 golden core cultivators and 1 nascent soul cultivator. There were the old ancestors of the Sun family who didn't care about worldly affairs and also the reclusive masters who came here to seek refuge. Of course, there were also people who were hired by the Sun family at a high price. It was inevitable that there were immortals too. At this moment, the 4 great Qi refinement warriors gathered in front of the woodcutter's cottage. As it was one of the eyes of the array, the woodcutter, who looked like a strong young man, waved his hand casually. The mountain's feng shui fog spread and gathered into a picture scroll. Everyone's vision was always following the young man who carried a sword on his back who was practicing boxing along the river. The 4 of them began to bet on this person's realm. Someone said that since he was Sun Jiashu's friend, he was a talented sword cultivator and his fist intent was just a disguise. He must be a young cave realm sword cultivator. Someone refuted that he might not be in the middle 5 realms. The other 2 argued about whether the young man was a 4th realm or a 5th realm martial artist. One of them said that the young man was a 4th realm martial artist who had an excellent foundation and not an ordinary 5th realm martial artist. In addition to his excellent talent, the young man must have had the help of an expert since he was young. He must be the son of a top rich family who grew up soaking in medicine. He might be from a 1,000-year-old family whose wealth was comparable to that of a country. Although the 4 immortals each took one side and argued until their faces turned red, they were still happy and harmonious. In the small medicine shop in the inner city, the frivolous man squatted on a bench and came to the entrance of the alley again. However, he did not bring melon seeds today. Instead, he brought a miscellaneous book bought by a woman in the shop. There were many superficial stories in the book, most of which were about the deeds and teachings of the sages of Confucianism and Taoism. The book was about the great principles of heaven and earth. In the past, the man would never read this book. However, after squatting at the entrance of the alley for so long, no woman was willing to talk to him. The man thought that maybe it was because he was not scholarly enough. He took the book in his hand and flipped through it. Maybe there would be a surprise. In the hot summer, the clothes of the women were much cooler. The man sat under the shade of a small tree and pretended to read the book. In fact, the corners of his eyes were like sweat sticking to the faces and bodies of the women. Among them, there was a mature woman with an enchanting figure who almost stole the man's soul. She murmured silently that her butt was wider than her shoulder and she was as happy as a fairy. Unfortunately, the man realized that he took a book and pretended to be a scholar. No woman was willing to look at him. With the exception of a certain woman, she came again. She had a waist like a bucket, a face with pockmarks, and a face that was even bigger than the man's buttocks. With a long face, the man finally began to seriously flip through the book. The young woman who lived nearby walked back and forth several times. Her waist was not twisting, but swaying. The man continued to pretend to be blind. In the end, the woman could not bear the scorching sun any longer. She reluctantly looked at the man she had chosen, and then went home satisfied. The man flipped through the book very quickly. In the end, he stopped at a page that recorded a Taoist sage whose suffix was zi. He explained the truth of Taoism by telling a story about the void boat. It said that there was a person who was sitting on a small boat in the river. There was a small boat coming towards him. The person shouted to warn him 3 times but still bumped into the boat. The person cursed and scolded. In the end, he found that there was no one on the boat and laughed. In the end, of course, there was the sage's priceless advice that was passed down to the later generations. The sage said, "Going alone is unique. A person who is unique is the most precious." The sage said again, "Only a perfect person can travel in the world like a void and not avoid people." The man did not think that this was nonsense. He could even understand the true meaning of it. However, even if he understood these big and useless truths, it was of no benefit to him. This was because he was not on the same path as the sage. Even if it was the teacher's school, he had secretly listened to him many times. He also understood all the principles. Even if there were some difficult and obscure parts, he had some understanding. However, it was useless for his own cultivation. However, what he could not understand the most was his senior, who was also cultivating in a small place. That guy did the crude things of a country bumpkin all day long but was able to climb up the realms. After a trip to the palace of the Great Sway Kingdom, that guy was now a martial artist of the 10th realm. He liked to scold his master all year long and would often say that his senior had good comprehension. He did not hate his master or his senior because of this. He just could not figure it out. Therefore, he had been living like a coward for so many years. He did not even have the heart to prove himself to his master. Therefore, he became more and more sullen. Until his master chased him from the small town in the north to this old dragon city. He did not have any complaints. He was just worried that the old man would be left alone in the small town. Li Er had left and there was no one to praise. If he also left, there would be no one to scold. (253) 12,000 words. They were like timid children hiding in a dusty medicine shop in the depths of an alley. Other than the long legs of the women and the vulgar words of the shopkeeper, there was nothing much to do. Business was slow, and sometimes even the women did not understand why they were hired. If it was the spendthrift shopkeeper who groped the women every day, it was relatively easy to understand. But the men were not serious with their words, and would never really take advantage of the women. This made them a little confused. However, they did not lack a single copper coin for their monthly salary, so they were happy to waste their time in this medicine shop. After all, they would not lose a piece of meat if the shopkeeper looked at them a few times every day. Working here paid well, and they did not have to worry about food and clothing. Their meals at home improved a lot, and most of the women put on 2 or 3 pounds, which was worrying. Xing Dafeng received another message today. The messenger was a Yin spirit who had left Lizhu Grotto Heaven with him. No matter how much Xing Dafeng jested and called him brother, the Yin spirit only pretended to be deaf and mute, and did not reveal any details. Until now, Xing Dafeng could not figure out the Yin spirit's cultivation level. The old man told the Yin spirit to tell Xing Dafeng 2 things. The first was that Chen Pinggan's 8 tails of essential qi talisman had been broken, and there was no need for Xing Dafeng to remove it. The second was that the preacher and protector were in Old Dragon City, and he had to be careful. The first matter was very simple. The key was the second matter. The old man's words were very ambiguous and unclear. Xing Dafeng wanted to ask more, but the Yin deity with the talisman had already disappeared. Xing Dafeng could not figure it out, and sat on the doorstep of the medicine shop in a daze. The matter of the master and the preacher had always been a knot in Xing Dafeng's heart. The old man admitted that he was his and senior brother Li Er's master, but not their preacher. Instead, he let Li Er's daughter, Li Lu, acknowledge the old man as her preacher. As for his status as a path protector, Xing Dafeng was now the path protector of the Fan family's kid. He had to ensure that the kid successfully broke through the bottleneck of the three martial realms, and then helped the Fan family's kid all the way to the spirit refinement realm, which was a pure martial realm. The old man's attitude towards Chen Pingan was also quite unfathomable, but Jing Dafeng could be sure that the young man from Mud Bottle Alley was only one of his master's many bets. His weight was far less than that of Ma Kushuan, who was blessed by the heavens, and Li Lu, who was born with knowledge. The breathing technique that he had imparted to Li Lu was actually very crude and could not be considered a superior mental cultivation method. Jing Dafeng guessed that Chen Pingan's rise in martial arts in recent years had been too astonishing. Now that he had advanced from the body refining realm to the qi refining realm, the old man began to gradually increase his bet. Jing Dafeng frowned and pondered, could it be that he wants me to be Chen Pingan's Dao disciple or Dao protector? That can't be right. The old man has always been straightforward when he asked his subordinates to do this kind of thing. He has always been clear about who he would be, how many years he would be in charge, and what realm he would be in charge of protecting the Dao disciple. He would never be so secretive. Jing Dafeng held his head with both hands and sighed helplessly. Besides, Chen Pingan and I are not compatible. I really can't like such an unromantic and inflexible young man. Obviously, it would be best for Li Er to be Chen Pingan's path protector. Master, what are you thinking? Can't you just give me a straight answer? Being his path protector for a year or so is fine. The new one bought from the Central Divine Continent was a defensive treasure that could protect the city. Old Dragon City claimed that the sea of clouds above the city was owned by the Fu family. But it was hard to say whether it was really the trump card of the Fu family. As for the battle between good and evil 800 years ago, the woman slept in the sea of clouds. When she woke up, she used the half-immortal weapon to kill demons. Who was he kidding? If it was really that powerful, it had to have 2 points. First, the sea of clouds above the city was not a half-immortal weapon. Second, the user had to be an upper 5-realm Qi refinement warrior. The girl looked at the man's side profile and asked curiously, "Shopkeeper, what are you looking at?" Jing Dafeng widened his eyes and looked up. He answered the girl's question softly, "I'm looking to see if there's a fairy with a graceful figure in light clothes passing by." The girl rolled her eyes and said, Look, be careful that the fairy pees on your head." Jing Dafeng clicked his tongue and said, "Isn't that like rain after a long drought?" The girl stood up and said, "Disgusting." Jing Dafeng laughed. The girl had just stepped over the door when she suddenly turned around and asked, "Shopkeeper, can you hum the song from your hometown again?" Jing Dafeng shook his head. "That's my trump card to win the heart of a beauty. How can I show it so easily? Go, do your thing." The girl said softly, Hum. Maybe I'll become your wife in the future." Jing Dafeng's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to stand up, the girl had already sat back down at the door. She turned around and looked at the man. She said with a look of pity, "Shopkeeper, if you believe this, it'll be difficult for you to find a wife in the future." Jing Dafeng sat back down. After a moment of silence, he whistled. The tune was still the same as the song from his hometown, but the man did not sing the lyrics this time. The girl bent down and cupped her cheeks with her hands. She listened to the whistle quietly. Anyway, the song that the shopkeeper was humming was in his hometown's dialect, so she could not understand it. The moon on the first day of the lunar month was curved, and the moon on the 15th day of the lunar month was round. The granny said that eating the biscuits and waving at the moon would make one feel no more worries. The spring breeze blew, and the autumn breeze swayed. The granny said that red persimmons were hanging all over the branches. Even if one fell, one did not need to worry. The persimmons were full of persimmons. The dark clouds came and went. The granny said that after the rain, there would be ribbons hanging in the sky. The old immortal had built a tall building in the sky. Old Dragon City was about to welcome a grand occasion. The young city lord Fu Nanhua was about to marry the Yunlin Jiang clan's first daughter. The Yunlin Jiang clan was one of the most prestigious clans in the Aquarius continent. It was said that in the ancient times, when Confucianism had just become the most orthodox sect in the world, there were many things waiting to be done. The Sage of Rites had set the earliest rules of Confucianism. The Jiang clan had produced a few great priests. In the Great Rite of Spring Official, they were one of the 6 great heavenly officials along with the Great Historian and the Great Chancellor. The Yunlin Jiang clan was located at the shore of the ocean in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Facing the ocean, there was an extremely wide passageway. It was about 30 miles long and extended all the way to the ocean. At the end, there was a huge natural reef as the passageway. It had the intention of encompassing the entire East Sea. In the long years after they moved from the Central Plains to the Aquarius continent, the Jiang clan gradually gave up on literature and went into business. The Jiang clan had stood strong despite countless upheavals and became as rich as a country. The Fu clan of Old Dragon City was the same. Therefore, the marriage between the two clans was the biggest news in the southern part of the Aquarius continent. Some were curious about what the betrothal gift of the Fu clan was. Some were curious about the dowry of the Jiang clan's daughter. Would it be a half-immortal weapon? They also wanted to know what kind of precious gift the Fu clan would give. Therefore, in the past 2 months, countless cultivators came to Old Dragon City to watch the show. In addition to the rumors that the Jiang clan's daughter was extremely ugly, it made people daydream. Fu Nanhua, who was known for having a wide range of friends in Old Dragon City, suddenly lived in seclusion after returning from the Pearl Grotto Heaven in the north. Although it was not that he closed his door to guests, other than old friends like Sun Jiashu, who could visit him a few times, Fu Nanhua did not make any new friends. He had always stayed in the Fu clan. In the romantic places in the outer city, this young city lord did not show his face again. Today, Fu Nanhua actually left his private residence and walked to the gate of Fu City alone. With a laurel on his head and a jade-white robe, there was a jade-green dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging from his waist. This young city lord's expression was calm and also seemed a little depressed. Compared to the high-spirited person he was when he went to the Pearl Grotto Heaven, it was a world of difference. During this period of time, this Fu city had an endless stream of guests. Even if the Fu clan was more experienced than a country's imperial court, it was still a little overwhelmed. At this time, outside the gate of Fu city, there were a few important people from the celestial mansion on the mountain who came to congratulate the marriage that was called Golden Jade Fate by the world. Among them was Yunxia Mountain. Yunxia Mountain was not the top sect, but the cloud root stone that it produced was popular in many continents. Therefore, it had a prosperous scene. If there were 1 or 2 more talented people who could shoulder the burden of Yunxia Mountain, it would not be long before Yunxia Mountain became one of the top celestial families in the Aquarius continent. Old Dragon City and Yunxia Mountain had hundreds of years of relationship. This was because Yunxia Mountain's specialty cloud root stone was one of the important goods of the Fu clan's treasure-swallowing whale on floating mountain ferries. It was a whetstone that was made from cloud root stone. It was a good item that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi used to sharpen their swords. Because of its low price and high quality, the most important thing was that it was cheap. Even if the effect was not as good as the best whetstone in the world, the beheading dragon platform, it was like the difference between cloud and mud. But a single coin could not stop a hero. Every time the demon clan rebelled, there was a continuous war. Of course, the so-called cheap price was compared to other rare goods that were transported to the Great Wall of Sword Chi through the inverted mountain. The price of Yunsha Mountain's cloud root stone was sold to the cultivators of the Aquarius continent, to the Fu clan of Old Dragon City, and to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This time, there were 4 people from Dansha Mountain. 2 elders and their favorite disciples came. For the first time, Fu Nanhua came out to welcome guests. He came to meet someone who was supposed to be dead, the fairy of Yunsha Mountain, Kai Qinqian. When Fu Nanhua appeared unexpectedly, there was a lot of discussion at the city gate. There were endless cheers and congratulations. Fu Nanhua dealt with them one by one without losing his manners. In the end, Fu Nanhua came to the 2 carriages at the back. He saw the 2 extraordinarily handsome green horses. They had the distant bloodline of the Flood Dragon. They should be the carriages that were temporarily hired from the Sun Clan's relay station. Everyone in Old Dragon City knew that there were 2 ways to tour Old Dragon City that cost the most money. One was to buy an old dragon cloud-turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiashu's shop. Normally, only 2 kinds of people would do this. One was to buy an old dragon cloud-turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiashu's shop. Normally, only 2 kinds of people would do this. One was to buy an old dragon cloud-turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiashu's shop. Normally, only 2 kinds of people would do this. One was to buy an old dragon cloud-turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiashu's shop. Of course, the 2 elders of Yunsha Mountain were not stupid. They could still maintain this facade, and it was something that they had to maintain. Seeing that Fu Nanhua personally came out to welcome them, the 2 elders hurriedly brought their favorite disciples down from the carriage. One of them was a direct disciple of Yunsha Mountain. It was the slightly pale but charming fairy Kai Qinqian. The other one was a young man with a dignified appearance. The robe he wore had a faint cloud and mist lingering around it. After Fu Nanhua and the 2 elders of Yunsha Mountain exchanged some pleasantries, he made a small request. He said that he wanted to bring Fairy Kai into the city to enjoy the scenery and reminisce about the old days. Kai Qinqian's teacher was overwhelmed by the favor. How could he refuse such good intentions? Previously, when Kai Qinqian returned to the mountain empty-handed from Lizhu Grotto Heaven, the entire bag of gold essence copper coins was even worse than a drop of water. There was not even a single sound. Those were gold essence copper coins. In front of them, even a titled madam would not be worth a fart in front of the empress. Because of this, the old man had to endure all sorts of supercilious looks and criticism for the past 2 years at Yunsha Mountain. The old man who originally wanted to push Kai Qinqian step by step to the throne of the Mountain Lord was disheartened. However, what was even more infuriating was that Kai Qinqian, whom he had high hopes for, had been like a living corpse for the past 2 years. He was very lazy in cultivating the mountain's supernatural powers. This made the old man's heart ache and resentment. He could not scold or hit Kai Qinqian. He was afraid that Kai Qinqian would give up and become a useless person like Xingyang Mountain's Su Jia. Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian walked side by side. They walked past the main gate of Fu City and brought the slightly famous fairy Kai all the way to his splendid private residence in Fu City. When they were searching for opportunities in Lizhu Grotto Heaven, Fu Nanhua was only one of the many candidates for the future patriarch. Therefore, the business-savvy Fu Nanhua was very polite to Kai Qinqian, who was a head lower than him back then. However, now that the Tao-imparting forefather who favored him was about to break out of seclusion, and with his marriage to the Yunlin clan's legitimate daughter adding fuel to the fire, Fu Nanhua's status had soared and could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, in the eyes of the 2 forefathers of Yunsha Mountain, Fu Nanhua's closeness to Kai Qinqian was definitely not something that could be explained by their temporary alliance in Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Could it be that the two of them once had a short-lived relationship? That was not right either. Kai Qinqian was clearly still a virgin. But no matter what, Fu Nanhua, who would one day wear that old dragon robe, was willing to treat Yunxia Mountain with such exceptional courtesy. It could be said that the two forefathers felt proud. Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian had a tacit understanding. They did not speak much along the way until they arrived at Fu Nanhua's private residence. Fu Nanhua took a seat in the main hall. He patted the brand-new jade pendant on his waist that his father had personally given him. He looked at the fairy whose throat had been pierced by the young man in the alley with a porcelain shard and said, "Now we can speak openly." Kai Qinqian seemed to smile sweetly, but her smile was actually lifeless. "What do you want to say?" Fu Nanhua stared at the woman who should have died in Lizhu Grotto Heaven. "I won't ask you how you came back to life. I just want to know why that person saved you. After saving you, what did he want you to do?" Kai Qinqian restrained her smile. "If I say that you are measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, would you believe me?" Fu Nanhua sneered. "Gentleman? If Qi Jingchen is just a gentleman, then wouldn't the scholarly sage occupy 4 worlds?" Kai Qinqian looked indifferent. "Fu Nanhua, there's no point in arguing over words, right?" Fu Nanhua took a deep breath. "Then I'll be honest with you first. After you fell into a pool of blood, I also failed miserably and almost died in that lousy place. At that time, Qi saved me from that lowly bumpkin." Fu Nanhua suddenly noticed the playful smile on Kai Qinqian's face. He immediately stopped talking and changed his tone. "After Qi Jingchen stopped Shin Pingan, he said something to me and asked me to leave Lizhu Grotto Heaven. However, he casually gave me an opportunity that was not related to magical weapons. I won't tell you the details, but it's very strange. From the beginning to the end, Qi Jingchen did not ask me to swear to let Qin Pingan go in the future and not to cause trouble for him. He also said some persuasive words like it's better to make friends than enemies." Kai Jingjian looked around with an indifferent expression. Finally, he looked at Feng Nanhua and said with a smile, "Shouldn't you use your surname and Mr. to address your savior and a saint?" Fu Nanhua twitched the corner of his mouth. "He's dead. He was suppressed to death by the immortals in the heavenly realm. The Confucian temple chose to stand by and watch. Qi Jingchen obviously has no chance to make a comeback. So what if he's a sage? So what if he's a sage? So what if he's Qi Jingchen?" Kai Qinqian smiled and sighed with emotion. "Even the cultivation places of our ancestors in Yunxia Mountain are not as rich as this mansion. Fu Nanhua, your Fu family is really rich." The 8 main pillars of the Fu family's private mansion were all named "Dragon Winding Around the Beam." They were carved with real dragons coiling around each other and holding precious pearls in their mouths. Each of the pearls was a priceless innate spiritual weapon. As a result, a large amount of spiritual qi gathered in this mansion. It was like a small blessed cave, which was very beneficial for cultivation. Therefore, for the real top disciples of immortal families, drinking tea and chatting was cultivation. Sleeping and napping was still cultivation. It was reasonable for the unaffiliated cultivators in the wild to be jealous of this. Fu Nanhua showed a trace of impatience. He squinted and said, "Kai Qinqian, don't be so shameless. I'm about to own a treasure-swallowing whale fairy. If I don't take your Yunxia Mountains income will plummet by 20%. No matter how much that ancestor thinks highly of you, you've already lost a bag of gold essence copper coins. If you affect Yunxia Mountain's way of obtaining huge profits in the future, you should think about it yourself." Kai Qinqian laughed. "All right, Fu Nanhua, don't threaten me. I don't know how rich the Fu family of Old Dragon City is, but I know clearly how the Fu family has done business for thousands of years. Not to mention that you own a treasure-swallowing whale. Even if you really become the city lord, you won't do anything to this kind of ancestral rule. Fu Nanhua sighed, since you're so smart, why can't we work together and benefit each other when we went through hardships together in Liju Cave Heaven? You and I can be friends with sincerity and completely eliminate the consequences of that disaster. After that, not only will I fight for the city lord position, I can also help you move up. Think about it, I only need to slightly raise the price of the treasure-swallowing whale to purchase the Yunxia Mountain, and let out a rumor that it was all because of you, Kai Qinqian. How could Yunxia Mountain dare to neglect you, the child of fortune? Moreover, your own talent is very good, and you have the ancestors' master who is betting on you as the mountain's backer. With Old Dragon City as a strong external aid, the position of Yunxia Mountain's lord will definitely be in your bag within 100 years at the latest. At the end of his speech, Fu Nanhua couldn't help but stand up. His words were impassioned, and his aura was vigorous, like a future monarch who was pointing out the country. Kai Qinqian slightly raised her head and looked at the complacent young city lord. Her eyes were clear, and she didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. It wasn't that Fu Nanhua wasn't sincere enough, or that the prospects he described weren't beautiful enough, but the current Kai Qinqian was completely different from the previous Kai Xianzi, who was burdened with the heavy responsibility of the mountain and was full of scheming. When a person really died once, it was like walking back to the world of the living step by step from the gates of hell. It was different from being on the brink of death and finally surviving a great disaster. The man sneered, "Do you need to be so conflicted with such a small problem? It seems like you don't plan to wear this dragon robe of mine in your life." Fu Nanhua was sweating profusely. The man shook his head, "A dead person and a young man made you so unhappy. I, Fu Jiang, gave birth to a good son." Fu Nanhua's face was pale. The man's mouth twitched. "Then do you know that in my early years, I was already wearing the dragon robe? For the 2 words Fu family, when I knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, I even kowtowed until the white bones on my forehead came out. Now, I have no knots in my heart." Fu Nanhua's mind was blank. He cried silently, but he did not know. The man sneered and disappeared. If someone could pass through the mysterious restriction of inverted hanging mountain and successfully enter the border between the 2 worlds, they would sigh at the wonders of the world. A high wall, towering into the clouds, stood between the heavens and the earth. South of the high wall was the true master of this world. North of the high wall was a wall-less city. The first group of sword immortals who took root here once said that if the demon race climbed over the great wall of sword Qi, there would be no more walls in the world. After that, there was not a single brick in the periphery of the city. Hundreds of thousands of sword immortals, isolated from the world, lived here for generations. Except for a few who could go to inverted hanging mountain, almost everyone followed the teachings of their ancestors and never went to the vast world in their lives. In this life, they died here. To die in battle outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi was an honor, and to die of old age inside the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a shame. Some things were different from the vast world outside, but some things were unavoidably similar. For example, in this nameless wall-less city, there were also some deep-rooted big families. However, unlike the big families outside, where they needed to earnestly advise their descendants to be vigilant in times of peace, there was no need for that at all. Because no matter how big the family was, even if it was the son of the first wife, or even the only son of the first wife, had to take on the responsibility of sending swords at the age of 12. At the age of 16, they had to go to the top of the city to attack the south. At the age of 30, they had to leave the city and go to the south to kill the demon race. In this place, almost all the women hoped to marry a man whose swordsmanship was better than hers. If the man died in battle, she would follow, followed by her children. None of the popular frontier poems in the world could compare to the war here. In fact, if an outsider revealed a tragic feeling, they would snort in contempt. What was so great about such a thing? The Second Great War came to an end, and the city north of the Great Wall of Sword Chi regained its tranquility. In the city, there were small bridges and flowing water, deep courtyards, mansions, and stone lions guarding the gates. He could take away the noble spirit. The handsome youth did not care at all. He looked around to see if there were any acquaintances on the road who could help him pay the bill. The ugly youth only cared about drinking. The round-faced girl was his sister, so she advised him to drink less. The charcoal youth turned a deaf ear to her, and the girl looked helpless. The heroic girl made the final decision. Take it away. No one had any objections. Even if there were people at the table who were about to become gentlemen of the academy, and there were people with the surname Dong or Chin. If there were people with the surname Chi, then they would have all three surnames on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The handsome youth suddenly frowned and muttered, "Why do I always run into sh*t everywhere I go?" There was a group of people on the street. Most of them were young disciples in their 20s. All of them had strong sword will and murderous intent. Coincidentally, the leader of the group was surnamed Shi. He carried a sheath and 2 swords on his back. He was tall and had an imposing aura. He took the lead to walk out of the group and came to the side of the tavern. He stared straight at the heroic girl, trying not to appear aggressive. He smiled and asked in a gentle tone, "Ning Yao, are you going to sell your family's dragon beheading platform? The price is negotiable. My family definitely won't cheat you. Besides, you know better than anyone else how close my parents are to your parents. If it wasn't for my grandfather's interference, we would have been betrothed when we were children, right?" The heroic girl did not even raise her head. Get lost. The man's surname Chi was not angry. He rubbed his chin, turned around, and left without hesitation. Someone in the group was indignant. His voice was not loud, but he said sarcastically, "Some people are just lucky. Their parents are both great sword immortals. They are so powerful that they almost caused us to lose the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi. TSK, tisk. The heroic girl was indifferent. However, everyone at the table stood up abruptly. Even the gentlemen from the academy who had come here to gain experience held on to the great spirit. The fat teenager grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Oh, what did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again." The handsome teenager had already cursed, "Little bastard, f*ck your ancestors." He glanced at charcoal opposite him. "What do you say? Who will go first?" The ugly teenager was the most direct. He shook his shoulders and broke free from his sister's restraint. He held his sword and walked forward. The young man's surname Chi stretched out an arm and signaled the people behind him to keep quiet. He then took a step forward and asked with a smile, "Dong Charcoal, do you really want to fight?" The ugly teenager was expressionless. He just walked forward. His hands were already on the sword hilts on both sides. One was a scripture, the other was a cloud pattern. They were all thrown here by alliance from a place called the Dali dynasty in the Aquarius continent. Now that alliance was gone, and Sister Ning, who had saved him 3 times, and her parents were no longer around. At this time, he, Dong Huatu, did not deserve to be called Dong if he did not do something. The round-faced girl smiled and said, "Just don't kill anyone. As for the rest, I can help you settle grandfather's side." When she said this, even the young man surnamed Chi felt that it was a little tricky. Suddenly, the sound of fingers tapping on the table was heard. The charcoal teenager turned his head to look. Ning Yao said indifferently, "Charcoal, come back and drink." The young man sullenly turned around and sat back in his original position. The round-faced woman patted his head, and the already irritated young man immediately glared at her. His older sister made a cute face, and the handsome young man couldn't take his eyes off her. Both sides did not fight. The young sword cultivator surnamed Shi led his companions away. After walking far away, he said to the provocative teenager, "Don't go out for the time being, or just stay at my house." That person nodded without any hesitation. His heart was uneasy. Ning Yao waited for everyone to return to their seats. She sighed, "How old are you? Why are you still so childish? Besides, this is my family's business. Why are you outsiders meddling in it? I will remember it." The whole table was silent. She remembered something, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She sneered, "I heard that guy punched Daoist number 2 back into the vast world." When Ning Yao mentioned this person, almost everyone had a smile on their faces. Of course, the gentleman from the academy smiled bitterly. The fat teenager was the most lost in thought. It was unknown whether he was thinking of something sad or happy. He took a big gulp of wine. After he went up to the city wall to kill the enemy for the first time. At that time, the teenager looked at the slovenly man with anticipation and asked, "Alliance, Alliance, how was my sword? Was it half as elegant as yours?" The man just drank his wine and answered perfunctorily. "Alliance. Say something. Good or bad, you hit the nail on the head. All right, your sword skills were very enchanting." "What do you mean?" "What I mean is that your sword skills were as fierce as a tiger, but in the end, you killed a mouse." At that time, the teenager covered in blood was about to cry. He was so pitiful that he felt like the world was collapsing, and that he might not be able to achieve much in this life. Then, the man threw the wine jug to him and smiled, "When I was your age, I wasn't as good as you." The fat boy immediately puffed out his chest. That was the first time he drank wine, and it was disgusting. The handsome teenager held his cheek with one hand and bit the wine cup with one mouth. He could take a sip with just a slight tilt of his head. He learned this action from that guy. It was so cool. "Alliance, I heard that you went to the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. Is that Madame Zhu beautiful?" "She is. Her legs are very long." "I'm asking about your face. Are your legs long? What's the point?" Then, the teenager's head was pushed away by the sloppy drinking man. "We have nothing to talk about." Even the round-faced woman didn't drink. She had a drunken smile on her face. She once stood in front of that man and asked, "Alliance, do you miss home?" "Yes." "Do you want to bring a wife home next time?" "I do too." "Alliance, Alliance, bring me home. Bring me home, will you?" The man's face was full of smiles and surprise. "Oh my, I, Alliance, have never met a worthy opponent in the Jianghu. Today, I was hit in the waist by a young girl. The girl's brother was still snot." Little Charcoal was squatting at the side, but it was sensible now. It turned its head and spat. The man handed the wine jug to the girl and patted her head. "You can be my wife. I, Alliance, am a Jianghu wanderer. I won't harm a good girl." The girl took the wine jug, but didn't dare to drink. The man laughed and said, "Secretly drink a few mouthfuls. It's okay. Drink my wine. No matter how strict your ancestors are, they won't scold you. They will only scold me, Alliance." While the ignorant girl was drinking, the man stood on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and looked into the distance. He combed his hair from his forehead to the back of his head and sighed, "Wine can redden one's cheeks, worry can snow one's head. Little girl, if you want to find a man in the future, you must find someone like me who is knowledgeable and can recite poems." "Of course," I said, "find someone who looks like me, not me." Little Charcoal suddenly shouted, "Alliance, I want to poop. I want to poop in the south. Hurry, I can't hold it in anymore." The man quickly jumped down the wall and cursed as he hugged the little bastard. He flew like a rainbow towards the south. As for whether there was danger in the south, or whether there were demons hiding nearby, the man obviously didn't care. The round-faced girl didn't care either, because he was Alliance. In this world, there was no place that Alliance couldn't go with his sword. No matter how much her grandfather disliked this man, he wouldn't say that Alliance's swordsmanship wasn't good enough. In the end, the little bastard couldn't hold it in and poop all over his pants. The man squatted beside the pool to wash his pants while looking at the bastard running around naked. He laughed softly. "I only rejected your mother 7 or 8 times back then. Today, I still got my retribution. You're even more like a father than your real father." In the end, the man left. The man who didn't have a sword left the Great Wall of Sword Chi wearing a bamboo hat after carving the word Mang. That day, in the city behind the Great Wall of Sword Chi, countless women were drinking. Their men were also drinking more sorrowful wine to drown their sorrows. Later, a man with a bamboo knife found the young man that Chi Jingchun chose to believe. He told him, "My name is Alliance, kind as in Liang. I'm a swordsman." After they got to know each other, the man smiled at the young man from Mud Bottle Alley and said, "Do you know that there are countless girls in the world who like me, Alliance?" The young man thought that he was bragging. The table dispersed and the friends went their separate ways. Ning Yao went home alone. Along the way, there were many people pointing fingers at her. There was pity, sarcasm, sighs, and admiration. Ning Yao returned home. It was still one of the largest mansions in the city. There were still many family sword cultivators, but there were fewer people. She walked to the sword test field and then lay down on the dragon beheading platform that was as big as a cottage. She closed her eyes and began to take a nap. A letter said that an idiot was coming to give her a sword. Why wasn't he here yet? The girl was a little angry. "254, 15,000 words to make up for yesterday's leave." Sure enough, before the sky turned dark, Chen Pingan got the exact information about the dusty medicine shop. In addition to the address of the inner city, the shop owner's surname was Zheng. The shop was the ancestral property of the Fan family, one of the 5 major families in Old Dragon City. Shopkeeper Zheng had a Dali accent. On the surface, he had a rough temperament and liked beauties. Every day, he would stay in the small alley and wait for death. However, in reality, this person had entered the Fan mansion twice. The Fan family valued him very much. It was very likely that he was the martial arts master of the Fan family's grandson, Fan Gaoshui. Chen Pingan's expression was strange. There was no need to guess. It was Xing Dafeng, the gatekeeper of his hometown town. As for why the Fan family valued Xing Dafeng so much, Chen Pingan was not surprised. A man who often asked for gold and copper coins, even if he did not look serious, his real identity was definitely not simple. Otherwise, old Yang would not have asked him to help him get rid of the 8 tails of Jinqi talisman. In addition, Sun Jiashu also asked someone to bring the detailed files of the mountain turtle and the Osmanthus Island ferry. He said that he wanted Chen Pingan to know more about the inside story of the passage. Crossing millions of miles, the weather was unpredictable. It was not a small matter. Among the fairies, there was a hastily written letter from Sun Jieshu. The general meaning of the letter was, "You, Chen Ping Han, will sit on the Sun family's ferry to the inverted hanging mountain. However, I will also clearly explain to you the advantages and disadvantages of the Osmanthus Islands ferry compared to the mountain turtle." This seemed to be a very superfluous thing to do, but after Chen Pingan read the letter, he thought for a while and admired Sun Jieshu's way of doing business. If he were a merchant who needed to transfer goods in Old Dragon City, he would also be willing to cooperate with this kind of Sun family. However, Chen Pingan was wrong about one thing. That was, the Sun family of Old Dragon City was very stubborn when it came to doing business. They relied on the reputation of their ancestors, not the family's wealth. They always chose people to be their family's business partners. Not just anyone who wanted to do business with the Sun family could do it, even if the other party was shockingly rich. The Sun family's strange rules were as many as the Fu family's strange people and freaks. After breaking through 4 realms, finding a medicine shop, and picking a fairy, Chen Pingan, who had 3 big and small worries, finished his dinner. The seafood dish in the afternoon was replaced with a soup of delicacies. Chen Pingan ate very happily, his chopsticks flying. It was rare for him to be full. Chen Pingan walked along the river bank. The sun was setting in the west, and the scenery was pleasant. Chen Pingan felt that this was a blessed land for him. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely come again. Chen Pingan suddenly had the mood to go fishing. He ran back to the Sun family's ancestral home and asked an old housekeeper if there was a fishing rod, how was the fish recently, if there were any big things in the river, and if there was a need to set up a nest. The old housekeeper, who was familiar with the place, smiled and explained everything. Then, he personally helped Chen Pingan prepare everything. The two of them went to the riverside fishing spot together. When the old housekeeper heard that Chen Pingan was going to fish late at night, he originally wanted to help this distinguished guest set up a tent near the water. Chen Pingan was not particular when he was poor. He never had any requirements for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Naturally, he was unwilling to agree. The old housekeeper did not force him and slowly left. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to cast the rod. He began to practice his walking pole to and fro by the riverside. After 2 hours of walking pole, he stood by the riverside for another 2 hours. Only then did he start to fish at night. Chen Pingan closed his eyes and casually cast the rod. The bait fell into the water with a ding-dong sound. The wind blew the rape flowers, and the stamens trembled. The river water slowly flowed into the distance. Ripples could be seen on the surface of the river, and there was an invisible water vein at the bottom of the river. The fishing line that was as thin as a hair was gently pulled, sometimes straight and sometimes loose. Chen Pingan did not move for the entire night. He allowed the small fish to peck at the bait. There were no more big fish that took the bait. Then, he sat like this until dawn. When Chen Pingan felt something, he turned his head and looked to the east. The moment he slowly opened his eyes, he saw a brilliant scene that he had never seen before in his life. The saint said that the morning glow was the beginning of a reddish-yellow aura. With the naked eye, the morning glow should only be bright red. However, Chen Pingan saw streaks of golden aura in the dazzling morning glow in the eastern sky. The aura was like a swimming dragon, slowly swimming in the sea of fiery red clouds. Chen Pingan kept looking up at the morning glow and the golden aura. In the face of the dazzling morning glow and the golden aura, Chen Pingan's eyes did not feel any discomfort. Chen Pingan didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he seemed to have sensed the rosy clouds rolling down. After that, his mind was slightly shaken. In an instant, more than 10 golden dragons surged out and descended from the sky, pouncing straight at him. They were aggressive, as if they wanted to crush the person who dared to look into their eyes. Those flood dragons came with great momentum. Chen Pingan let go of the fishing rod and suddenly stood up. His fist intent involuntarily surged out, covering his body and his internal chi palace. Faced with provocation, Chen Pingan only felt like he was facing an old man in a bamboo house in a desolate mountain. The world was vast, but only the fish technique was the most important. He must use this fish technique. More than 10 golden Jiao dragons, which did not have physical bodies, pounced straight at Chen Pingan. Without saying a word, Chen Pingan made a fist stance in the style of Cloud's steaming great swamp. His 2 feet stepped on the ground beside the river, and his strength penetrated more than 10 feet into the ground. Not only did the ground rumble continuously, like thunder rolling on the ground, the water near the river bank also stirred up waves, surging to the opposite bank. Both Chu Yi and 15 quietly flew out of the blade-strengthening gourd. However, they each leaned on the opening of the gourd in a languid manner, as if they were watching a show. They did not see the golden flood dragons flying down from the morning glow as enemies. Chen Pingan's mind was immersed in the fist intent. He did not know that he had created such a shocking phenomenon. He simply felt that since he had reached the 4th state, his fist should be faster. However, during the night fishing, he had been adapting to the new world in his eyes, stabilizing the doors of his chi palace, and stabilizing the turbulent chi in his body. He had not had a chance to test it with his fist. Then, how to make it faster depended on this moment. Go back. Chen Pingan punched at the leading flood dragon in the sky. The fist aura was so strong that his sleeve was full of fist intent, and it swayed and fluttered. There was a loud bang. The river water surged violently, and a large area of rapeseed flowers swayed. The golden flood dragon, which was as thick as the mouth of a well, was illusory and did not have a physical body. However, it was hit in the head by the mighty fist intent. It was dizzy and was sent flying dozens of feet backward. Then there was a series of loud bangs. The dozens of golden flood dragons were all beaten back to the sky by Chen Pingan's fish stance. They hovered and looked down at Chen Pingan, who had changed to a terrifying fish stance. There was confusion and resentment in their eyes. They could only shake their heads and waggle their tails and return to the sea of clouds. Chen Pingan was stunned for a moment. When he looked again, there was no longer any golden chi. The morning glow in the east seemed to have returned to normal. Chen Pingan put away his fish stance. He was satisfied and grinned. The punches were fast and fierce. No wonder he was in the 4th realm of martial arts. Every time he punched, there was no feeling of being restrained by heaven and earth. It was really satisfying. On the mouth of the sword-nourishing gourd, Chu Yi and 15 looked at each other. 15 seemed to be ashamed and slid into the gourd. Chu Yi, who was relatively hot-tempered, leaped into the air after recovering from its initial shock. Although it could not cause any substantial damage, it still stabbed Chen Pingan's body again and again in vain, as if it was venting its anger. The natal flying sword was illusory to its master when it was in the acupoint, and real when it left the acupoint. This was the rule of heaven and earth. Therefore, when it entered the acupoint of the sword cultivator that nurtured the flying sword, it would never hurt the sword cultivator himself. Now, the relationship between Chu Yi and 15 and Chen Pingan was not that of master and servant. It was not a matter of life and death. It was more like a guest and a host, half a master. Chen Pingan was confused. He did not care about Chu Yi's nonsense and scratched his head. What's wrong? Is it because my 4th realm is too weak that you think it's embarrassing? Previously, when the golden flood dragon appeared in the morning glow and rushed to the Sun family's ancestral house, 3 golden core cultivators and 1 nascent soul cultivator, a total of 4 of the Sun family's consecrators, had no choice but to treat it seriously. Soon, they gathered in a small library in the ancestral house. Now, the four of them finally stopped arguing about whether the young man was a chi refinement warrior or a martial artist. However, there were new differences. This was because there were only two possibilities for such a strange scene. One was that the chi refinement warrior had achieved the Golden Core realm and was free to roam the world. Therefore, it attracted the attention of heaven and earth. In the elixir chamber, a golden core of different grades was formed. The other was that a martial artist could break through 3 to 4 and 6 to 7. The former had a very small chance, but the latter was common sense. Once it was attracted, according to the martial arts proverb, it was even rarer than a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. Often, one could make use of the opportunity to temper one's body and spirit. It was a great opportunity and had to be cherished. Looking at the young man's fist technique, which was extremely profound, he was definitely not a chi refinement warrior. Therefore, he must be a pure martial artist. However, whether it was the fourth realm or the seventh realm, the four of them were arguing again. This time, the three of them firmly believed that it was the seventh realm. Therefore, the family head, Sun Jiashu, was willing to invite him to the Sun family's ancestral house to build a relationship. Moreover, when a third realm broke through the fourth realm, it was impossible to attract the majestic phenomenon of the cloud dragon descending. Only one of them firmly believed that the young man had just attained the fourth realm. Suddenly, the woodcutter smiled bitterly and said, "Let's not argue about these few realms first. Shouldn't we wring our hands and lament that the young man's unreasonable behavior caused us to miss a good opportunity?" The three of them were enlightened and sighed. The young man's observation of the scenery attracted a strange phenomenon. This was the mysterious heaven's perception. The great opportunity that pure martial artists in the world yearned for day and night was beaten back by the young man's tortoise punches just like that. Then, the four of them felt that it was inconceivable. Such an amazing martial arts genius, did his teacher not teach him such superficial things? For example, when a third realm broke through the fourth realm or the sixth realm broke through the seventh realm, there would be a heaven's perception. One must grasp it well to help stabilize the realm. The four of them would never have thought that the bamboo elder who taught the young man the fist technique had once reached the peak of the 10 realms of martial arts. He did not think that this was any kind of opportunity. It was no different from an external object that was the foundation of the fist technique. It was even worse than a chicken rib that was tasteless but a pity to throw away. Chen Pingan should not have taken such a shortcut to learn his fist technique. If the barefoot old man saw this scene, he would definitely laugh heartily and think that the young man had done well. This was the stupid thing that 11th Chen would do. After Sun Jiashu returned to the ancestral house in the afternoon, before he met Chen Pingan, an old ancestor of the Sun clan joked with the current family head in private, "You invited a deity over as a guest?" Sun Jiashu asked curiously. The old ancestor who had lived in seclusion for more than 300 years told him about the incident. Sun Jiashu slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "He is a real deity." When they were eating together, Chen Pingan noticed that Sun Jiashu's gaze was a little strange. Under the tree, there was a man who was eating melon seeds and flipping through a book. After Chen Pingan got off the carriage, the two looked at each other. The man silently picked up the stool and walked into the alley first. The Sun clan's old man stopped the carriage at the side of the road and did not follow. He closed his eyes and began to rest. When they arrived at the medicine shop, Xing Dafeng placed the stool at the entrance for Chen Pingan to sit on and went to pick up another one. For a moment, the entrance was crowded with women who came to join in the fun. It was a pity that Chen Pingan wore an ugly face. They quickly lost interest and walked back to the shop to laze around. Jing Dafeng smiled and asked, since you have scattered the 8 tails of vital energy talisman, why did you take the risk to come here? If I remember correctly, you and the young city lord Fu Nanhua have a deep grudge. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? When the time comes, the Sun clan can clean themselves up. Do you think I will save you? Chen Pingon asked 3 questions. Who told my father about the natal porcelain? Who killed my father? Does this have anything to do with old Yang? Jing Dafeng's face was calm. He smiled and asked, if it had something to do with the old man, do you think I would tell you? Chen Pingon was silent. Jing Dafeng used the book to fan the wind. Whether you believe it or not, the old man did not participate in this matter. But I can tell you directly that the old man must have seen it from the very beginning. He probably felt that it was meaningless and not worth it, so he was too lazy to intervene. If you resent the old man for not intervening, then it is Chen Pingon's matter. I will not stop you. Chen Pingon shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why would I resent this? I know old Yang's character very well. He never owes anyone, nor does he let anyone owe him. Everything he does is fair trade. Jing Dafeng nodded and turned to look at Chen Pingon. He grinned and said, it is good that you can think this way. Otherwise, I will risk being beaten and scolded to death by the old man and smash your head with one punch. Chen Pingon seemed to be indifferent. Or perhaps, he had already guessed the town's gatekeeper's temperament. Jing Dafeng fanned himself, initially, among those children, not mentioning their respective inheritances and factions. I thought the most highly of Apricot Blossom Alley's Ma Ku Xian and Fortune Street's Xiao Yao, as well as Clay Bottle Alley's Song Jisin. My senior brother Li Er, who is Li Lu and Li Huai's father, was blinded by greed. He liked you the most. After you left Pearl Grotto Heaven, I roughly understood your various encounters. Only then did I realize that I had misjudged you and my senior brother. I used to think that the 2 of you were simple-minded fools, but now I realize that I, Jing Dafeng, was blind. Jing Dafeng actually wanted to say that Li Er and Chen Pingon were actually the smartest people. A lonely young man from Clay Bottle Alley who walked step by step to where he was today. Only when he reached the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent did he ask those 3 questions. Chen Pingon asked, I do not dare to ask about old Yang's side. Furthermore, I know that it is useless to ask. As for you, I feel that I can ask. Jing Dafeng smiled and asked, why? Do you feel that with a golden core chi refinement warrior protecting you, you don't have to worry about your own safety? Chen Pingon pointed to the sky, baffled. Old Yang can weigh the pros and cons. Perhaps if I ask the crucial questions, he will still slap me to death. However, you, Jing Dafeng, would not dare to do so. If I guess wrongly, I may not necessarily die. Furthermore, the price that you will have to pay will not be small. Chen Pingon actually wanted to say that Jing Dafeng was also a businessman. However, his intuition told him that this sloppy man's vision and identity were far inferior to old Yang's. However, when Chen Pingon really opened his mouth to ask these questions that he had suppressed in his heart for a full 10 years, he still felt a strong sense of uneasiness. However, after attaining the 4th realm, he could already control his state of mind. It was not difficult to put on an act and pretend that everything was fine. Furthermore, after walking into this small alley, when Jing Dafeng entered the shop to take the stool, Chen Pingon had already taken out the blade-strengthening gourd from his bag and started drinking. If his own 4th realm was not enough, there were still level 1 and level 15. After that, there was still that golden core chi refinement warrior from the Sun family. Furthermore, it was time to reopen some old scars and bask in the sun for some old memories. Jing Dafeng looked at the young man with a solemn expression and sighed. He put away the book that had almost caused him to break his tongue, and finally managed to borrow it from the young girl again. He rolled it into a ball and gently beat his knee. He lazily said, "You're getting more and more annoying. All right, you don't have to be on tenterhooks. Even I feel tired for you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Old Yang thinks highly of you now. Furthermore, I, Xing Dafeng, will not resort to violence in killing you just because you asked a few questions. No matter how small my scope is, it is not so small as to do that." Xing Dafeng immediately said, "But I won't answer those 2 questions. If you have the ability, you can follow the clues yourself." Speaking of this, Xing Dafeng smiled and asked, "Why don't you ask Qi Jingchen directly?" Indeed, Chen Pingan was much more relaxed. He leaned against the wall with the sword case behind him and raised his head to drink a mouthful of wine. He said something that made Xing Dafeng even more puzzled. "I'm afraid that Mr. Qi will be disappointed." Xing Dafeng turned and shouted, "Mayor, bring out 2 plates of melon seeds and peanuts to serve the guest." A woman with a plump figure smiled as she brought out 2 plates of food. When the woman bent over and handed him the plates, Xing Dafeng pretended to be shocked and said, "A mountain is pressing down on my head. What a fierce aura." The woman threw the 2 plates in Xing Dafeng's hands and hurriedly stood up. She stepped on the man's foot and smiled charmingly. How shameless. Xing Dafeng passed a plate of peanuts to Chen Pingan and started to eat melon seeds himself. Chen Pingan seemed to have expected Xing Dafeng's answer and was not disappointed. He asked, "Do you have any good swordsmanship manuals that you can sell?" Xing Dafeng asked casually, "Is it the Qi Refinement Warrior's Immortal Swordsmanship or the martial arts manuals in the pugilistic world?" Chen Pingan said bluntly, "You should be able to tell that my longevity bridge has long been broken. If I want to practice swordsmanship, I can only practice the martial arts sword manuals." Xing Dafeng also said bluntly, "I can also help you find the best martial arts manuals and sell them to you at a sky-high price. But it's meaningless. I advise you not to touch the so-called peerless martial arts manuals in the pugilistic world. I, Xing Dafeng, am a martial artist myself. I know the depth of this. Since you're good at practicing martial arts now, don't create new problems and waste your time." Chen Pingan ate a peanut and thought for a while. He said sincerely to this man, "Thank you. Just based on these words, you don't have to return the 5 copper coins you owe me." The corners of Xing Dafeng's mouth twitched. Look, how could he, Xing Dafeng, find such a boring young man pleasing to his eyes? But deep in the man's eyes, it was hard to understand. Xing Dafeng stretched his body comfortably and said weakly, "Please take off your mask. You're not handsome to begin with. The more you wear this mask, the more annoyed I feel." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Don't you know about the feud between Fu Nanhua and me? How would I dare to take it off and walk around the inner city of Old Dragon City openly? God knows what kind of spells the Fu family has to observe the movements in the city. For example, it's like a god using his palm to observe the mountains and rivers. If there's really such a spell, isn't it equivalent to me shouting in front of someone's house to come and beat me to death? Unless they're stupid, a large group of people will definitely rush out to beat me to death." Xing Dafeng was amused and revealed the secret with a smile. "All right, old Yang told me that as long as you break the vital Qi talisman by yourself, I need to guarantee that you'll be alive and kicking in Old Dragon City. Even if you want to die and swagger to the gate of Fu City to show off, I still have to guarantee that you'll leave this city safely." Xing Dafeng suddenly muttered, "I didn't think so before, but now I realize that this kid has a good name." Chen Pingan was skeptical. "You're a peak martial Dao master. Or an upper 5 Qi refinement warrior." Xing Dafeng laughed. "Do you think that level 9 martial Dao masters and Jade Pure Realm Qi refinement warriors are cabbages on the roadside? You can see a bunch of them when you walk a few steps. Old Dragon City is full of all kinds of people. Level 8 Martial Dao Masters and Level 10 Earth Immortals can already do whatever they want. Of course, the premise is that they don't provoke the public and only provoke one family. Even the Fu family, who has a half-immortal weapon, is not without room for negotiation. Those nascent soul realm old ancestors and level 9 chi refinement warriors are already considered high and mighty old immortals here. Jing Dafeng rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think this is our Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven? I'm a martial Dao master at the peak of level 8. Can I only look at the door and collect money?" Ruan Tan, who is at level 11, can already forge swords by the river before he succeeded as a saint. When Dali Imperial Tutor Chui Dong entered Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, didn't he also sneak around and show his avatar? Chen Pingon suddenly asked, "You want me to peel off the skin? Are you planning something?" Jing Dafeng was also not stingy. He said in surprise, "You can see through this." A yin spirit condensed from green smoke appeared in the dark corner of the wall opposite the two of them. He sneered and said, "Jing Dafeng's mind is in a mess now. He can't figure out what the Dao Protector and Dao Preacher are, so he asked the Fan family to spend a lot of money to find someone to do a divination. The divination is to obtain chestnuts in a big fire, which is great luck. So he wants to put you in danger. When the time comes, he will fight and I will escort you out of Old Dragon City. During this time, he may be able to figure out the two identities. If he can break through the level 8 martial Dao bottleneck, it will be in line with the divination." Chen Pingon turned to look at Jing Dafeng, who was not blushing at all. 5 copper coins. Even if you want to pay it back now, I won't take it back. Jing Dafeng said indifferently, 5 copper coins is nothing. Do as you wish. Chen Pingon sneered and said, "Jing Dafeng, do you really think that I don't know the rules of Old Yang? Earlier, I purposely mentioned it. Then you mentioned martial arts and swordsmanship. I saw that what you said was true, so I went with the flow and settled this debt. If I didn't guess wrong, the person who wanted me to deliver the letter was Old Yang. The person who wanted you to owe money was also Old Yang, right? Are you regretting it now?" Putting away the blade-strengthening gourd, he stood up and placed the empty plate on the bench. Chen Pingon saluted the yin spirit and said, "Although I don't know why you are willing to reveal the truth, perhaps it is Old Yang's idea. But I still want to thank you." The yin spirit nodded. Chen Pingon strode away. Jing Dafeng was indeed as the young man said. He was indeed regretting it. Jing Dafeng looked coldly at the yin spirit who had most likely ruined his divination. "Was it your idea, or the old man's? You better say it clearly." The yin spirit said indifferently, "Take a guess." Jing Dafeng laughed and instantly became relaxed. "You never do things on your own. It was most likely the old man's idea." Yin Shen laughed mockingly. A pure martial artist at the peak of the 8th realm, the disciple of a divine lord, actually believes in the so-called divination. Don't you know that even if the Fan family did not do anything, it is still a great fortune for everyone in the world? For you, Jing Dafeng, could it be that the universe has been turned upside down, a truly inauspicious omen? Jing Dafeng's expression became serious. He raised his head and looked at the yin spirit. He nodded and said, "I understand." The yin spirit did not think much of it. Since the Divine Lord is willing to let you be in charge, then don't think that you are smart. Just do what you are told. Jing Dafeng waved his hand and said, "I was tricked by that young man and taught you a lesson. I am very annoyed. I need to leave the alley and take a breather." The yin spirit disappeared. Jing Dafeng suddenly asked, "Was the strange phenomenon in the Sun family's ancestral home caused by Chen Pingon's breakthrough?" The yin spirit's cold voice seeped out from the shadows in the corner. "It should be." Jing Dafeng held a book under his arm and carried a stool and melon seeds to the entrance of the alley. He once again sat under the locust tree and looked at the beauty. A tall and imposing man dressed in ordinary clothes slowly walked over. Behind him was a young woman with a graceful figure who walked over leisurely. The man walked to Jing Dafeng's side. The young woman stood behind the man. They each escorted a fairy to the inverted mountain for hundreds of years. They had experienced a lot and encountered deep-sea monsters. It wasn't the first time that they were in a life-and-death situation. The key was that the Fu family disciples entering the Golden Core realm meant that they could control half-immortal weapons. Thus, there was a saying in the Aquarius continent that the true realm of the Fu family Qi cultivators had to be half a realm higher. Fu Chunhua hesitated for a long time before asking, "Father, why did you bring me to see this person and not Nanhua?" Fu Ji smiled, "Didn't I say earlier? It is to show the sincerity of the Fu family. This shopkeeper Zheng likes beauties with long legs. The spy reports are very clear." The woman obviously didn't believe this. Even if she was the most likely candidate to inherit the patriarch position, but whether it was her brother Fu Donghai, or her brother Fu Nanhua, they all knew one thing: the connections that they had painstakingly built were not enough to know the true scenery of the Aquarius continent. And being under the protection of their father, Fu Ji, it was both cool and restrained. They did not dare to overstep their boundaries to avoid being suspected by Fu Ji. The Fu family of Old Dragon City seemed to be free and undisciplined, but those useless family members who had no hope of getting the dragon robe had long given up. They were also excluded from the family's decision-making circle. In fact, the Fu family's rules were very strict. In fact, they were not inferior to the royal family. In the recent 100 years, Fu Donghai was in charge of the relationship management in the North Continent. She, Fu Chunhua, was in charge of the secret plans in the Southeast Continent. Fu Nanhua, who was originally unknown and mediocre, rose rapidly until he was unexpectedly selected to go to the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. The family gave a lot of manpower and resources to her younger brother. It was obvious that the family head, Fu Ji, was not satisfied with her and Fu Donghai's business for the past 100 years. Fu Chunhua knew that she wouldn't be able to get an answer and changed the topic. "Do you want me to remind Sun Jieshu?" Fu Ji smiled. "Sun Jieshu. Even if his realm is not as high as yours, he is still the head of the Sun family. You are just a Golden Core Qi refinement warrior. What right do you have to warn him? His ancestral house still has a nascent soul elder of the Sun family. Also, your brother has worked hard to rope in that Golden Core Qi refinement warrior who has the potential to advance to the nascent soul realm. Until now, he has finally relented. If the Fu family warns Sun Jieshu now, do you think that Golden Core Qi refinement warrior will still have the face to leave the Sun family's ancestral house and come to our Fu family?" Fu Chunhua's face was pale. She was afraid that her father would mistakenly think that she was harming her brother. Fu Ji smiled and said, "Don't be nervous.